On then.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered that multiple times. An official alerted me to these concerns. I then saw the tweet myself, and also I asked the department for further advice.
The Kettering-based company Intertech is the only company in the world that can manufacture and completely recycle circuit board technology. The potential for it and for the UK is huge. Would the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation be kind enough, please, to visit Intertech in Kettering to see this groundbreaking innovation for himself?
Mr. Speaker, Intertech is indeed a great example of innovation in sustainable electronics. I was pleased that they've benefited from £250,000 in UK support, and it would be my pleasure to visit my honourable friend's constituency in Kettering, and I believe we've got a date soon.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland should have virtually 100% access to fibre broadband, which is a first in any of these islands, following the confidence and supply agreement with the previous government. Does he agree with me that regions like Northern Ireland and other regions in the UK should take full advantage of that broadband access to maximise employment opportunities across these islands?
Absolutely, he's right about the importance of gigabit broadband to the economy. And I'm very glad to say that 95% of Northern Ireland has that access. So it's the highest percentage in the country, and that's a tribute to the work done between central government and the Assembly.
Sir Edward Lee.
Why should people living in rural areas be second-class citizens when it comes to mobile phone coverage?
Well, we agree. That's why we have the Shared Rural Network programme that is dealing with a lot of those not-spot problems.
Tim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the number of black students entering into STEM are leaving in great numbers. So can you say what you're doing to identify the challenges and what you're doing to help progression of black students in STEM?
Mr. Speaker, the government is absolutely committed to expanding STEM opportunities. A key way of doing that is building mathematical capabilities, helping girls and minorities stick with maths. That's why the Prime Minister announced our ambition to see all young people receive maths education until aged 18.
Final question, Nigel Mills.
Amber Valley has a high incidence of respiratory disease, so what more can the government do to increase investment in research into respiratory conditions in the areas that need that research the most? I'm clinging on to the
The Medical Research Council is benefiting from the highest ever level of research spend. I'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to talk about what more we can do in this important area.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Sir Lane Saxby.
Question 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are joined today in the gallery by postmasters caught up in the Horizon IT scandal. It is one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our history, and that is why we have introduced a bill to quash convictions, delivered schemes to ensure swift compensation, and established an independent inquiry. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Sir Lane Saxby.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree towns like Barnstaple, the main transport hub in North Devon, serving hundreds of square miles, should have a fully functioning bus station, as Live Dem run North Devon Council has not reopened ours since the pandemic, leaving residents out in the cold with no public facilities? As people start to feel the difference with tax cuts and falling inflation, does he agree we should be making it easier for people to use the bus, come to town and support Barnstable's local economy? And will my right honourable friend join me in calling on the Lib Dems to get on with reopening the bus station?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know how vital bus services are for communities right across the country. That's why we're providing Devon with £17 million to deliver better bus services, and we introduced the £2 fare bus cap. But I know my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, was recently visiting my honourable friend, seeing the benefits of reopening Barnstable bus station, and it's clear that the local Liberal Democrats should just get on and do it.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Can I too welcome the postmasters in the gallery in their quest for justice? And Mr. Speaker, this week we marked 35 years since the disaster at Hillsborough, and the enduring courage and determination of the families must be marked by the passing of a Hillsborough law. Mr. Speaker, we also lost Lord Richard Rosser a lifelong member of the Labour Party. He will be greatly missed, and our thoughts are with his wife Sheena, his family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to be the proud owner of a copy of the former Prime Minister's new book. It's a rare, unsigned copy. It's the only unsigned copy. It's quite the read. She claims the Tory party's disastrous kamikaze budget that triggered chaos for millions was, her words, the happiest moment of her premiership. Has the Prime Minister met anyone with a mortgage who agrees?
Well, Mr. Speaker, all I'd say is he ought to spend a bit less time reading that book and a bit more time reading the Deputy Leader's tax advice.
I think we'll have less talking. I want to get through PMQs. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, we've got a billionaire Prime Minister and a billionaire Prime Minister, both of whose families have used schemes to avoid millions of pounds of tax, smearing a working-class woman. And the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, has a long list of people to blame for the economic misery. They don't want to hear it. They made her Prime Minister, and millions of people are paying the price. She's got a long list of people to blame. She blames the Governor of the Bank of England, the Treasury, the Office for Budget Responsibility. The American President is blamed at one point. We even learned that the poor old lettuce was part of the deep state. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it's actually much simpler than that? It was the Tories' unfunded tax cuts, tens of billions of pounds of unfunded tax cut, that crashed the economy and left millions paying more on their mortgages, wasn't it?
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that 2 years ago I wasn't afraid to repeatedly warn about what her economic policies would lead to, even if it wasn't what people wanted to hear at the time. Mr. Speaker, I was right then, but I'm also right now when I say that his economic policies would be a disaster for Britain. He would send inflation up, mortgages up and taxes up, and working people would pay the price.
I appreciate the Prime Minister having the stomach to say it out loud, but everyone knows it's the Tory party's obsession with wild, unfunded tax cut that crashed the economy. We know it, he knows it, they know it, and the whole country is living it. So when is he finally going to learn the lesson from his predecessor's mistakes and explain where the money is coming from for his own completely unfunded £46 billion promise to scrap national insurance?
Mr. Speaker, when my predecessor was running for leader, to use his words, I did have the stomach to argue out loud about her economic policies, had the conviction to say that they were wrong. But not once, but twice, he tried to make his predecessor Prime Minister. Despite him opposing NATO and Trident, ignoring anti-Semitism and siding with our enemies. It's clear what he did. He put his own interests ahead of Britain's.
I think actually when he was running for Prime Minister, for leader, he was explaining how he's funneling money from poor areas to pay it into richer areas. We know what his record is. I notice he's not denying the £46 billion promise to scrap the national insurance, but is refusing to say where the money will come from. And we've been trying for months to get to the bottom of this. So now's his chance. No more spin, no more waffle, no more diversion. I know that'll be difficult. He can either, Mr. Speaker, this is the choice, he can either cut state pension or the NHS that national insurance funds, that's route one, or he can put up income tax. Which one is it?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've just cut taxes by £900 for a typical worker. We've delivered the biggest tax cut for businesses since the 1980s. But while we're cutting taxes, Labour is already putting them up. In Wales, putting up taxes right now for small businesses. In Birmingham, putting up council tax by 21%. And in London, his mayor has put up taxes by 70%, Mr. Speaker. And this is just a glimpse of what they'd do if they got in power. A few weeks ago, he finally admitted it to The Sun. What would he say he would do? I quote, he said, "We would put up taxes." It's always the same, Mr. Speaker. Higher taxes and working people paying the price.
No single politician has ever put tax up more times than he has. But Mr. Speaker, just hang on, because he was given the chance. He was just given the chance to rule out cutting the NHS or state pensions to pay for scrapping national insurance. No, I was a lawyer long enough to know when someone's avoiding the question. So I'm going to give him another chance. Will he now rule out cuts to the NHS, cuts the state pension, or putting up taxes to pay for his unfunded £46 billion promise to scrap national insurance? Which is it?
Mr. Speaker, I make absolutely no apology about wanting to end the unfairness of the double taxation on work, Mr. Speaker. The NHS is receiving record funding under this Conservative government. Pensioners have just received a £900 increase under this government. But if he wants to talk about tax, let's have a look at what Labour's brand newly appointed tax advisor has to say. This advisor thinks that supporting pensioners is a complete disgrace, Mr. Speaker. He believes their free TV licences are ridiculous. And if it wasn't bad enough, this advisor has called for increases in income tax, in national insurance and VAT. It all makes sense now. That's who the Shadow Chancellor's been copying and pasting from.
So this is genuinely extraordinary. Two chances to rule out, Mr. Speaker, two chances to rule out cuts to state pension, cuts to the NHS, or income tax rises to fund his promise to abolish national insurance.
Order. Mr. Hull, I want you to set a good example, not a bad one. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, this really matters. He's had two chances to rule out these cuts to NHS, cuts to tax or pensions or tax rises. This matters to millions of people watching who want to know what's going to happen to their NHS and pensions. It really does matter to millions of people who are watching. So I'll be really generous now and give him one last chance. Very simple, very clear. Is his £46 billion promise to abolish national insurance being paid for by cuts to the NHS, cuts to the state pension, or yet another Tory tax rise?
Mr. Speaker, he's really got to keep up, Mr. Speaker, right? It's this government that's just delivered a £900 increase to the state pension. It's this government that's already committed to the triple lock for the next Parliament. He had 6 opportunities. I didn't think I heard him say that, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to the NHS, you'd much rather be treated in Conservative-run NHS in England, not the Labour-run NHS in Wales, Mr. Speaker. But it's another week where all we heard is political sniping, Mr. Speaker, not a word about their plans for the country. He's failed to acknowledge that since we last met, taxes have been cut by £900, state pensions gone up, free childcare has been expanded, wages have risen for 9 months in a row, Mr. Speaker, and just today, inflation down again to 3.2%. Our plan is working and the Conservatives are delivering a brighter future for Britain.
Mr. Speaker, you will not be surprised to learn that I very much welcome the £20 million allocated to Colton in my Gedling constituency as part of the long-term plan for towns. But I'm very eager to see that this money is spent according to local wishes. I know there will be consultations following the setting up of the Towns Board, so
Will my right honourable friend join me in urging Colton residents to take part in those forthcoming consultations, to make sure their voices are heard and to ensure that this money is spent where the people want?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his tireless campaigning on behalf of the residents of Carlton? Our long-term plan for towns means that 75 towns across the country, including Carlton, will benefit from £20 million each to invest in their local area. But crucially, as he said, that will be in the hands of local people deciding on their priorities for the place that we live, whether it's regenerating local high streets, investing in parks and green spaces, or tackling antisocial behaviour. We're levelling up across the country, and he deserves enormous praise for his role in securing that investment.
SNP leader Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, a former Prime Minister who oversaw a financial crash before being unceremoniously turfed from office told the public the truth, and I'm not referring to that one, Mr. Speaker, because on Monday, Gordon Brown told the people of these Isles that the forces pulling Britain apart are greater than the forces holding it together. So maybe the Prime Minister can find some time this afternoon to perhaps agree with just one of his predecessors.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where I do agree with my predecessor very strongly is that Scotland would be far stronger inside the United Kingdom.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, of course, where Gordon Brown was also correct was in stating that Scottish independence is not simply off the agenda. And indeed, those remarks were echoed just yesterday by the General Secretary of the Scottish Trade Union Congress, who stated that it remains an unresolved issue, Mr. Speaker, before going on to state, and I confirm, and they may laugh at her, but she said, that can be a very dangerous place to end up in when you are not allowing people to express their wishes in a democratic manner. So may I ask the Prime Minister, does he welcome the fulsome, wholehearted and warm support of the Labour Party in denying the people of Scotland that opportunity to have a say over their own future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we did have a democratic vote on that topic, but what I would suggest to the SNP is that rather than obsessing about independence and indeed wasting time cracking down on free speech and trying to lock up J.K. Rowling, he should focus on what the people of Scotland actually care about: schools, hospitals, jobs and our new tax cuts.
Name Andrea Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I abhor a two-tier policing system, and we must ensure that everyone's treated equally under the rule of law. The Labour Police and Crime Commissioner who investigated the Beergate scandal handed their police chief constable a new 3-year contract whilst the investigation into the Labour Party leader and deputy leader was ongoing. Now, 2 former Labour MPs are overseeing the force due to investigate the opposition deputy leader. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that complete transparency throughout this investigation is of the utmost importance?
My right honourable friend makes an important point. A key principle of our country is that there are the same rules for everyone. And when it comes to this topic, I do think the Labour leader should show some leadership. To avoid stop reading the legal advice, simply just publish it and get a grip of the situation. And it says a lot about his priorities, that when it comes to his famed legal expertise, he's more than happy to help defend Hizbut Tahrir, but refuses to help his own deputy leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recently published Canova report makes it absolutely clear that the IRA was riddled with British agents from top to bottom. Those agents were involved in abduction, torture and murder of British and Irish citizens. The British government, successive British governments, knew all about it and did nothing. The report also calls for an apology from the government to those victims. Will the Prime Minister take this opportunity now to make that apology?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will know, this is an interim report, as the Secretary of State has laid out. We can't comment on the findings until we get the final report, but we would never condone wrongdoing where there is evidence of this. But I will say this also, because it's not said enough. The overwhelming majority of the police, armed forces and intelligence services served with great distinction. They defended democracy in the face of some horrendous violence, and without their service and their sacrifice, there would have been no peace process. They helped ensure that the future of Northern Ireland will never be decided by violence, but by the consent of its people.
Sir Simon Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me? We don't agree on everything, but we do agree on this, that if anyone wants to see why this government has introduced strong mayors, they need only look to Ben Houchen in the Tees Valley. Because from saving our airport to introducing our free port to bringing steel-making back, Ben delivers. And does my right honourable friend agree with me that the best thing that Ben has done is do this without charging any mayoral tax, which his Labour opponent would need to do to fund his unfunded spending plans?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the great work of Ben Houchen, and I share his concerns about the pledges of the Labour candidate. Over £130 million of unfunded spending, showing that Labour can't be trusted. And we all see the results of this, Mr. Speaker, in Labour-run Birmingham. Taxes going up by 20%. And that is the story of what Labour in local government means. Working people paying the price, and it's exactly why he and I completely agree on this, the people of Teesside should vote Ben Houchen and vote Conservative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last year in Shropshire, 10,000 people waited for more than 24 hours in A&E. That's 10,000 people over 65 waiting on hard plastic chairs or in trolleys in our accident and emergency department. The Prime Minister tells us he's got a plan for the NHS, but what people in North Shropshire want to know is how long they are going to have to wait for him to get on and fix the issues where we are.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the record funding that we're putting into the NHS, our urgent emergency care plan is delivering more ambulances, more beds, but also faster discharge through our hospitals to speed the flow, and that plan is working. Of course, there's more to do, but this winter we saw ambulance and A&E waiting times improve from the year before for the first time in many years, and if we stick to the plan, we'll continue to deliver improvement for her constituents and everyone else.
Gareth Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, somebody earning £15,000 a year paid £1,700 in income tax. Today, somebody earning £15,000 a year pays less than £500 of tax. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that this has helped create jobs, growth and self-reliance?
My honourable friend is quite right, and because of our plan, the economy, after a tough few years, has indeed turned the corner. Inflation has fallen from over 11% to 3.2%. It's forecast to return back to target in just a few months, a year ahead of expectations. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've been able to cut people's taxes, a tax cut, as he mentioned, worth £900 for an average worker, which, by the way, is part of our plan to end the long-term unfairness of the double taxation on work.
Sir Oldie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 years ago, my constituent Juliana was drugged and raped by her then-boyfriend. After his conviction, Juliana was advised that reading a transcript of his trial would help her to come to terms with her experience. But when she requested that transcript, she was told that she would have to pay more than £7,000. Astonishingly, Juliana is not alone. I have heard about victims who have been quoted fees of up to £22,000 just to read trial transcripts that are part of their own story. Mr. Speaker, justice should not have a price tag. The Liberal Democrats' amendment to the Victims' Bill would give all victims the right to read sentencing remarks and summings up free of charge. Juliana is here in the gallery today, and she asks if the Prime Minister will support that amendment. Will he look her in the eye and say yes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely sorry to hear about Juliana's case, and my sympathies with her and indeed her family. We are committed to improving victims' access to court transcripts to help them move on and rebuild their lives. We already offer a free service to families of homicide victims, for example, and that's why we have already committed to a one-year pilot to help identify the current demand, inform our next steps, and alongside this, we're actively looking at other options to immediately reduce the costs.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, Bracknell Forest Council has a particular challenge with special educational needs, and I'm keen to support them. I am grateful to the Government for the recent SEND review the significant increase in resources and the bespoke safety valve programme for Bracknell, but additional school places are needed now. Could the Prime Minister please agree today to release the funding for our new SEN units at Sandhurst and Edgebarrow schools and commit to fully funding up front our new SEN school in Crowthorne?
Can I thank my honourable friend for highlighting how Bracknell Forest's local authority has worked positively with the department through the safety valve programme, and as part of that agreement over the next few years the council will receive £16 million in extra funding to provide the vital education that my honourable friend's constituents deserve. I'm told that the department is still reviewing capital bids for the safety valve programme, but they will be in touch with local authorities directly as soon as possible.
Daniel Zagler.
In the exchanges earlier, we didn't hear much of a defence from the Prime Minister of his predecessor, so perhaps he could tell the House, what does he consider to be her greatest achievement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while the party opposite were busy trying to take us back into the EU and reverse the referendum result, my predecessor was signing trade deals around the world, which have now meant, Mr. Speaker, that Brexit Britain has overtaken the Netherlands, France and Japan to become the 4th largest exporter in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Claire Massey, and one of her two children almost lost their lives in a fire at her home in February 2023. Since then, Claire has been a victim of bullying by aggressive claims handlers and negligent and unprofessional conduct, including violating a policy and withdrawing alternative accommodation by the insurer, Policy Expert, part of the accredited Insurance Europe Group and Limited Trinity Claims Management. Claire has raised institutional failings with the Financial Conduct Authority, which appears toothless. She's also successfully raised individual issues with the Financial Ombudsman, but the delaying tactics of the insurance means she is no closer to a resolution. Claire is here in the gallery today and is asking, will the Prime Minister meet with her and me to look at how we can better protect consumers against bad practices in the insurance industry? And does he agree with me that it is time to establish an Office of the Whistleblower?
My honourable friend is an excellent campaigner on behalf of her constituent, and can I extend my sympathies to Claire and her family. Whilst I can't comment on individual cases, I'm sure she'll understand, I know that the Financial Conduct Authority does have the powers that it needs to take action against firms that breach its rules, and further customers can contact the Financial Ombudsman Service, whose decisions are binding on insurers. But I will immediately ensure that the relevant minister meets with my honourable friend to look more closely at the specific issue and the case that she raises.
Ukrainian Member of Parliament Mykola Stefanchuk is in the public gallery this afternoon. I'm sure we all wish to welcome him and wish Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. Mykola has told me that Ukraine has the people, Ukraine has the courage, but Ukraine does not currently have the weapons and the air defence to secure her freedom. In light of today's Russian attack on Chernihiv this morning, which has killed at least 10 and injured many more, can I ask the Prime Minister, will he respond to President Zelensky's statement that this would not have happened if Ukraine had received sufficient air defence equipment?
Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasure to address members of the Ukrainian Parliament when I visited Ukraine earlier this year. Indeed, it was my first foreign visit of the year. I was the first foreign leader to visit Ukraine and President Zelensky to demonstrate our strong support for the Ukrainian people at their moment of struggle against Russian aggression. We've increased the amount of support that we've given to Ukraine this year, indeed the first major country to do so, and a big part of that support concerns air defence, where we have led in supporting Ukraine's efforts. We'll continue to do so, and also continue to encourage other countries around the world to step up and match our leadership, because we all want to see a future for Ukraine based on freedom from tyranny.
Mr. Speaker, on a recent visit to Pimlico in my constituency, the Prime Minister heard directly from local people concerned about the eye-watering rise in violent crime and robberies. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the London Labour Mayor has failed to take advantage of extra government funding to recruit more police, and that on the 2nd of May, Londoners can send him a very clear message: he's let them down?
Mr. Speaker, Sadiq Khan is failing London. While burglary is down across England, it's up in London. Violent crime down across England, but up in London. And the Labour Mayor is the only one of 43 police and crime commissioners to have missed his police recruitment target. Londoners will have a chance, Mr. Speaker, to cast their vote on the 2nd of May, and I hope that they kick him out because we all know they'll be safer with Susan Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My local community is reeling from the discovery of 35 bodies and unidentifiable cremated ashes at a local funeral home. Their pain has been made worse when they realise the funeral plans they'd used their life savings for were fake. Does the Prime Minister agree that in these unique and limited circumstances, banks should offer discretion when deciding if chargeback applies to payment refunds?
Can I express my sympathies to the families affected by the case that the Honourable Lady raises? I believe that Ministry of Justice are urgently looking at the matter that she's raised. I'll ensure that someone gets in touch with her as soon as possible.
Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Robotic surgery allows laparoscopic surgery to be performed with increased precision, flexibility and control. This can result in reduced patient complication rates, reduced length of stay in hospital and reduced hospital readmissions. However, there is currently no robotic surgery provision in Cornwall. As a result, residents of Cornwall have to travel to Devon for robotic procedures, a journey of more than 80 miles, 120 miles if you're from Ellerslie, for West Cornwall and Ellerslie residents. Will my friend the PM, the Prime Minister, commit to ring-fence capital funding for Cornwall to establish a robotic surgery service and address the health inequalities our constituents have lived with for far too long?
Can I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the potential of this innovative technology for patient care. I'm delighted to see that more generally Cornwall is benefiting from our new hospital programme, providing a new women's and children's hospital in the centre of Royal Cornwall, which he and I discussed when I was last with him. But I can also tell him that NHS England are actively exploring opportunities to expand robotic-assisted surgery. Any decisions on funding new allocations will factor in health inequalities, such as areas with less access to robots today, and I will ensure that the current access to robotic surgery in my honourable friend's local community is appropriately considered by the relevant Health Minister.
George Galloway.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told us on Monday that he was off to make a telephone call to Mr. Netanyahu to urge restraint on a government that has killed and maimed well over 100,000 people in 6 months, 72% of them women and children. Can he tell us how the telephone call went and what he will do if his advice is not taken and an unrestrained war begins?
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who thanked the UK for their support of Israel's security over the weekend. We also discussed the situation and how Iran is isolated on the world stage, and also I made the point to him that significant escalation is not in anyone's interest, and it's a time for calm heads to prevail. I also reiterated our concerns about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, where I welcome the statements and commitments that the Israeli government have made about significantly increasing aid into Gaza, and now we need to see those commitments delivered.
Nigel Bills.
Thank you. The residents in Smalley and Denby are now faced by two huge solar farm applications with only a 500-metre gap between them. And both sites are wholly in the Greenbelt. So would the Prime Minister agree we should change planning guidance to make it absolutely clear that productive farms in the Greenbelt are not the right place for solar farms, and the investment and the time being spent should go on sites that might be appropriate, like car parks or brownfield land or roofs of industrial buildings, rather than wasting people's time and causing fear like this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right that particularly at a time of increased geopolitical risk, we must protect our nation's food security and therefore our most valuable agricultural land. We do want to see more solar, which is one of the cheapest forms of energy, but, as he said, on brownfield sites, rooftops, and away from our best agricultural land. And that's why our recently published National Infrastructure Planning Rules set out the requirement for solar not to be placed on what is described as best and most valuable versatile land where possible. The Energy and Environment Secretaries are ensuring that developers and planning authorities strike the right balance so that we can deliver what he wants, which is more British food grown here at home.
Catherine McKinnell.
Out recently with Chris McEwen,
the mayoral candidate in Teesside, it was clear that residents are really worried about crime. Levels in Tory-run Teesside are some of the highest in the country. Residential burglary rate is 52% higher than anywhere else in the country. When will the Prime Minister realise that he's not only lost control of his party, but of crime in this country too?
Mr. Speaker, what a joke! Right? But we've got police and crime commissioner elections across the country, and the honourable lady really should look at the record. Under this government, crime has been cut by 50%. 20,000 more police officers. But here are the facts, and this is why it's so extraordinary to hear what she said. People with a Labour police and crime commissioner are more likely to be victims of burglary and twice as likely to be victims of robbery. The facts completely speak for themselves. Vote Conservatives for safer streets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every month, my constituency, the Labour-run Warrington Council, spend nearly £4.5 million on interest payments to cover their £1.8 billion debt. Borrowing they've used to spend on an energy company that went bust, offices in Birmingham and Manchester, and even a business park that they purchased through an offshore company, presumably to avoid paying tax. Does the Prime Minister agree with me? It's time to send in the inspectors. Warrington Council has gone too far in its money-making schemes, and local councils should focus on delivering great services, and the way to achieve that is vote Conservative on the 2nd of May.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this year the government announced a further £600 million in extra funding for local councils, a real terms increase as it has done every single year of this Parliament. But we all know what happens when Labour are in charge, whether it is racking up debt in Warrington, as my honourable friend said, the 21% council tax increase in Labour-run Birmingham, or indeed slashing services in Nottingham, or, as I just said, higher crime on average in each Labour Police and Crime Commissioner area. It's crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, that whenever Labour are in charge, it's working people that pay the price.
Mr. Speaker, while 64,000 people are on the waiting list for a council house in the West Midlands, families are living in hotels, in cold and damp homes and mouldy flats. The Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, has built 46 social homes in 8 years. Does the Prime Minister think that is good enough?
Mr. Speaker, Andy Street is absolutely delivering for the West Midlands. Unlike the Labour Mayor in London, he's delivered on all his housing targets, in fact. But it's the Labour-run council in Birmingham that's imposing on her constituents and others a 21% council tax rise. And what are they getting in exchange for that? 600 job losses, cuts to services, and on some streets, they're even turning off the lights, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, what Labour have done to Birmingham, the Conservatives will never let them do to Britain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I just ask the Prime Minister to thank his right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, for further meetings with Hitachi this morning, indeed with the union representatives. We're all glad to see what's happened with Alstom yesterday, but it's important that we do the same to support the factories up at Hitachi in Aycliffe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his role in championing the rail industry in the UK. As he rightly said, the Department for Transport and the Secretary of State have been actively engaged with companies to ensure we have a robust supply chain. And as he knows, we're investing record amounts in rail investment, particularly in the north, and we're pleased to see that that's being delivered.
Question, Nazshah.
Speaker. The Prime Minister is no doubt aware of the collapse of SSB law, and many constituents, including hundreds in my constituency, have been affected and have bills of hundreds, up to hundreds of thousands. One constituent had to sell his wedding gifts, and his father had a heart attack with the stress. People are having to pay, literally raid their pension pots and getting bills and bailiffs knocking on the door. Will the Prime Minister meet with me and my constituents, representatives of the collapse of SSB law, and make sure the government responds to something that is an injustice that's happened to people across the country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear about the situation impacting the honourable lady's constituents. I'll be more than happy to make sure the right Minister looks into it and we get back to her as soon as possible.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Right, the chamber's now cleared. We now come to the urgent question. Shadow Secretary of State, David Lammy for...
Mr. Speaker, I ask the urgent question to ask the Secretary of State if he will make a statement on the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Foreign Secretary is regrettably unable to respond to this question in person as he is in the World Bank Spring meetings in Washington. I will respond on his behalf. Earlier this month, we passed a grim milestone, 6 months since Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on Israel. The UK government has been working with partners across the region to secure the release of hostages, including British nationals. We want to see the release of all hostages. Palestinian civilians have spent these months suffering, with conditions worsening by the day. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire. The Iran attack and our support for Israel have not changed our focus on ensuring Israel meets its commitments to enable at least 500 aid trucks a day to enter Gaza, to open Ashdod port for aid deliveries, expand the Jordan land corridor, open a crossing into northern Gaza, and extending hours at Kerem Shalom and at Nitzana. We're pushing as hard as we can to get aid to Palestinian civilians, and as this House knows, we've been urging Israel at the highest levels to take immediate action on the bottlenecks holding up humanitarian relief. We have recently seen a small increase in the number of aid trucks being allowed to enter Gaza, but not all of them are full, and numbers are not yet close to reaching the levels required, given the severity of the humanitarian situation we now see. We will continue to press Israel to take immediate action to open Ashdod fully for humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, we recently announced new support for a life-saving aid corridor by sea to Gaza, including the deployment of a Royal Navy ship, which has now arrived in the Mediterranean and is ready to integrate with the US pier and provide a command and control platform. We're also committing up to $9.7 million for aid deliveries through this corridor, as well as providing logistical expertise and equipment. In recent weeks, the Royal Air Force has conducted 7 airdrops along the Gazan coast, delivering more than 58 tonnes of food. And UK Med's field hospital, funded by the UK, is up and running in Gaza. It's treated more than 8,000 people already, a high proportion of them children. We need to see the operating environment within Gaza improve, so that as more aid gets in, it can be distributed quickly, safely and effectively. Israel must ensure the UN has the access, equipment and staff it needs to do this. We were horrified by the attack on the World Central Kitchen convoy, which killed 7 aid workers, including 3 very dedicated British nationals. Israel must do more to protect aid workers, including guaranteed deconfliction for aid convoys and other humanitarian work to ensure they can operate safely. The findings of Israel's investigation must be published in full and followed up with a wholly independent review to ensure the utmost transparency and accountability. 6 months on, Mr. Speaker, however much we might wish otherwise, the fighting has not yet come to an end. We cannot and will not stand by. The Foreign Secretary is in the region this week, pressing for further action.
Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me this urgent question. Conditions in Gaza are desperate and intolerable. Famine is taking hold. There is sewage pooling in the streets. The water has still not been switched back on. Almost nothing is reaching northern Gaza, where people are already dying of starvation. The healthcare system has been utterly devastated. Yesterday, leading NGOs told me about specific blocks and restrictions they face from Israeli authorities in doing their life-saving work. Aid sat waiting, unable to reach those in need, some rotting where they stood. Items removed from trucks without explanation. Doctors are reusing single-use medical equipment from patients who have died. The UN report today said 10,000 women have been killed. Mr. Speaker, this is a description of hell on earth, and it cannot go on. For months, we've demanded that aid flow without restrictions, unfettered, unimpeded, at a level to meet humanitarian need. The UN Security Council has demanded it. The ICJ has ordered it. But despite the pledges made, UN figures show that there was more aid going in some days in January than there was yesterday. So I have 3 questions for the government. First, can the Minister be clear that Israel is not meeting its commitments, and what pressure is the government applying to change that? Second, why has the government not yet announced it's restoring funding to UNRWA? It's shocking that in the face of famine, the UK is one of the last major donors that has not yet resumed funding without explanation. Third, why is the government seemingly softening its message to Netanyahu on Rafah? Let us be clear, 1.5 million Palestinians sheltering there have nowhere safe to go. Mr. Speaker, there can't be a humanitarian operation to meet the scale of need without an immediate ceasefire now. Both sides must agree to comply, and we note that it is Hamas and their leader Sinwar which rejected the latest ceasefire deal. They must urgently agree to end this war now, to prevent the further loss of innocent life, to free the hostages still cruelly held by Hamas, to allow a surge of aid into Gaza.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Important points have been made, and I think it's important to welcome that Israel's commitments to increase the amount of aid getting into Gaza and the limited steps that have been made. But, this is important, but more must be done, as the Right Honourable Gentleman was saying, to realise these commitments. And we continue to urge this. As I said, the Foreign Secretaries in the region, we're working hard on these issues. The Right Honourable Gentleman also talked about UNRWA. The final report from Kelowna is due at the end of April. We'll review that and then make a decision on the future funding. We do recognise the important role that UNRWA plays. And on the wider point, the more strategic point as well, in terms of our approach, it's very clear we want to see humanitarian pause and then push for the conditions for a sustainable ceasefire.
Sir Oliver Hill.
Right honourable friend agree with me that the position of the hostages is absolutely key to this. And is he able to report any more progress? I mean, he's explained that Hamas have not agreed to the latest situation. But doesn't he agree with me that pressure needs to be put on them by their interlocutors who are working with them to really do something solid on the hostage problem and do it speedily?
The government continues to call for an immediate humanitarian pause, as we said, to allow for the release of hostages. While we cannot provide a running commentary on negotiations, which are highly sensitive and ongoing, the UK is using all of our diplomatic channels to support international negotiation efforts being facilitated by Egypt, Qatar and the US.
We come to SNP spokesperson Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, understandably, perhaps the world's attention has been on the shocking Iranian missile attack at the weekend, but we cannot and we must not forget about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the plight of millions of innocent civilians facing a man-made famine and living with the constant threat of attack. Neither can we forget those immensely brave humanitarian aid workers, particularly the 7 World Central Kitchen employees whose status as humanitarians appears to have offered them little or no protection from the IDF. And despite the promises made, the United Nations has reported that this week more than 40% of what they tried to take into Gaza was rejected. And those of us who have been to the border and have seen the efforts of the Egyptian Red Crescent and their warehouse full of rejected medical equipment have a pretty good idea what those items were. And this is an area which has no single operational hospital. But the elephant in the room is arms export licences. And for how much longer is the UK going to send humanitarian aid to Gaza while simultaneously licensing weapons sales to Israel? And wouldn't the best form of humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza be to end supplying Israel with the weapons that will kill them?
The honourable gentleman is right to highlight what happened in Iran recently, and of course we mustn't forget the humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza. We're working very hard to make sure that aid can come through that he talked about. I highlighted that in my opening remarks. He also talked about exports. The latest assessment carried out by the Foreign Secretary leaves our position on export licences unchanged. This is consistent with the advice ministers have received, and will continue to keep this position under review. But he should remember his opening point about Iran and what's happened recently, and I'll leave it there on export controls.
Humanitarian aid getting into the Gaza Strip is very important. And has my right honourable friend noticed in that regard that the White House National Security spokesman said in an interview with NBC in the last couple of days that aid getting into Gaza has increased by a large amount in the last few days. More than 2,000 trucks have been able to get in, about 100 trucks in the last 24 hours alone. 3 bakeries have reopened in northern Gaza in the past week, producing some 3 million pita breads daily, and food aid convoys are now continuing via the newly opened northern crossing. There's always more to do, of course, and as I said, it's very important. But will he accept that there are significant improvements, considering this is still an active war zone?
I'm grateful for the comments from my right honourable friend. As I said in my response to the opposition previously, it's... sorry, can you just remember the question again? Sorry, on...
Just about aid is improving.
Excuse me. Sorry. So we've seen a limited improvement. He says it's been significant, it has, but from a low base. And clearly our aspirations are a lot higher, as I set out before. There are a number of key areas we want to see further improvements. We're working closely with Israel on that. Excuse me.
Select Committee Chair, Sarah Champion.
Minister, airdrops, promises of harbours, promises of money to come. These are not even touching the sides of the scale of the problem. People are starving to death. Yes. At the beginning of March, my committee published a report for the UK government to press for more than 500 trucks of humanitarian aid a day to be allowed into Gaza, for all of the crossings to open, for the Israeli military to cooperate better with aid agencies to deconfliction, so that humanitarian workers can live but also safely carry out their vital work. And despite the Foreign Secretary's optimism of greater humanitarian flows, the weekly average is just over 1,100 trucks a week. Why is this government not doing more to persuade Israel to meet its responsibilities under international law and facilitate the aid to the people to Gaza? How many more people have to die?
Minister.
I understand the honourable member's concerns, particularly in her position as chair of the Select Committee, but I have highlighted already that we are pressing incredibly hard with Israel. We are pressing incredibly hard with Israel to make further progress. There has been limited progress, but the Foreign Secretary is in the region and he continues to press for these cases, as does my right honourable friend, the Minister for Development, who's doing important work in this area as well.
Maltese.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to question the Minister again on the same theme, but he will start to appreciate the frustration in the House that over the last 6 months we've heard the government beg, plead, press, have telephone calls, meetings, have conversations, even the RAF in the sky to rightly defend Israel from Iran. And yet it's occurring to many of us that the Israeli government cares little for what we say. To the extent that Medical Aid for Palestinians now report that a famine is all but inevitable over the next few weeks in Gaza. When are we going to realise that saying things is making no difference and we actually have to act, not least to take steps to enforce the judgment of the International Court of Justice? When will we actually do something concrete to save these lives?
Minister.
As I said, we are pressing incredibly hard to make sure that we see further progress in this vital area. And as I highlighted before, one of the key things that we're doing is committing 9.7 million for aid deliveries through the life-saving aid corridor by sea to Gaza. This is a material step. This is action that's being taken. But clearly, we will continue to put pressure on the Israelis. They've made commitments. We want them to stand up and realise, or allow agencies to realise those commitments.
Julie Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crossings are still not open. Trucks are going in half empty. 41% of requests from the UN to send in aid to northern Gaza are being refused by the Israeli government. That's the reality on the ground. The Colonna report comes out this Saturday, the 20th of April, not the end of the month. When will the government come to this House to tell us when it will reinstate funding to UNRWA, the only aid organisation with the infrastructure on the ground to deliver aid at scale?
As I said, we will be reviewing that report, and when we've received it, we'll make our final decision. We'll come and explain to Parliament what that decision is. And as I also highlighted, and more importantly, as the Development Ministers highlighted, we recognise the vital role that UNRWA plays.
Manchester.
Speaker, the Foreign Secretary was very proud to announce that the United Kingdom has set up a contact group for the Middle East, which has members from Europe, it has from the Middle East and the United States. A key part of that link to the humanitarian situation in Palestine and Gaza is this. The European Commission and some of those members, all those members, have decided to fund UNRWA. They have. And they're part of the contact group to find a solution to the Middle East. And therefore, why is it taking us so long when our European counterparts have made that decision? And linked to that, I asked the Minister to ask the Foreign Secretary, I raised it with him and the Prime Minister, to set up an international donors conference for Palestine. We did it with Friends of Syria. We now need to urgently move forward and show our leadership in this matter, as the situation is getting very, very, very critical.
Minister.
As I said, I'll say it again, we wait for the final Colonna report before we make the decision on UNRWA. The situation around this was particularly concerning, so we need that report to make the decision. And my honourable friend will remember that we have also trebled the amount of aid that we provided to occupied Palestinian territories, and now our task is to make sure that we can and find ways to get that aid in.
Yesterday, Oxford doctors Nick Maynard and Deborah Harrington briefed parliamentarians very movingly about their experiences of treating people in Gaza. They impressed on us how important it was that they were kept safe, how many of their colleagues had died, and I'm sure the Minister and the whole House will thank them for their tireless work, and other aid workers and anyone who gives over their safety to save others. They also pointed out that the malnutrition that we are seeing now is making patients more vulnerable to infectious disease. And there is a report released by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine that has projected that if it continues as it is, 74,000 excess deaths, that's beyond those who have died by bombs, will die if something isn't done. So will the Minister agree with me that the only thing that needs to happen now is that immediate bilateral ceasefire, but also a rebuilding of the medical situation in Gaza now, not later, because that is what's stopping people from getting the life-saving treatment they desperately need.
Minister.
I join her in praising the vital work of aid workers in the most challenging of circumstances and highlight the courage and bravery that they demonstrate. And obviously we want to make sure that we create the conditions in which they can operate more safely. She calls for a ceasefire. We call for a pause that can lead to a sustainable ceasefire, which will enable that to happen. And of course, as we move to that situation, then some of the issues she talked about, particularly around providing that extra medical support, can be provided.
Thanks
very much, Mr. Speaker. Access to the north of Gaza for humanitarian aid is still dire. 28 children reported to have died of malnutrition and dehydration. UNRWA continues to be disproportionately affected by access restrictions and was last able to deliver food to northern Gaza at the end of January. Other countries, as we've heard, are restoring funding to UNRWA, including the United States. So why are we taking so long?
Minister.
We want to see the report and we'll make our final decision. We recognise the important role of UNRWA we also recognise the importance of opening a crossing in northern Gaza, which she highlighted in her opening point, and we are pressing Israel to make sure that they stand up to their commitments.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I attended a meeting of British doctors who've recently been in Gaza, and they described the systematic targeting of healthcare in Gaza. Let's be clear, that is a war crime. A UN Special Rapporteur recently warned a meeting of MPs organised that government ministers and officials involved in arms exports to Israel should be absolutely clear that they could be individually criminally liable for aiding and abetting war crimes in Gaza. So will the minister say, on the record, in this House and ahead of next week's High Court hearing, that the legal advice the government has received has confirmed that there is no such risk and that arms sales are in line with international law?
Minister.
These assessments we've made on our position on export licences remain unchanged, and this is consistent with the advice that ministers have received. We'll continue to keep this position under review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was referenced earlier, our close allies in the United States have commended Israel for stepping up the amount of aid getting into Gaza. Yet once those aid trucks are on the Gazan side of the border, Hamas has sought to hijack the trucks and seek to cynically use the distribution of aid as a political weapon, as recognised by this government. So, can I ask my right honourable friend what assessment he has made of the level of control exercised by Hamas on UNRWA and the distribution of aid?
He makes important points, and that's why we're waiting for this final report, as I've said repeatedly, so we can make a final decision. The underlying situation relating to UNRWA was very, very challenging, and we need to make sure this aid is used for the appropriate purposes. He makes a very important point.
Absolutely.
The government rightly condemned Iran for risking destabilization in the region and demonstrating intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. Yet we have had 6 months of Israel killing civilians, doctors and aid workers, destroying almost all civilian infrastructure in Gaza, cutting off water, fuel and electricity, and severely limiting the supply of aid. This is all in clear violation of international law, has destabilized the region and sown chaos in Israel's own backyard. So will the minister condemn the action of Israel then too?
Minister.
Look, we recognise that Israel has the right to defend itself, and we're calling for an immediate pause to get aid in and get the hostages out, as we said. We also recognise the destabilising action of Iran and its acolytes, and we have to make sure we push back and seek to de-escalate the whole situation.
Blackman.
Speaker, by now there could be a humanitarian pause. Aid could be flowing into Gaza to help those poor individuals who are threatened with famine and the war. But of course, just as the last humanitarian pause was breached by Hamas, Hamas refused to accept having a ceasefire on the terms that have been agreed. That could mean that the hostages could be coming back now. That could mean that the people of Gaza could be receiving the aid. Does he agree with me that Hamas are clearly the obstacle to peace in the Middle East?
Minister.
Clearly, Hamas are an obstacle to peace. Their actions provoked terrible atrocities in Israel back in October, and we find that abhorrent. We do now, though, want to make sure that we can find a way of tackling these terrible humanitarian situations, as I've described, and find a way to to tackling destabilising activity, further destabilising activity by Iran.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Replying to my written question on the 15th of April, the Minister said, "We want UNRWA to give detailed undertakings about changes in personnel, policy and precedents." Has the Minister or any of his other colleagues actively sought these undertakings and changes from UNRWA by contacting them directly? And if so, on what date was that request last made?
Minister.
The broader issue about UNRWA, obviously, is we're waiting for this final report, and then we can make decisions on the detailed points he's made. I'll raise them with the Development Minister and get back to him.
Nigel Bills.
On the UNRWA funding issue again, would the Minister confirm that it is inconceivable that the money we would earmark for them will not be given this year? So could he either set out what alternative agencies he thinks on the ground could do the same work and achieve the same outcomes, or would he just confirm we're going to have to give them the money anyway, so we may as well get on with it?
Minister.
Look, I've already said that UNRWA do and carry out important work and have a vital role, but the situation, the concerns around their activities mean that we have to have this report, and we want to then look at our approach and our funding in relation to it.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oxfam has reported that 1.1 million people are projected to be facing catastrophic levels of food insecurity in Gaza, and children are now starving. Samantha Power, Administrator of the USAID, told US Congress last week that northern Gaza is now experiencing famine. Does the government share that assessment, and how will aid get there?
Minister.
We continue to be very concerned about the humanitarian challenges that are in place in Gaza, and as I've highlighted to the House, we are pressing really hard. We're taking steps ourselves. We've increased the amount of aid that we're committing to the region, and we're focusing laser-like to seek Israel to step up to the commitments they've made. They've already made some limited progress. We need to see more.
Jemson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Israel's right to self-defence comes with clear responsibility. Gaza has become a conflict hellhole, and the delivery of more humanitarian aid from the international community, including the UN, is non-discretionary. But could the Minister please confirm to the House that everything possible is being done with the Israeli government to ensure that non-combatants are being supported and are not being inadvertently targeted or hit?
We've highlighted this with the Israeli government, and I can confirm to my honourable friend that we are pushing incredibly hard. Not only are we increasing the amount of aid that we've given to the region, highlighted to the region, but we want to make sure that that gets through as well. And we've already deployed a number of airdrops which have helped, but there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been said, over 33,000 killed, 70% of whom are women and children. The ICJ has warned of a genocide, and more than 1 million are left starving, while almost 2 million are displaced from their homes. Yet, even as the Foreign Office's own legal advice, which they continually refuse to make public, is purported to declare that the Israeli military are breaking international law, and the UN Security Council pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire, the reality remains nothing has changed. The bombs are still falling, the children are still starving, and the civilians are still dying. So let me ask the Minister a very simple question. Does international humanitarian law even mean anything anymore when the UK and international community continue to refuse to draw a line?
I understand the passion, I understand his concern about the area, but we continue to have grave concerns about the humanitarian access as well. But this is not sufficient to undermine our judgment that Israel is committed to complying with IHL in general.
Israel's military is reported to be using lavender, an artificial intelligence system, to help choose its bombing targets in Gaza. This is machine decision-making over human decision-making and arguably sacrifices accuracy in favour of speed. The lavender system identifies targets which are only reviewed for 20 seconds before authorisation of a strike. What discussions has the Minister had with MOD colleagues about the use of AI in combat, the concerns over error rates and the humanitarian impact on the ground?
Minister.
Too many civilians have been killed, and we want to see Israel take greater care to limit its operations to military targets and avoid harming civilians and destroying homes. That's the message we give to the Israeli government when we engage with them.
John MacDonald.
The situation in Gaza is having its impact on the West Bank.
Tragically, this week, a 14-year-old Israeli child was found dead, and that set off a process of settlers rampaging across the West Bank. We now know that 4 Palestinians have been killed and others brutally attacked. The evidence is that the IDF soldiers stood to one side and allowed that to happen. And meeting with Israeli colleagues this morning, we hear that the Israeli government now is arresting legal and peace observers in the West Bank. Could the government now make it very, very clear to the Israeli government that observers should be allowed to operate within the West Bank to ensure that peace is maintained, but also could we have a report now in detail on the sanctions that the government is applying to Israeli settlements and Israeli settlers?
Minister.
I don't know the detail of some of the earlier points that he'd made. I'll welcome receiving that. But in terms of the sanctions, we put them in place. My understanding and memory is that on 2 individuals, we keep this under review constantly because those actions and what happens in the settlements are important and the implications it has for the West Bank.
Hammer.
Thank you very much. The escalation of recent days has been deeply worrying. We have 2 nuclear-armed countries exchanging ballistics, and neither with any reputation for care about civilian lives, and both with agendas of their own. That escalation has occupied the headlines, but the people of Gaza continue to suffer unrelenting military attacks and starvation. The rules-based order and international law have suffered lasting damage, including by the targeting of aid workers and medics. The UK's influence with an out-of-control Netanyahu government has yielded very little. One of the few legal tools available is the suspension of arms export licences. When will the government use that?
Minister.
As I said in previous answer, our assessment on export license remain unchanged. We've got one of the world's most robust export systems in the world, enshrined in law through the Export Control Act and implemented through our strategic export licensing criteria. I think it's really important that she recalls and notes not just the humanitarian situation in Gaza, but also what's happening through Iran's destabilizing activities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Humanitarian agencies have concluded that we have passed the point of being able to avert famine in Gaza. Whatever we do now, it will be too late for those people who will have starved to death by the time the aid arrives. That is a stain on the international community. Can the Minister update the House on what specific steps this government has taken to bring about the full implementation of Resolution 2728 passed by the UN Security Council over 3 weeks ago? Pleading, pressuring, pressing the Israeli government clearly is not a strategy that is working. So why doesn't the UK government recognise that consequences and concrete actions can start with the stopping of arms sales to Israel?
Minister.
We are urging, we're pleading, we're doing everything that we can. We're doing everything that we can to make our case. And we're also tripling the amount of aid that we have to 100 million. And, as I said as well, we're taking action to have this life-saving aid corridor by sea to Gaza. These are important actions that we're taking forward.
Colin Lockhart.
Thank you. Having seen the drone attacks on Israel at the weekend, it is disappointing to watch the government and US administration basically telling the Israelis to roll over and accept this aggression by Iran. It was, however, encouraging to see an alliance of air forces assist the Israelis to protect their people. I do wonder why there is little condemnation of this aggression against Israel and continued acknowledgement. Had October the 7th never happened, there would be none of this happening. Therefore, what is this government doing to ensure both Gazans and Israelis are free from Hamas and Iranian aggression respectively and can live normal lives? And as we say in the UK, Israel has the right to defend itself.
Minister.
I agree, the government agrees that Israel does have the right to defend itself, and as part of our approach to finding and putting in place, enabling to put in place a sustainable ceasefire, the role of Hamas has to be put clearly in place. It must not have the influence it has at the moment, and its ability to fire rockets into Israel will need to be completely diminished to enable that sustainable ceasefire to take action.
Stella Creasy.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will know
his words are not cutting through. Hamas was wrong to reject the ceasefire, but what Israel does next is not inevitable. And yet the Minister for Defence on Monday evening said that they were waiting for aid to be delivered to Rafah and for civilians to leave, and then they would begin the military operation. He will know there is nowhere for these people to go, and there is no food elsewhere. It is an impossible choice for people. A few pita breads will not cut it for millions of people at risk of starvation and at risk of harm from a military operation in Rafah. So what will the UK do if Israel proceeds with its threat to enter Rafah?
Minister.
As the Honourable Member knows, I respect her enormously, and we've worked together on a number of issues. All I would just say on this, vitally important, is that we want to urge restraint about this proposed military operation by the Israelis. We are also calling for restraint in response to what's happened with Iran, although notably the RAF and others were there to provide support to defend Israel from that attack from Iran. So the Foreign Secretary is in Israel, is in the region this week to tackle these very issues and address the points that I've made.
Marshal de Condella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, in response to my question about restoring UNRWA funding, the Prime Minister said that, along with allies, he was reviewing the interim findings. In subsequent responses to other honourable members, he said he was waiting for a final report, now which was due at the end of April. We know that this report is due on the 20th. Can we have a government statement on Monday where the government sets out a clear pathway back to restoring funding? The UK is the only major donor, aside from the United States, that have not restored their funding. Time is running out and lives are being lost.
I recognise the importance of the point she's made, and all I would say, as I said previously, we're waiting for the report, and then we will update Parliament on our decision. We need to review this report in detail.
George Galloway.
17 repetitions of "we're waiting for the report" will become the new definition of complacency. The more I listen, Mr. Speaker, to both front benches describing the bloody, putrid sea of misery that is Gaza, the more I was amazed that both of them continue to support the supply of British arms and military components to the country that's doing all this. No one could understand that. And the more he said how hard they were trying, and personally I believe him, seems a sincere chap. But why isn't it working? If you're trying so hard while scrambling your jets to defend Israel, giving arms to Israel, why won't they listen to you?
All I say with respect is that the questions that have been asked to me, I think, are entirely appropriate and understandable given the circumstances. I've responded as best I can from the government's perspective. I think the honourable gentleman knows from his extensive experience that the situation on the ground is hugely complex. We're working night and day. Our officials in SCDO are working flat out. We're providing the support we can for Israel and to help tackle the destabilization. So I understand the passion that he asked these questions for, but he should also understand these are incredibly complex situations. We're endeavouring to do everything we can with Israel to make our case, but they are also having to think about the implications of what's happening and act after a terrible, tragic attack by Hamas and responses by Iran as well.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned to hear from the Minister that the allegations that have been made by several organisations that the trucks are half full or less going in makes counting the amount of aid getting into Gaza by truck a difficult statistic to use. Can I ask the Minister what he is doing to ensure that tonnage of aid is getting to the right places? Because quite clearly Israel authorities seem to not be able to deliver on their duties under international law to get aid to the right places. And what more can the Minister do to put pressure on Israeli authorities to do what is legally binding and right to do?
Minister.
To make an important point, we need to not just think about the trucks but the tonnage as well. I will speak to Minister Mitchell, the Development Minister on this particular issue as well, and make sure we have extra focus on it. We do need the trucks, we do need the tonnage as well. It's vitally important.
Newlands.
Mr Speaker, it's good to finally hear the Labour frontbench seemingly find its voice on this issue after months and tens of thousands of deaths of shameful prevarication, yet still willing to potentially sell Israeli arms. And on the UK Government's policy, own policy regarding sales, the criteria for halting arms sales does not require a legal confirmation that breaches of international humanitarian law has occurred, only that it might have occurred. Does the Minister not consider the ongoing investigation by the ICC of war crimes and crimes against humanity and the consideration by the ICJ of potential genocide as an indication that breaches of international law might have occurred? In any event, why would we be so keen to sell arms to someone we've been pressing so hard to cease operations?
We continue to have grave concerns about the humanitarian situation on the ground, but this is not sufficient to undermine our judgment that Israel is committed to comply with IHL in general. And we've already talked at length about the export licences and our controls around that. We do recognise that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Belgian Foreign Minister stated Israel was engaging in tactics of starvation. Last month, the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Ireland stated the use of starvation as a weapon of war is a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. This month, Belgium's Minister of Development Cooperation stated Israel's use of hunger as a weapon of war was a flagrant violation of international law. The Israeli Defence Minister was on record as saying, "I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly." When will this government wake up to the reality that innocent Palestinians are dying and take actions to stop them from dying from hunger and starvation?
We're working hard to get the aid in, as I've already highlighted. That's absolutely critical. And we're also calling out the Israeli government to make sure that recognising that too many civilians have been killed, we want to see Israel take greater care to limit its operation to the military targets and avoid harming the civilians and destroying homes, as he's indicated.
Karen Buck.
I think the world is astounded by the fact that we are having to rely upon sea corridors and airdrops for the delivery of aid when we know that the only way that we will prevent starvation in the hell that is Gaza is through mass truck supply and an UNRWA-assisted delivery. Can the Minister explain to us the government's assessment of whether the current supply of aid through trucks, air and sea is sufficient to prevent imminent famine?
We've seen limited improvements. I've highlighted that already, but we want to see Israel stand up to its commitment to increase the total number of aid trucks to at least 500 a day and increasing the capacity through the Jordan land corridor to 100 trucks a day. So there's clearly more work that's required, and it's important to highlight as well, it's not just us, this is an international priority where we're working with our other partners.
Tamsing Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, given the horrific scale of killing and the starvation of Palestinians, especially children, we need an immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, and the Netanyahu government must allow unimpeded aid into Gaza rather than continually blocking it. However, there also needs to be a process of investigation, accountability and justice given the serious allegations of war crimes, whether that's through the ICC, the ICJ or the UN Commission of Inquiry. But the UK government presently doesn't find any of these routes acceptable. So for the record, Minister, could he please highlight which of these accountability mechanisms does the UK Conservative government find acceptable?
We respect the role and the independence of the ICJ, but our view is that Israel's actions in Gaza cannot be described as genocide or the points that he's been raising. And we're also remain clear that formal determination of genocide should be based upon the final judgment by a competent court.
Deirdre Black.
Mr. Speaker, could he just explain to me the rationale, this is something that's puzzled me for some time, behind advocating a humanitarian pause in the bombing, allowing medical aid, food, water, basic supplies into Gaza, and then presumably just permitting the killing to start up again? I mean, bombing civilians is a crime against humanity. Isn't it time for humanity to be reasserted here and for the immediate ceasefire that so many have called for to be started now?
Our position, the government's position, is that we need a pause. We need to get aid in, we need to get hostages out, and then work for the conditions for a lasting peace. And we have to recognise Hamas's role in getting to this point as well. And in those conditions, we need to remove Hamas's capacity to launch attacks against Israel and make sure that it's no longer in charge in Gaza.
That's sharp.
Can I just say thank you to my constituents who organised a gathering for the Palestinians in the north in my constituency this weekend for Eid gathering, which I attended, and there I met Palestinian Gaza health aid workers, and I heard lots of stories, and one of them, similar to the one which is a lady who had given birth to triplets, Nuzza Awad. Her babies should have weighed approximately 6 to 8 pounds each, but actually they weighed just 2 pounds each, and they haven't even developed their thighs because of malnutrition. Now, we know that 27 children have died so far, according to confirmed reports of malnutrition. We send the RAF jets in to support Israel when they are attacked, yet Israel does not heed the British government's warnings to get humanitarian aid in. So rightfully, people are asking, why is our government so weak when it concerns saving the lives of children?
Minister.
Some of the points you've made are absolutely tragic. It's heartrending to hear. But I just want to reiterate that we do want to see change. We're pushing for change, and we're taking the action to make sure there's more aid available. We just need to get those conditions now to enable the aid to come forward and get through to the people that need it on the ground in Gaza.
Clive Bethel.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't, I beg your pardon, not standing. Will the minister say why it is when the Israeli government is not listening to him about aid getting in, that the government are still considering selling arms to Israel? It cannot be the case that we are pleading with them so much that the government then accepts that situation and continues to sell those arms.
We're working hard with the Israeli government on the humanitarian issues which I've highlighted. Our export controls are in place and our approach remains unchanged. We do have to recognise that Israel does have the right to defend itself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says the government recognises the importance of opening a northern crossing, but as my right little friend on the front bench said earlier, almost no aid is entering northern Gaza. The situation there is most desperate, in a desperate situation everywhere. Just what pressure, exactly what pressure is the government applying to ensure that routes to northern Gaza become operational as soon as possible and remain open?
Minister.
It's part of our ongoing diplomatic efforts with Israel and with our like-minded partners as well, who are committed to providing aid to get that in. And one of the key things that Israel's committed to is to that northern route. She makes that point very importantly, and that is one of those elements that we're continuing to urge Israel to stand up and commit to.
Ronnie Cowan.
F-35s are reducing Gaza to dust. During Pinochet's brutal rule in Chile, the workers of Rolls-Royce and East Kilbride refused to manufacture parts for the Chilean Air Force and were hailed as heroes. Why? Why will this UK government not follow that humanitarian example and stop exporting the parts for F-35s?
It's because we've got one of the most robust arms export regimes in the world. And as I've said, we need to recognise Israel's right to defend itself. He probably noticed what happened over the weekend with the attacks from Iran. These are not just important for what happens in Israel, vitally important that is, and for those involved in Gaza. This situation has ripple-out effects that destabilise in the region, have global implications as well.
Ian Bell.
We were told a month ago that 1.1 million people face catastrophic levels of food insecurity in Gaza, and we're reduced to airdrops. The situation in northern Gaza is horrific, and as a consequence of political choices. The World Food Programme has said the Syria is largely being cut off from aid and recorded the highest levels of catastrophic hunger in the world. 28 innocent children reported to have died of malnutrition and dehydration because of political choices. What meaningful, strong actions will the government take to ensure international law is upheld and to ensure that all Palestinians have a right to food?
Well, I think I've highlighted already the steps that we're taking. We also highlighted the commitments that Israel have made, and that's what we're asking Israel to do, is to step up to its commitments. It's made limited progress. We want to see much further progress to help those people on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to UNICEF, one child in Gaza is killed or injured on average every 10 minutes. Yesterday, Israeli occupying forces struck a playground in the Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza, massacring at least 11 people and injuring many more. The Deputy Foreign Secretary has boasted about how proud his government is to be supplying Israel with arms, even while it commits such crimes against humanity, and has been found by the ICJ to be plausibly committing genocide against the Palestinian people. So can the Minister tell us categorically whether or not arms exported from Britain were used in the strike on the Maghazi refugee camp, and for that matter, whether the three British aid workers who were killed at the beginning of the month were killed by weapons manufactured in Britain?
As I've already highlighted, we have strong export controls, and the point that he makes, an important point, is we've asked Israel for a assessment and an investigation to take place, and an independent investigation to take place as to what happened in that situation.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to call for the immediate release of all hostages, for immediate ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian aid, adherence to international law and accountability for any breaches, and immediate international efforts for a two-state solution. But on aid and on international law, between the 6th and 12th of April, 41% of UN-coordinated missions to northern Gaza, where famine is underway and children are dying by the minute. And the obligation the Israeli authorities have to facilitate humanitarian war is a matter of law. It's not just about access, they have to get to where it's needed. I appreciate the difficulties that the Minister has found himself in today, but I push again on why the government is so ineffective in getting support. We've had months upon months of saying that things are going to happen, and it never has. Why have they been so ineffective, and what are they going to do to make sure Israel adheres to our requests?
Minister.
I've highlighted that there has been limited progress, so that we have made some progress in our arguments, along with international partners with Israel. And now we're pressing for those other areas to be dealt with, including northern access. It's a vital priority, and we're pushing hard. And as I said, the Foreign Secretary is once again in the region this week to address these issues.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, Samantha Power of US Aid told Congress that they were witnessing famine in northern Gaza. Let's be honest here. To the wider global population, it appears Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war, whether it be the supply into the country or intimidating and killing those workers who should be distributing it. So does he share the US assessment of the situation, and will he commit to supporting and restoring the funding of UNRWA?
Minister.
We remain concerned about the implications and the targeting of civilians. Too many have been killed, and we want Israel to make sure they take greater care to limit its operations to military targets. And as I've said repeatedly, we await this report from Kelowna about the UNRWA situation, and then we can examine our response.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some 500 healthcare workers have been killed in Gaza in the past 6 months. That's more than the total number of healthcare workers killed in all conflicts around the world in the previous 2 years. Does the Minister agree with Professor Nick Maynard, the British surgeon recently returned from Gaza, that healthcare workers are being deliberately targeted? And if so, why is the UK still supplying arms to Israel?
Minister.
I've addressed the point about arms, but I think it's important the point he makes about protecting aid workers, and we believe they need to do much more to protect them, and that includes the guaranteed deconfliction of aid convoys and other humanitarian work to ensure that they can operate safely.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard the Minister repeatedly, in answer to questions, talk about pressure on Israel, encouraging Israel. I hope that Israel will respond. When will he actually stand at the dispatch box and accept that for all the government's urging and encouraging, the situation's actually getting worse? So what is he going to say in concrete terms that the government is going to do now to get aid through, to make sure Israel lives up to the promise it makes and doesn't deliver on? And just in addition to that point, please don't give me an answer about the strength of our arms sales licence regime. How can it be morally right to provide arms to Israel being used in the killing of women and children and worsening the humanitarian crisis?
Minister.
As I've highlighted, we've trebled the amount of aid that we are putting into to support those people. We recognise as well that Israel is an occupying power, so we have to work with them to enable these things to happen. And the important thing is we are seeing limited progress, and as I've said, now we're pushing and pressing to see further progress in achieving the aims and the commitments that Israel's already set out.
Chiomura.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister, I hope, remembers Hind Rajab, the 6-year-old Palestinian girl who was trapped in a car with nothing but a mobile phone, her own cries for help, and a paramedic queue struggling to get to her. They and Hind were all killed that day. An IDF investigation concluded that its forces were not present near the vehicle within firing range. A subsequent Washington Post investigation disagrees. I raise that case, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remember Hind, but also because whenever the Israeli Defence Forces' actions result in increased civilian suffering or reduced humanitarian aid, as in the killing of aid workers, the government's response is to call on Israel to investigate itself. Is that really the only way to ensure accountability and reduce suffering?
On the specific point about aid workers, I did highlight that we also want to have an independent review as well. It's really important that they're protected. We need to understand the situation that happened on the ground. And she highlights, importantly, that we are also urging Israel to take greater care in limiting its operations and the impact it has on civilians.
Jonathan Edwards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, following the Iranian attacks of the weekend, we are one step away from the precipice of a regional war. And the comments of the Foreign Secretary this afternoon following his meetings with the Israeli government that he believes Israel is minded to act should worry us all. The British government rightly emphasised the need for de-escalation, but does it recognise that de-escalation must begin in Gaza?
Minister.
We need to de-escalate the whole situation and do everything we can to use our influence in that task. We've highlighted already what we're asking Israel to do and urging them to do is a humanitarian perspective in terms of their stated aims to carry out further military action in Rafah. And then there's the wider area as well. So we're working along with our partners in the region, around the world, to find ways to de-escalate the situation more widely. It is multifaceted, really complicated, but we're finding ways to bring that influence to bear because we do not want this to escalate any further.
Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every member of this House knows that it was that great Conservative statesman who said that all it takes for evil to prevail is for good people to stand by and do nothing. Today, the minister has, and he's a good man, we know that. He must have been embarrassed. He stood there, he's wrung his hands, and he's told us that the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, has pleaded with the Israeli Prime Minister. When did the party of Edmund Burke become the party of complicity and appeasement?
Minister.
I'm not really sure that question deserves an answer, to be honest. Look, we've already highlighted cross-party these situations are complex. We're working incredibly hard with all our partners. I think that's recognised by the opposition front bench as well. Of course, it's challenging, but please don't lower the tone that way.
Alan Bright.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so 1.1 million civilians in Gaza are currently at risk of starvation due to Israeli aid blockade. It's clearly a breach of humanitarian law and a breach of interim ICJ ruling. Now, the UK government actually tacitly recognises the breaches because they're trying to bypass the Israeli blockade using the Royal Navy. But the UK government's incoherent position is, rather than call out Israel, the Minister says they're urging and pleading Israel to change tack, while still selling arms to Israel and withholding funding to UNRWA. Now, the interim Kelowna report confirms UNRWA's neutrality. All other major donors, apart from the US, have restored funding. So what is it that's making UK government wait in the final Kelowna report before restoring funding? Are they sitting intelligence that's somehow not available to all these other partners?
Minister.
We've made it clear that we want to see the full report, and then we'll make a decision.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Between the 6th and the 12th of April, 41% of UN-coordinated aid missions to northern Gaza were impeded or denied access. The Israeli authorities' obligation to facilitate humanitarian support is not just about getting trucks in, it's about getting aid to where it's actually needed. That is a matter of international humanitarian law. So does he really think that less than 60% getting in is an acceptable rate? And does it really show the government's diplomatic efforts to be successful?
Minister.
We're seeing some success enabling and encouraging Israel to allow more of these trucks in. And as I said, it's limited progress, but it is progress. But clearly there's a lot more that needs to be done. And we're working with our partners to make sure we can do that.
Carol Monaghan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, testimony from an Israeli intelligence officer reveals that IDF soldiers were authorised to kill 20 uninvolved civilians for a single Hamas operative. Israel is flagrantly in breach of the principle of proportionality, and frankly, UK diplomacy is not working. So what will it take for the government to finally admit that Israel is breaching international humanitarian law and cease arms sales?
Minister.
We talked about this a number of times in this urgent question and our responses. And I'm just about to answer that particular question. Thanks for the encouragement there. We have grave concerns about the humanitarian access, but this is not sufficient to undermine our judgment that Israel is committed to complying with IHL in general.
James Murray.
Last week, Samantha Power, the Administrator of US Aid, told Congress that northern Gaza is now experiencing famine. Almost no aid is entering northern Gaza. So does the Minister agree this situation is intolerable and unacceptable? And what exactly is the government doing to make sure it changes urgently?
Minister.
Yeah, the situation is incredibly challenging, and one of the things, and I've said it already in answer to one of the earlier questions, is that in the commitments that Israel have made, one of them is about access in the north, and that's what we continue to urge Israel to now live up to its commitments so that aid can come in from the north, as well as more aid, more generally, into help those on the ground in Gaza.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Jim Henderson from Cornwall served in the Royal Marines for 7 years before working in Gaza. He and the aid convoy that was travelling from the north that he was supporting, they were following the right procedures and they remained on the correct route. It is understandable that the death of Jim and his fellow Brits should have seized our attention here at home and led to an investigation by the IDF. But the Secretary-General said a fortnight ago the death of all 196 aid workers killed in Gaza in the last 6 months should be subject to independent investigations. Does he agree?
Minister.
I've already highlighted how important it is that we urge Israel to do much more to protect aid workers. We want to make sure that there are guaranteed deconfliction of aid convoys, and we need to do other humanitarian work to help. And I want to pay tribute to those individuals who've done heroic work, including those that he highlighted. I think the honourable member will recognise that that individual he referred to as a constituent of my honourable friend, the member for Truro and Falmouth, who's been working, as I understand it, closely with their families, and I'm grateful to her for that.
Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister on a number of occasions today has said how complex the humanitarian situation is on the ground. UNRWA is the aid agency with most of the logistical and organisational network to deliver that. On Monday, the Prime Minister was asked a number of times around the interim report that he says the government has received. Will the Minister commit to publishing that in full, and the discussions that he says he's having with allies on what should happen next? Will those be published so that we know what it is that's holding back the UK from being the last country not to fund UNRWA?
The thing that's holding us back from signing off our approach is seeing the report. That's what we need to wait for. It's coming very, very soon, and we will be responding to that in full.
Alison Tulis.
The Director-General of the World Health Organization, Dr Tedros Ghebreyesus, has talked about the devastating destruction of Gaza's hospitals, including the dead bodies still being removed from the ruins of Al-Shifa. Will the United Kingdom fund the World Health Organization and other charities on the ground in Gaza to rebuild the shattered hospitals that have been destroyed under Israeli bombardment, and will he deliver the ceasefire necessary to allow this construction to happen, because that cannot happen while there is no construction materials going into Gaza?
She makes a characteristically thoughtful point, and an important one about reconstruction. I think our immediate approach now is about the pause, getting aid in. That's got to be the top priority right now. But then as we look forward, let's get those conditions in place to have a sustainable ceasefire. And as part of that, we can work through how that construction or reconstruction would take place.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you. As I said to the Prime Minister in his statement on Monday, the mother of James Kirby, one of the other aid workers who lost his life while trying to deliver aid through World Central Kitchen, is my constituent, and the family want answers, and I would really appreciate it if the Minister could tell the Foreign Secretary while he's in the region, you pass that message on from the family. They want answers. Yeah. But given what he said about guaranteed deconfliction, and what we've heard from my honourable friend here about the attacks on care workers, as well as the attacks on people trying to deliver food aid, can he explain to me what these pleas for guaranteed deconfliction actually mean? Because I just don't see that it's working.
Minister.
Well, it's. I'd also just like to pay tribute, as she has, to James Kirby, and our thoughts are clearly and our prayers are with his family. The work that we're doing to raise this point with Israel is important, and we want to find ways to make sure that we deconflict these aid convoys. I think Israel has recognised that there are challenges there. They're going to be carrying out their own report, and there needs to be this further independent review that can help find ways to make sure that this deconfliction can be meaningful and strong.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Minister very much for his response to all the questions. It's quite clear the Minister is a Minister with compassion, and he wants to answer in the best way, and we thank him for that. I had occasion last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be in Israel. I had occasion to visit some of the kibbutz where innocent Jewish people were murdered. I had occasion to visit the Nova musical festival where over 1,000 young people were murdered as well. And I had occasion to meet some of the families. All of that as a result of Hamas terrorism upon the Israeli people. The reason why we have got a humanitarian crisis in Gaza is because of Hamas. So can the Minister confirm what discussions have taken place to open wider channels to allow medical aid in and to allow ill people to come out to have medical interventions free from harassment and intervention from Hamas?
I thank the Honourable Member for Strangford for his comments, and I regard him as a very good friend. He's right to highlight the role in Hamas and what they've done to get to this situation, and now we are working collectively to figure out how we can best address these situations. Medical supplies are key. We will be providing those. We're providing support in terms of shelter. We've been helping with airdrops. We know there's more that needs to be done. That's clear across the House. There's frustration in this task, and I'm grateful to all the colleagues here across the House for, on most of the occasions, measured comments, and I understand their concerns. I'm also pleased that people haven't resorted to cheap party politics here. These are incredibly difficult challenges, and I'm very grateful for the questions and the challenge that's being provided. It's constructive. We'll use that to help make the case to those on the ground that need to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank the Minister. That concludes proceedings on the urgent question. Points of order come after statements, after urgent questions and statements, unless it's directly related to the statement, the UK we've just had. It is a point of order, Chairlyn McCrory.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for not giving you forward notice of my point of order, but it is something that has just occurred. The member for Tiverton and Honiton just referred to the death of one of my constituents, which has just recently happened in relation to this urgent question, without notifying me. And the reason I raise this today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this is an incredibly sensitive time, and I have connected with the family through the Foreign Office and Development Consular Service, which is the right and proper thing to do, and I am nervous that his name is being taken to score points across the chamber when it is completely inappropriate to do so. And I wonder if you could advise me how we can avoid this in the future.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order. I noted the exchanges to which she refers, and it did occur to me as the exchanges were taking place that the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Honiton should have thought twice before mentioning the name in very, very, very sensitive, sad, indeed tragic circumstances of the constituent of another Member of Parliament. I wonder if he would like to apologise.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. My point of order is that I'd firstly like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for her work on behalf of her constituent. I think that it is the duty of everybody in this chamber to work with sensitive casework as close as we can, and clearly she has done that. I should add that I used my point about an individual who has unfortunately suffered a terrible, awful circumstance, and I think draws a parallel to the 196 aid workers who've been killed in this awful, terrible war.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for responding, and we must be very careful because this is as sensitive as a subject possibly can be, and there are bereaved people who will be watching our proceedings. My heart goes out to them, and I'm sure the whole House feels like that. But I understand the Honourable Lady's point, and I think the Honourable Gentleman has said that he will be more careful in future. Thank you. We now proceed to the next urgent question. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office if he will make a statement on the deportation of Afghan refugees from Pakistan to Afghanistan.
Minister Trevelyan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK has a long-standing and close relationship with Pakistan. We engage regularly with the government of Pakistan to advance key priorities and interests, including on human rights and adherence to international law. We are closely monitoring Pakistan's policy on the deportation of Afghanistan's citizens from Pakistan, and we are working with the UNHCR and with IOM to ensure that Pakistan adheres to its international human rights obligations with respect to those affected. We understand that the recently elected government of Pakistan intends to resume their programme of deportations from mid-April following a winter pause, although this has not yet been formally announced. And whilst we respect Pakistan's sovereign right to control its borders, the UK, alongside the international and donor community, are urging Pakistan to do so in accordance with their international obligations. The UK has committed £18.5 million to the International Organisation for Migration, IOM, in Afghanistan to support vulnerable, undocumented returnees from Pakistan and Iran. As part of this work, we have been engaging closely with the Government of Pakistan on these measures, and they have assured us of their support in relation to preventing the deportation of Afghans eligible for resettlement in the UK under Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy, ARAP, or Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme, the ACRS scheme. Since the formation of the new Pakistani cabinet, the Foreign Secretary and the British High Commissioner have received assurances from Foreign Minister Dar during discussions on the 25th and the 28th of March, respectively, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would support our relocations work. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to work closely with the UNHCR and IOM to ensure that all Afghans who have been found eligible, including eligible family members, for resettlement in the UK under the ARAP and ACRS schemes have been provided with the necessary documentation to verify this and to prevent their deportation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Saying that Afghanistan is not a safe place is something of an understatement. Almost two-thirds of the Afghan population were in need of humanitarian aid by the end of last year. And in the words of the United Nations High Commissioner, human rights are in a state of collapse. The restriction on women and girls amount to nothing less than a gender apartheid. Afghanistan is not a safe place for anyone, but is particularly not safe for the Afghan who worked along Western forces and diplomatic efforts, for civil society advocates, for women who formerly held high-profile political or legal roles, for members of the LGBTQ community, and the many, many others who were forced to flee when the Taliban took control. And many of those who fled to Pakistan are desperately awaiting resettlement to safe countries, including the UK. And yesterday, reports suggest that Pakistan has started that deportation of Afghans back to Afghanistan. And resettlement, the hope of safety and being reunited with families, is now at risk of being completely lost. And for some of those waiting to come here, the routes are open, but the process is achingly slow. Many await family reunion, which was promised to start this spring, whilst others believe that they will be eligible to apply to come to safety in the UK under ACRS Route 3 Pathway 2, as yet unopened, almost 3 years after the fall of Kabul. I urge the Minister's Home Office colleagues to act in this regard. Pakistan's decision to deport the migrants they deem to be illegal is deeply worrying. In the first round of deportations in October last year, which was the subject of an urgent question by a mobile member for Glasgow Central, there were news reports of Afghans eligible for resettlement here being arrested during immigration enforcement. There is every reason to believe that this will happen again. And indeed, this round, Madam Deputy Speaker, puts even more people at risk. Afghans in Pakistan are meant to hold a Pakistan-issued Afghan citizen card. However, there are reports of long delays for applications being processed, leaving people undocumented through no fault of their own. And more concerningly, it has been reported that the latest round of deportations will even include those carrying cards. And effectively, this puts at risk every Afghan in Pakistan, no matter their reason for being there. The UK has a responsibility here, not just to those Afghans who we promised safety to, but in relation to the region as a whole. We can all understand the desire to flee from persecution, but we also understand the difficulties placed on support systems in Pakistan in response to those fleeing reaching their borders. If we want to show the UK as a global power and a global force for good, then we must act. So I ask the Minister what steps the Department is taking to ensure that all individuals eligible for resettlement or reunification in the UK are able to register themselves as being legally in Pakistan, what steps the Department is taking to prevent deportations of Afghans in Pakistan if they are likely to be eligible to settle in the UK, what steps they are taking with foreign allies to encourage Pakistan to halt these repatriations, and finally what steps the UK can take to assist Pakistan in supporting that refugee population. People are being sent back to Afghanistan now, and all the dangers that entails. We must act. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good to have the opportunity to discuss this issue with the Honourable Lady raises an important question, but I can repeat the assurances that we have now had from this newly elected Pakistani government. They have repeated assurances that we had from the previous government that all Afghans who are eligible for our UK resettlement schemes, various, will be exempt from deportation. We have had 2 instances of temporary detentions where the British High Commission has intervened to secure those, and that has gone well. And since November, all those eligible Afghans eligible for resettlement in the UK are provided with identification, a letter by the British High Commission, and that is being considered acceptable by the government of Pakistan. None of those have been detained or deported as a result of that letter, which is that commitment from us through the High Commission to assure them that our commitment to those eligible Afghans to come to the UK are under our umbrella of protection.
James Heapy.
Gosh, Madam Speaker, 5 years since my last question, but the first time ever being called first. Madam Speaker, it seems curious that we're having a question on the sovereign decision of another government, and whilst the Honourable Lady wants to challenge the front bench on our representations to that government, I thought it important to reflect that throughout my time owning the Arab scheme, at least the MOD, the Pakistan government was extraordinarily supportive of everything we asked them. So would the Right Honourable Lady join me in paying tribute to both our High Commissioner and her brilliant team at post in Islamabad, but also in making clear our continued gratitude to the government of Pakistan for the incredible flexibility they show in facilitating both Arab and ACRS?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to discuss this issue in a new way with my right honourable friend. We've been working closely on these issues within government, and his commitment to making sure that those eligible for these schemes have been able to come to the UK has been without exception absolutely incredible. And just to add to that, since October of last year, we've been able to complete 24 charter flights and relocated over 5,500 individuals under the ongoing Arab scheme. And I absolutely pay tribute to the incredible, tireless efforts of our British High Commissioner Jane Marriott and her wonderful team in Islamabad, who continue to work day in, day out with the government of Pakistan, their officials and their military, who help us to ensure that we can bring those Afghans safely to the UK in due course.
Shadow Minister Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for North East Fife for bringing forward this urgent question and for her work across the House on women particularly suffering in these circumstances. And despite Afghanistan no longer occupying the headlines, the situation for the country is stark, and that we know across the House. Women in particular living under a gender apartheid, and the men and women who fought bravely for a better Afghanistan alongside British armed services, often targeted and killed by the Taliban, as confirmed by the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan. Labour's always been clear that we owe many Afghans a debt of gratitude for supporting British aims in Afghanistan. Now, she mentioned the figure 5,500, but could she say how many she estimates now require protection so that they're not repatriated back across the border? And would she answer 3 other brief questions for the information of the House? Firstly, could she detail the discussion she's had with the Pakistani government to halt or at least limit the returns to Afghanistan? What steps she's taking to belatedly bring to safety those at-risk Afghans, particularly former members of the Afghan security force, particularly now that certain members are no longer in the government and maybe not there to make the case for these vulnerable individuals? What steps are being taken to commit to a strategy across the board to support women and girls in Afghanistan, to give them hope that they have not been forgotten, and to recognise the important work done by Her Noble Baroness Kennedy and others on gender apartheid in these Houses of Parliament? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as the Honourable Lady highlights, my right honourable friend has been a stalwart in making sure that those who are eligible for ARAP, and indeed from the the wider cohort, the ACRS schemes, have been moving forward. As I say, we have an agreement, and the government of Pakistan, the new government, are supporting it, that where we indicate from the High Commission that these are people who are eligible for the scheme. They are comfortable that we are therefore going to bring them across, and as I say, that number since October illustrates that continuing repatriation of these people across here. So those discussions are daily between the High Commission and various parts of the government of Pakistan as required to ensure and make progress on all of those issues, and we continue to bring those across. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. My right honourable friend has been an absolute champion for making sure that those are eligible go through the system. I can reassure her that my other right honourable friend, who has now taken over that brief in the Ministry of Defence, will, I know, continue to ensure that as the programme rolls out, it goes at the pace and indeed the assurance that those who are in Pakistan looking to come to the UK for safety are expecting.
Sir Oliver Heald.
My right honourable friend knows there are people who, in the process of making their way to Pakistan from Afghanistan, became undocumented, but who nonetheless are entitled to resettlement here, either because they helped us in our military or because of their work in the legal system. And would she agree with me? It is important, if possible, for the Pakistani government to continue to show enough flexibility so that while somebody is showing that they are entitled to come here and that becomes documented, that during that process they're protected.
Minister.
Thank you. Honourable friend is absolutely right. The importance of making sure that all those who are eligible, who have applied and are being processed or have been processed through the scheme, who may still be in Pakistan and not yet made it here to the UK, they have this support literally controlled by the team at the High Commission, and they have these letters of support so that the government of Pakistan knows that they are within our ARAP eligible umbrella, and that will continue to be the case until such time as we've been able to bring them all to the UK.
SNP spokesman Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think it's only right and proper that the member for North East Fife who's bringing this urgent question today, so congratulations to them. And I've noted in a reference from the recent joint committee on the human rights, I note that the learned member for Edinburgh South West, who's the chair, is actually in their place. The committee report highlights that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has referenced the Rwanda scheme as their justification for actually deporting Afghans back into the hands of the Taliban. I wonder if the Minister agrees that the Afghans who fought with British forces, the men and women who fought with British forces, and were not brought out of safety with Operation Pitting, yet managed to flee the Taliban and use small boats to cross the channel to get to the UK, should not be sent to Rwanda, or as a message from the present British government to our allies, we'll use you, we'll drop you when we've had our way with you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we have discussed, of course, the question of Rwanda a lot in recent weeks. We consider, as does the international community, Rwanda as a safe country. I don't think it's comparable in that sense to Afghanistan, but importantly, as I say, for all those who have, as the Honourable Gentleman highlights, worked alongside British forces and who have applied and are eligible for ARAP, or indeed those not in the military space but more widely applied and are eligible for the ACRS scheme, we are continuing to ensure that they are able to have that protection through the letter from the High Commission in Pakistan whilst they're there, whilst we look to bring them to the UK in due course, and that will continue to be the case until that programme is completed.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of the estimated 1.7 million refugees on the border, many of those are going to be members of Christians or other minority religious sects. What safeguards is the UK government putting in place or having conversations with the Pakistan government to make sure those Christians are not returned to Afghanistan where they will be persecuted and that faith can shine through?
Minister.
Honourable friend raises an important point, and one that is important to raise, and as I said in my statement earlier, we will continue always to remind the new government of Pakistan, as we had the previous one, of their international obligations around some of these incredibly difficult issues, and that's a conversation, as I say, because we have a very good relationship with the government of Pakistan that we continue to do daily.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm a really proud foster parent to an Afghan refugee who came over, and I'm actually a grandmother by that standard now. So I am really grateful for the urgent question, and I am really concerned about those that have been forcibly taken out of Pakistan, and particularly the reports about those that were actually born in Pakistan. But it does smack me of a bit of a sick joke, if you like, if that on one hand we're talking about bringing Afghan refugees here, but on the other hand, tonight this government will be voting down the Noble Lord Brown's amendment for Afghans who actually supported us, our British armed forces, that could be packed off to Rwanda. So my question is really simple. How do we show we show a moral stance on the issue today when the government will be voting down that amendment for Afghans who are at risk?
Minister.
Madam Secretary, first of all, I think how lovely to hear of that personal commitment to refugee from the honourable member's family. I think so many stories like that are so important. It's lovely to hear them brought here, because I think to champion and show that the commitment is much more than just words is lovely to hear, and congratulations on becoming, as it were, a granny. It's a lovely story to share. I think really importantly, and the Honourable Lady raises the question of those who worked and served alongside our armed forces or in other areas. Those two schemes, incredibly generous schemes, ARAP and ACRS, are there precisely to be able to provide the opportunity for those who wish to apply, who are eligible, to come and have safe harbour in the UK. And that's a scheme, particularly ARAP, which will continue for as long as is needed, and we encourage those who perhaps haven't, though the numbers suggest that very large numbers have already applied to do so, and it is a long-standing, as I say, and very generous scheme which we will continue to do. And week in, week out, we are able to bring these incredibly brave people who served and supported our armed forces to the UK.
Mark Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my Afghan diaspora in Bolton takes this matter very seriously under the leadership of Dr. Aziz, who I should also know is opening a new medical centre next week in Bolton. What we'd like to ask is what discussions has government had with the Pakistani High Commissioner to the UK to make sure that those who are eligible won't be adversely affected by this 15th of April deadline that the Pakistani government is now working to deport Afghans from the country?
Minister.
The honourable member raised an important point, and it's good to hear that a new medical centre is opening, which will provide, I'm sure, for the whole community important services. As I say, both our British High Commissioner in Islamabad and indeed the conversations that we have with senior officials here and the Pakistani High Commissioner based in London continue day in, day out. It's a very close relationship. That commitment that we have in provision of a letter of support for those who are in Pakistan waiting to come to the UK because they have been found eligible for one of the two schemes is one that is respected, and the new government of Pakistan have indicated as the other one did.
Joanna Cherry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend, the member for Western Bartonshire, has already mentioned, in our report on the Rwanda bill, the Joint Committee on Human Rights warned that other nations might be influenced by the way in which the United Kingdom treats its international law obligations. This was earlier this year, and we noted that at that stage, the Prime Minister of Pakistan had already referred to the UK government's Rwandan policy in defence of his decision to deport Afghan refugees. Now, I would suggest to the Minister this is actually quite a serious matter. And does she appreciate that while the Pakistani policy might not be identical to the British government's Rwanda policy, the fact that the British government has been prepared to set to one side its international treaty obligations in respect of refugees and asylum seekers acts as an encouragement to other countries who wish to do the same?
Mr.
Madam Secretary, as I say, I would not compare what we consider Rwanda a safe country for those who would be ineligible for asylum here to be compared to Afghanistan. But really importantly, those Afghan refugees who are eligible to come under one of our two incredibly generous, very broad schemes have that layer of protection until such time as they get here through the High Commission and that relationship that we have with the government of Pakistan, who are very clear that they would not look to deport any of those eligible Afghan refugees to come to the UK.
Gary Sambrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend the Minister explain the assessment which has been made of the adequacy of the humanitarian assistance available to those at the Pakistan and Afghanistan border?
Minister.
The honourable member raises an important point, and I think just to highlight that in terms of our UK commitment, we obviously continue to be one of the largest donors to Afghanistan on a number of humanitarian areas, 113 million in aid last year. And whilst not wishing to speak out of turn because the Development Minister isn't here, he's been in Paris working on an Ethiopian peace package, we hope to be able to invest something near £150 million in the coming financial year in support of those humanitarian challenges for Afghanistan.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's possible, indeed likely, that some of the Afghans in Pakistan are those whose ARAP application is currently being reassessed by the MOD. The outgoing Minister for the Armed Forces, and we heard from him just a moment ago, updated the House on this just recently, and I'm due a response to a written question on the progress of this from the Ministry of Defence today. Now, it's good to see the Minister from the Ministry of Defence sat with the Minister, but given the urgency of this matter, can I ask her to give an assurance that her department is working very closely with his department to ensure that where there are potential Arab-entitled people in Pakistan, their applications are being reassessed as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Minister.
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, and I am comfortable in committing to him that he will receive the reply he hopes to have by the close of play, and that he's absolutely right. We are, the FCDO and the MOD are working hand in glove. The teams are incredibly well joined up, and they are, I mean, to give them a gentle shout out, because they work tirelessly to make sure that everyone's application is properly scrutinised, and as I say, these schemes are very generous, and we will continue to run them until such time we will be able to bring all of those eligible back to the UK for safety.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely ludicrous that after 3 years since the fall of Afghanistan, that we are still talking about people that the UK government has left behind. Absolutely appalling and incompetent that those that supported UK ambitions in Afghanistan have been so woefully neglected.
Hear, hear.
Can she tell me exactly how many people exactly are waiting for the UK government to get their act together and process their ACRS and their ARAP applications?
Hear, hear, hear.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I say, these are broad and generous schemes, and I can update the House today, because these are the figures I have in front of me, that since October of last year we have been able to complete 24 charter flights and relocated over 5,500 individuals, and we will continue to work on that, and our High Commissioner and her team in Islamabad and the teams here through the Ministry of Defence, the teams who work from the Ministry of Housing, an incredible team of officials working together to make sure that we bring all those who are eligible back to the UK.
Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I acknowledge the role Pakistan has played in hosting Afghans after the pitting exercise, we need to recognise that many of the people that are being returned from Pakistan will be at significant risk. On top of that, many Afghans were incorrectly advised about which scheme to apply for, and as a consequence may not even be in the process. So in addition to those that have started the process, there will be another cohort who haven't started it because of the poor advice before. So given that AICS isn't even opened now, there is no phase 4 opened at this moment, what numbers of people are expected? I've got a constituent, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really important. What numbers is the Minister expecting aren't on the process and need to be accommodated.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say, the ARAP programme is a very generous one and it remains open. And and with ACRS, obviously the first part has been running, and we will continue to run these schemes as we need to. But so the Honourable Lady is very welcome to write to me if she says she has a very specific constituent connection that she wishes to raise. She's very welcome to write to me, and I'm happy to look at that. But the schemes continue to work, and our teams are working day in, day out to make sure that those who are eligible are able to get to the UK.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've raised before about the special forces, and who may be stuck now in Pakistan, but also the matter of those who are working in local government, who may have been magistrates and others. Family members, Afghan family members in my constituency, suggest that this could have long-term reputational damage on the UK in terms of how this has been handled. What's her assessment?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the honourable gentleman highlights the fact that the review of further potential eligible applicants is ongoing by the Ministry of Defence, and as decisions on eligibility are determined, they will of course have the support of those who are already in the scheme and eligible to come to the UK. And I'm very proud of what is a very broad and generous scheme, and it will continue to run for some time, I have no doubt, whilst we bring many of these refugees to the UK.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister, as always, for her responses. What steps are government going to take to not only provide safe passage and route for Afghan and allies to reach the UK, but also to provide them with safe legal status? I give the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, of one of my constituents who served in Afghanistan in the army. Alongside of him served an Afghani. That Afghani had to leave with his family Afghanistan and flee to Pakistan. I met him in Pakistan 2.5 or almost 3 years ago. The point I want to make is, if we get that gentleman and his family, his wife and his 4 children, to Strangford constituency, we'll get him a job, we'll get him a house, we'll make sure that his children are educated. What we need, Minister, is a visa to ensure that he gets here. And if you can do that, if you can process his application, if the Minister can process his application correctly, then the good people of Strangford will do the rest.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I think and I'm sure you have absolute confidence that the communities of Strangford will wrap their arms around those refugees that come to the UK. And if there is a particular issue, the Honourable is very welcome to write to me, but I know that the British High Commission in Islamabad are working constantly with those there who are eligible to do that paperwork, which is quite extensive, and there are a lot of them. But if there is a particular case and he'd like to raise it with me, I'd be very happy to discuss it.
Thank you. That concludes proceedings on the urgent question, and so we move to the 10-minute rule motion. Judith Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the maximum noise levels of fireworks which may be sold to the public and for connected purposes. My bill aims to tackle the antisocial use of fireworks and means that fireworks available to the general public no longer emit sound levels that are equivalent to a pneumatic drill or a chainsaw, but would be capped at sound levels equivalent to an alarm clock or a hairdryer. Whilst fireworks can be a great source of entertainment, currently they also cause misery for many people and their pets right across this country. This bill would stop shops from selling loud fireworks to the general public, tackling this widespread problem. In my own constituency of Bradford South, the misuse of fireworks is a 24/7, round-the-clock blight and causes unacceptable stress and anxiety to both people and their pets. I would take this opportunity to also highlight my petition on this subject, which is currently live on my website, which calls for a reduction in the decibel limit of fireworks and has already been signed by so many of my constituents. Because time and time again, people in Bradford South tell me that their family life is disrupted as their children and their pets are being rudely awakened by the excessive noise of fireworks after 11 p.m, and in some cases this happens every single night. Now, letting off fireworks on a non-designated day after 11 p.m. is of course illegal. But as members right across this House will know, the policing and enforcement of current fireworks legislation, to put it mildly, is a challenge. But we can stop this antisocial behaviour involving fireworks by preventing people from buying excessively noisy fireworks from shops in the first place. This bill holds the power to protect people from noise disturbance without impacting the enjoyment of those who want to use fireworks. I would emphasise here that professionals can still continue to use fireworks which exceed the 90 decibel limit, and so organised public displays will not be affected. And I'm certainly not seeking to stop people from enjoying fireworks responsibly. And of course, the issue of antisocial use of fireworks is not just a Bradford problem, it's a nationwide problem. The Petitions Committee noted in 2019 that thousands of people across the country had raised the issue of antisocial behaviour associated with fireworks. The committee recognised that many people felt current laws were unenforceable and that complaints were not acted on. Local authority and police witnesses confirmed that the current legislation is challenging to enforce. Fireworks are regulated in England according to the Fireworks Act of 2003, introduced by my predecessor, and the Pyrotechnicals Regulation 2015 and the Explosives Regulations 2014. And as it stands, there are 4 categories of fireworks. Whilst Category 4 fireworks present a high hazard risk and can only be supplied to those with the specialist knowledge, members of the public can purchase Cat 1, 2 and 3 fireworks. Cat 3 fireworks present a low to medium hazard risk and are intended for outdoor use. In the current legislation, the maximum noise level of fireworks which can be bought in shops must not exceed 120 decibels, as measured by an appropriate method at the determined safety distance. But this legislation is simply out of date and ineffective. With the public, police and local authorities complaining of the inadequacy of the law, it's time to change the law, stop the noise and reduce the maximum decibel limit of publicly available fireworks. Because the dangerous and antisocial use of noisy fireworks can have a serious effect on people's health and cause distress. One constituent described to me how the fireworks cause her windows and her window panes to shake 4 times a week, week after week. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are talking about persistent noise nuisance, which people are unable to plan for, causing severe disturbances to both their pets and to people's everyday lives. And the antisocial use of fireworks can be really distressing for those with health conditions and disabilities. Giving evidence to a parliamentary committee, parents spoke of their experiences caring for their children. One parent said, "Our son has severe complex needs, including epilepsy, which can cause him to stop breathing. The public are able to set fireworks off at any time. We cannot guarantee how loud they're going to be. My son screams, has a seizure and has to be administered oxygen." One of my constituents in Bradford has spoken to me about the impact on people with anxiety, including a mother. Another spoke of local ex-servicemen suffering from PTSD, who are constantly affected by loud explosive fireworks. As one constituent told me, it's a disgrace that animals and humans have to suffer like this, and this issue must be dealt with. The very first step must be to introduce new limitations on the noise levels of publicly available fireworks. The proposal to limit the noise levels of fireworks to 90 decibels or less is supported by leading animal charities, with the RSPCA endorsing my bill, saying that we believe by introducing measures like this we can better prioritise the safety and well-being of animals and vulnerable people. We urge parliamentarians across the House to work with Judith on these welcome proposals. The current decibel limit of 120 was based on studies into the effects of noise on people rather than on animals. Loud and high-pitched noises can adversely affect a large proportion of animals, whose hearing is often much more sensitive and acute than humans. According to the RSPCA, around 2/3 of animals are distressed by at-home firework displays. One of my constituents described the harmful impact of fireworks on her pet, saying, "My dog shakes at the sound of fireworks. when we try to cuddle and calm her down, nothing works. I've even been to the door shouting, please stop. And this shows the desperation of animal lovers. Another one told me, my brother's dog died recently of a suspected heart attack as he lay quivering under his bed, terrified of fireworks. And so it's absolutely vital that animals and pets are considered alongside human needs. This bill would make the necessary alterations to the legislation, ensuring that the upper decibel limit of publicly available fireworks is set at 90 decibels. This is a modest but necessary change to the law as it exists, but it would be life-changing for so many people and animals right across this country. This is a bill for those who fear the excessive noise of fireworks, a bill for people whose pets are left terrified by the noise of fireworks, a bill that would end the broken sleep of children, a bill for those who want to end the misery that these noisy fireworks bring. It is time that this House acts to defend people across this country from the harmful impact of the illegal use of noisy fireworks. This bill tackles the issue in a practical and workable way. The bill will take pressures off overstretched and under-resourced police and law enforcement agencies by eliminating the availability of noisy fireworks in the first place. Importantly, this bill also allows for people to still enjoy fireworks, just in a way that means that other people and animals won't be disturbed. It aims to end the misery caused to people and their pets through the illegal and antisocial use of fireworks at all hours of the day and night, day in, day out, week after week. It puts an end to this relentless bombardment because people should not have to put up with this, and this bill provides this place with the opportunity to act.
Thank you. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Kirsten Oswald, Marco Longi, Mr Clive Betts, Peter Dowd, Rachel Maskell, Naz Shah, Imran Hussain and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Judith Cummins.
Fireworks, noise limits bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 26th of April, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 26th of April. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Safety of Rwanda, Asylum and Immigration Bill, consideration of Lord's message. Now.
Before we move to consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1D, with which we will consider the other government motions as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1D. Michael Tomlinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, here we are again. Thank you very much indeed, and I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments. Madam Deputy Speaker, you were in the chair on the last occasion, and this House has now voted several times, not to mention the strong endorsement of the bill at second and third readings. We need to bring this process to a conclusion, to get the bill onto the statute book, and to get the flights off the ground as soon as possible. Turning to the first amendment, the Lord's Amendment in New Amendment 1D has added in a number of Acts of Parliament and is simply not necessary. 3 lines, 3 acts have been added. So we should have due regard for the Children Act, the Human Rights Act, the Modern Slavery Act. Why stop there? Why not the Equality Act? Why not the Data Protection Act? Why not any other acts? Why not have the whole statute book listed out there on the face of the document? The answer is because it is not necessary. The treaty, the bill, and the evidence together demonstrates that Rwanda is safe for relocated individuals, that the government's approach is tough but fair, that it's lawful, it has justification, and it seeks to uphold our international obligations. As I've set out in our earlier debates, the government respects the decision of the Supreme Court, and it's precisely to address those concerns of the Supreme Court that this government has brought forward the treaty with the Republic of Rwanda, as well as preparing an evidence pack on what has changed and how those concerns are being addressed. The government is now... Of course I'll give way to somebody.
I was struck listening to Lord Hope's amendment earlier today, that how reasonable it seemed setting up an independent body to assert what the Minister is saying, that Rwanda is a safe place. What could possibly be wrong with that?
Well, I'll turn to that amendment in a few minutes, but there already is an independent body. It's the monitoring committee, it's there, it's part of the treaty. That's not this amendment that I'm speaking to. I hope to allay some of her concerns, and I hope to see her in the division lobby in a few minutes. The short answer to her question is there already is an independent body. It's the monitoring committee, and hopefully she'll hear that in a few minutes' time, but I'm grateful to her for her intervention, because what the government is now doing is inviting Parliament, having considered the lengthy and extensive exchanges, Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout the passage of this bill, to agree with our assessment that the Supreme Court's concerns have indeed been properly addressed, and to enact the measures in this bill accordingly. Of course I give way.
Thank the Minister for we as a party will, with the exception of one of the amendments, probably, indeed we will support the party line. I asked a question of the Minister in a previous engagement in relation to the freedom of religious belief. Because we have freedom of religious belief here in the United Kingdom, and there has been some disquiet expressed to me in my position as chair of the APPG for freedom of religious belief about the same freedom in Rwanda. And because of that, and because people have come back to me and asked me the same question, can I again ask the Minister very sincerely and very graciously to answer that question? Is there the same freedom of religious belief in Rwanda that we have in the United Kingdom? Thank you.
Well, I don't think I can tell the honourable gentleman that any system, any two countries' systems are the same. I can repeat the point that I've made before, that it is there within the Constitution. Those freedoms are there within the Constitution of Rwanda. And I'll get to him the precise wording, because he has asked me that question before, and I've read out the precise wording to him before, but I will endeavour to do so again before the end of this debate. Of course I give way.
Very grateful to the Minister. Many people share the government's ambition to stop the boats. Is it the case that these Lords' amendments would muddle the legislation in a way which would leave us open once again to unnecessary court challenge? And can you reassure us that the bill unamended would do the job?
I'm very grateful indeed to my right honourable friend. I know he's taken a close interest since the outset of this bill, and he's right. The amendments fall into two categories: those that are simply unnecessary and those that are worse than unnecessary. They're wrecking amendments. They're deliberately put in order to prevent the very things that the bill was designed to do, namely to stop the boats and to get the planes off the ground. But as my honourable friend, the member for Stone, reminds us, the approach that's adopted in this bill, and he did comment that I've been repeating myself from time to time. My honourable friend has been accusing me of repeating myself, heaven forfend. But he is right, because the approach taken is justified as a matter of parliamentary sovereignty. It is justified in terms of constitutional propriety. Indeed, my right honourable learned friend has even said it's not unprecedented, and he's right about that. And it is in relation to our international obligations as well. May I turn to... Of course.
Well, may I reciprocate his comment? Because insofar as I may have suggested, rather infelicitously, that my honourable friend was repeating himself, I have to confess that I too have repeated myself. And I've done so for I have done so for extremely good reasons, because I believe that the amendment which I put forward, which I won't go into now, which got a huge amount of support in the House but was not accepted by the government at the time, still presents a serious question which has to be answered. And that is, to go back to what my old friend, the member for Wokingham, mentioned just now, there is going to come a time when this bill goes through, hopefully in the immediate future, at which the matter will then become a bill turned into an act by royal assent. At that very moment, a claim is going to come straight in from Matrix Chambers or from one of the other Doughty Chambers or whoever, as sure as anything, for claimants. And the question is then going to be, what is the Supreme Court going to do about this? And that is the subject on which I return over and over again. When we said, as I think my honourable friend knows only too well, that we were concerned that the bill would not work, it wasn't that we didn't want it to work, it's exactly the opposite. We want it to work, and I'm concerned still, at this moment in time, given the fact that the opposition is still going on about the issue of international law, that we are going to need to be sure that the words as used are clear and unambiguous in such a manner that the court will rule in favour of the government. If not, it's all over.
Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. He does have a tendency from time to time to repeat himself. He's admitted that, but he's right to do so, and he's mentioned in the past paragraph 144 of the Supreme Court's judgment, and he's absolutely right, and I can cite it in full. In any event, the principle of legality does not permit a court to disregard an unambiguous expression of Parliament's intention such as that with which we are concerned in the present case. And that has been, may I say, our joint endeavour to ensure that this legislation is clear and unambiguous. Turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the implementation of the treaty. On the issue of implementation, let me reiterate that Clause 9 of the bill clearly sets out that the bill provisions come into force when the treaty enters into force, and that the treaty enters into force when the parties have completed their internal procedures. We will only ratify the treaty once again with Rwanda when all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. And the Monitoring Committee, and I refer to our previous exchange, the Monitoring Committee will undertake daily monitoring of the partnership for at least the first 3 months. So this is daily monitoring for at least the first 3 months to ensure rapid identification of and response to any issues. This is the enhanced phase, and it will ensure that comprehensive monitoring and reporting takes place in real time. Let me give way first across the chamber, and then of course I'll give way to my honourable learned friend.
Very grateful. And will the Minister ensure that the report is laid before Parliament so that we can review that?
Well, the Monitoring Committee's work is independent. I'm going to develop my points in future. Commitments have already been made that there will be an update in Parliament. That was one of the amendments in lieu that was tabled and passed on the last occasion that we debated these things. But here and now and today, it is the right thing to do to push back on all of these amendments which are either unnecessary or wrecking. I give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and I very much appreciate the tone and manner in which he is approaching this difficult issue. But can you just help me in one matter? I understand his point that there are some amendments which might have the effect of delaying the bill or might give rise to challenges and delay the policy objective. But I'm troubled about why that should be thought to apply to Lord's Amendment 3, which is the one proposed by the noble Lord Hope of Craighead, very distinguished jurist, and proposing very moderate and unpartisan terms, because the rub of what will happen going forward is perhaps whether or not Rwanda is safe. Now, Parliament can legislate as a matter of sovereignty to say it is, of course, but for it to be effective, we do have to deal with the fact that we have chosen to make ourselves judges of fact, but facts may change. And given that we have put in place the mechanism with the Monitoring Committee and the enhanced arrangements, all to the government's credit, I struggle to see what there is in the Hope Amendment that actually undermines the operationality of the bill, rather than perhaps helping it. Because if facts did change, wouldn't it be helpful to have a mechanism of that kind for us to be able to review it upon an informed basis?
Well, I too am also grateful to my honourable and learned friend, and I'm grateful to him for his engagement both in this chamber during previous debates and also with me outside of this chamber. I hope to persuade him over the course of the next few minutes on this specific amendment as to why, in fact, it is unnecessary. And I share his respect for the noble lord, as of course we all should. But I respectfully disagree with him that this amendment is necessary. And let me explain why. Because the implementation of these provisions will be kept under review by that independent monitoring committee that we have been discussing. That role was enhanced by the treaty, enhanced from that originally as envisaged. And the commitment from our friends and allies in Rwanda is evident given the progress that has already been made. And let me set out 2 or 3 concrete pieces of evidence to help my honourable and learned friend. On Thursday, the 21st of March, the Rwandan Senate passed their legislation ratifying the treaty. Secondly, the domestic legislation to implement the new asylum system has been approved by the Cabinet and is now with Parliament for consideration, and a complaints process has also been set up. This, plus the wider assurances around the training process, which will ensure the quality of decision-making and building capability within Rwanda's asylum system, all reaffirm and point to the fact that we have confidence in Rwanda's commitment to delivering this partnership and their status as a safe country. As is evident, Madam Deputy Speaker, from our numerous debates, Rwanda has a strong track record of welcoming asylum seekers and looking after refugees. And it's also been internationally recognised as generally safe and stable. May I just turn to a further piece of evidence, and that's in the world rankings. Because Rwanda's overall score in the World Justice Project's Rule of Law score has increased consistently. It's first in sub-Saharan Africa and it's 41st globally. In fact, it's higher than both Georgia and India that this Parliament has, over the very recent past, confirmed are safe countries as well. Those who are relocated to Rwanda will be given safety and extensive support as detailed and set out in the treaty, and I'm grateful to all the officials in Rwanda who have been working so hard on this. May I turn next to the Amendment 6D? And this is one that I do characterise as a wrecking amendment. It would simply encourage illegal migrants to continue to frustrate the system through lengthy legal challenges in order to prevent their removal. And it runs contrary to the core purpose of this bill. This bill strikes the appropriate balance of limiting unnecessary challenges that frustrate removal whilst maintaining the principle of access to the courts. And taken as a whole, the limited availability of domestic remedies maintains the right constitutional balance, the balance that we've all been seeking in this chamber between Parliament being able to legislate as it sees necessary and the power of the courts in order to hold the government to account. May I turn to the final amendment, Amendment 10D? Can I acknowledge, as I acknowledged during our last exchange, that this government recognises the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans, whether our own or those who have shown courage by serving alongside us. I repeat, we will not let them down. Section 4 of the Illegal Migration Act enables a Secretary of State to specify categories of persons to whom the duty of remove will not apply. And once the United Kingdom's Special Forces ARAP review, which was announced on the 19th of February, once that has concluded, the government will consider how to revisit our immigration legislation and how to ensure that and how it will apply to those who will be eligible as a result of the review. Yes, of course I'll give way.
It's one thing to hear the Minister give the assurances he's given today, but the fact remains that we have been out of Afghanistan now for some time. There are and is considerable evidence that those who helped us and put themselves in danger as a result have not been able to get easy access to the United Kingdom and get immigration status. And therefore, why, if in the past, when the difficulty is quite clear that these people are facing, why, if the government has not dealt with it then, should we take assurances it will deal with them in the future? And this amendment is therefore necessary.
The answer is this, because this Prime Minister has placed around his cabinet table, sitting at the cabinet, my right honourable friend, the member for Plymouth Moorview, a veterans minister sitting at the highest level. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, is somebody who has served our country, as there are many honourable and right honourable members across on both sides of this House. We will not let them down. That is the reassurance that has been given from this dispatch box and also in the other place by the noble Lord, Lord Sharp, as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am an optimist as well. And I confess that despite the optimism expressed by the Honourable Member for Aberavon on Monday, I too am an optimist. May I take this opportunity, perhaps in the optimistic hope that this might be my last opportunity during the passage of this bill, to thank all of the bill team in the Home Office for their extraordinary work. It's a team effort, but may I praise one who has gone above and beyond, whose voice I hope it recovers, and she knows who I'm talking about. But it's been a team effort. May I also thank the parliamentary clerks for their advice and assistance, not least in our Marathon Reasons Committee sessions. And may I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for always ensuring that I have been in order. But to conclude, we have made it abundantly clear that our priority is to stop the boats. We simply cannot stand by and allow people smugglers to control who enters our country and to see more lives being lost at sea. We have an obligation to the public and to those who are being exploited by criminal gangs to stop this vile trade and to protect our borders. Letting this bill pass now will send a clear signal that if you come to the United Kingdom illegally, you will not be able to stay. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1D. Shadow Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to actually start by thanking the noble Lords in the other place for all the hard work they've done in trying to amend this bill, which we know is quite frankly a sham and a con. But I'd like to highlight the restraint that they've exercised, actually, because despite the deeply damaging nature of this legislation in terms of its impact on our constitutional conventions and our adherence as a country to the rule of law, none of the amendments that are before us today are seeking to wreck the bill or the unworkable, unaffordable and unlawful scheme that the bill is seeking to enact. Not one of them would prevent flights to Rwanda taking off. Not one of them would stop the government flogging this dead horse of a policy. Instead, they seek only to commit the government to the promises it has already made about who will be sent to Rwanda and to clarify the mechanisms that will underpin that process. Now, I note that ministers have claimed that there is tremendous and pressing urgency in all of this. But if that is the case, then why did the government forego the opportunity to use Monday the 25th and Tuesday the 26th of March for debates and divisions on this bill? Could it be because they needed extra time to scramble high and low for an airline that wanted to be associated with this unworkable, unaffordable and unlawful scheme? Or could it be because the Home Secretary is unable to decide who should be exempted from deportation to Rwanda? Indeed, it has been reported that the entire harebrained scheme has been given a red risk rating in the Home Office because of his dithering. Which brings me to the Permanent Secretary's comments at the Public Accounts Committee on Monday, namely that 40,000 asylum seekers are currently stuck in the truly Kafkaesque perma-backlog of inadmissible cases whose claims for asylum the government are refusing to process. 40,000 is an awful lot of flights required, Madam Deputy Speaker, given that the government hasn't actually managed to get one flight off the ground, and given what we know about the Rwandan government's capacity to process just a few hundred cases per year. So given that a maximum of around 1% of the asylum seekers who are in the perma backlog can be sent to Rwanda, what is the Minister's plan for the remaining 99% who are stuck in this indefinite limbo of his government's own making? Is the plan to keep them in taxpayer-funded hotels, maybe, of which hundreds are still in operation, according to what the other immigration minister said on Monday, despite the government's boasts? Or perhaps they'll have an amnesty which the Conservative member for South Thanet warned about last year, and his colleague, the Honourable Member for East Shoreham and Worthing, warned about at that very committee. Well, we know what we would do, Madam Deputy Speaker. We would deliver our backlog clearance plan, surging the number of decision makers to process claims quickly, and set up our new returns and enforcement unit with 1,000 new staff to remove those who have no right to be here. It is quite frankly shocking that the number of foreign criminals being removed has dropped by a staggering 27% under the Conservatives, and also profoundly worrying that the number of failed asylum seekers being returned has plummeted by 44% in that time, with just 2% of small boat crossers removed since 2018. What a sorry state of affairs. Put our plan for a new returns unit together with our cross-border police unit to go after the criminal smuggler gangs operating in the Channel upstream, funded, of course, through redirecting the money that's being squandered on Rwanda. And that gets you a compelling and realistic plan, Madam Deputy Speaker. A plan that is based on hard graft, common sense and effective international cooperation, in stark contrast with the headline-chasing gimmicks, empty gestures and blank cheques that have come to define the way in which successive Conservative governments have broken our asylum system and lost control of our borders. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's refusal to engage constructively with the other place on this bill is deeply disappointing, given that their lordships have simply been fulfilling their constitutional duty to revise and improve the draft legislation that we convey to them. The noble Baroness Butler-Sloss received a tiny concession for her commendable attempts to stop the government sending victims of modern slavery to Rwanda. But let's be clear, that concession was barely worth the paper it was written on. And it is utterly shameful that ministers are still refusing to accept the amendment in the name of the noble Lord Brown. Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe a debt of honour and gratitude to the Afghans who so bravely fought alongside British troops. And the idea that we might send them to Rwanda is simply unconscionable. But the noble Lord Brown's amendment is not only driven by a moral imperative, it is also underpinned by our national interest and by military logic, for the simple and obvious reason that the ability of our armed forces to recruit local allies will be severely constrained if this bill passes unamended. Turning now to the other amendments that are before us today, it cannot be repeated often enough that adherence to the rule of law must remain at the heart of our constitutional conventions and as a cornerstone of our liberal democratic values. It is therefore profoundly concerning that ministers continue to refuse to recognise how important it is for Britain to abide by these principles and to have this commitment on the face of the bill. I will give it.
The member for Aberdeen, I just simply want to say to him, if I may, and to put it to him, that the rule of law includes the basis of sovereignty on which it is quite clear from one great jurist to another, right the way down through generations, that where an act of Parliament is clear and unambiguous in its wording, it is the duty of the courts, as my honourable friend the member for Mid Dorset said just now with regard to Lord Reid's judgment, paragraph 144, it's the duty of the court to give effect to those words. That is the rule of law, not this confection which the honourable gentleman is generally producing time and again. And if I may say so, he's flogging a dead horse, not just once, because he keeps on saying it. He's repeated himself now 3 times. I've never seen a dead horse flogged so badly as by the honourable gentleman.
Well, taking lectures about flogging dead horses in the context of a debate about Rwanda really is quite extraordinary. If you wanted a definition of a dead horse, that's what this policy is. But we have had many exchanges on this point, and I enjoy my exchanges with the honourable member on this point. As I repeatedly say to him, yes, Parliament is sovereign, but Parliament must act with due care and attention and caution with regard to the opinions that come from our most eminent court, the Supreme Court. And in this case, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that Rwanda is not a safe country. So it is frankly a travesty that Parliament is seeking to undermine the rule of our judiciary in that way, and it raises deeply troubling questions about this issue of the rule of law. I will give way.
Where would the proposed returns unit send illegals to, and what if the countries concerned didn't want to receive them?
I'm pleased the honourable gentleman asked me that question, because we get this point from the benches opposite about returns. But what I find fascinating is that when you look at countries like India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, which are clearly safe countries in principle, 80% of the applications from those countries whose asylum claims fail are not being removed by this government. For instance, the Home Office rejected asylum applications from 1,750 Pakistanis in 2023, yet Home Office data shows that just 620 people were removed to Pakistan in 2023, of which a fraction, a clear proportion of that would have been asylum seekers. Some may well have been foreign national offenders. So the key point here is that there are many, many countries where it is more than possible to be returning people to those countries, and the government is simply failing to do so. We also had an extraordinary question from my colleague, the member for Newport East, in Home Office Orals on Monday, where she talked about someone in her constituent who is a foreign national offender, who's been convicted of a sexual offence, and has asked to be voluntarily returned to his country of origin, and the Home Office has not facilitated and not been allowing to make that happen. So there is something going seriously wrong in terms of returns. 44% plummeted number in terms of failed asylum seekers since 2010. And I think we should be focusing absolutely on those countries with low grant rates, because that is where you can clear some of this backlog and return people to their country of origin when they have no right to be here. I will give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. I find it very interesting, his suggestion that all we need to do is ask India for emergency travel documents and they will immediately issue them. Has he made any attempt to find out what the issues might be there?
The key point here is, as I've said, that under the last Labour government, returns were working. Now, a part of that, I would suspect, is based on proper adult grown-ups being in the room and having proper adult grown-up diplomatic conversations with the governments with which we mean to engage. And I think what we've seen over the last years with this government is a consistent commitment to burning diplomatic relationships with a whole range of countries. And when you burn those bridges, it makes it much more difficult to achieve what we need to achieve in terms of our own national interest. So what we are clear on is that we've seen the government promising from that dispatch box a whole range of things, and the Lord's amendments on these rule of law issues before us are simply seeking to put on the face of the bill what ministers have promised. Why else are they rejecting the amendment in the name of my noble friend, the Lord Coker, which simply asks the government to commit to promises that they have made? Likewise, why not support the Lord's amendment in the name of the noble Baroness Chakrabarti, which allows ministers, officials and courts to consider whether Rwanda is safe for individuals on a case-by-case basis if the government supports the principle of appeals as ministers claim that it does.
Would I be right in thinking that because the noble Lord Coker has brought this forward in one shape or another several times, and it is central to this debate, in the light of what I said a bit earlier in my intervention, is the Leader of the Opposition supporting that amendment, and if so, why?
Well, for the simple reason that we simply want to put on the face of the bill an articulation of what has already been said by ministers from the dispatch box, and we feel that it is extremely important to underline this country's commitment to the rule of law. And clearly, he mentions the Leader of the Opposition as an eminent lawyer himself. There are few that are more committed to the rule of law than he. And finally, if there is a parallel universe in which the Rwandan government is able to process asylum claims in a safe and competent manner, then surely it makes sense to verify that point and those measures that are set out in the Rwanda Treaty and to verify that they have been fully implemented, and for the government's hand-picked monitoring committee to establish that this is the case. That is not an unreasonable request from the noble Lord Hope, and the government should therefore be supporting his amendment, precisely as the chair of the Justice Select Committee pointed out. He's no longer in his place, but as he pointed out earlier. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end by saying that the British people are looking on at this government's attempts to continue flogging this dead horse, which seems to have become the metaphor of the day, of a bill with a growing sense of bemusement and anger. Because blowing £500,000 of taxpayers' money on sending 300 people to Rwanda is utterly mind-boggling. And it is equally staggering that £2 million will be spent per asylum seeker to send them to Rwanda. Madam Deputy Speaker, you could surely spend £2 million more effectively on sending the Prime Minister and his 4 predecessors on a one-way trip to outer space with Virgin Galactic. Or, Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps the right thing to do would be for the government to drop this entire failing fiasco and instead to adopt Labour's detailed plan to repurpose the Rwanda money into smashing criminal smuggler gangs and ending the Tory small boats chaos. We know what this bill is really about. The former immigration minister admitted it in December. It's all about the Prime Minister getting, and I quote, a few symbolic flights off the ground before the general election. And this weekend, a civil servant confirmed to the Eye's Lizzie Dearden in the Eye newspaper that efforts are geared towards a single flight as proof of concept, I quote, calling it an election vanity scam. And that really does tell us everything we need to know. None of this is actually about dealing with the chaos that they have created. They've just focused on getting a couple of symbolic flights off the ground. It's letting the cat well and truly out of the bag. Everyone can see this Rwanda scheme for what it really is. Everyone can see this legislation for what it really is. And everybody can see this government for what it is. I think we need a new one, and so too do the British people. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir Robert Buckland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, bearing in mind the very short time, I will do my very best to speak briefly. We have 4 messages from the Lords, 4 amendments. I can deal with them in short order. Amendment 1, I think, has no merit. I have not voted in that particular issue before, but today I will vote against it because I think you cannot perfect that mess of a clause 1. I won't repeat the arguments that I've put on that, and I really don't think that this amendment improves with increasing additions of various statutes, as my right honourable and learned friend said, so I think we should reject that. I agree also that Amendment 6, I think, is frankly a wrecking amendment. We know that the delineation of Clause 4 was specifically to deal with individual cases. It was a proper and right addition to this bill from the outset, which I think makes it compliant with the rule of law, and therefore that should be rejected. I won't repeat my arguments on Amendment 10. I do think that there's still a class of people who've served this country, who've been brave and who have exposed themselves to danger, who have not yet been dealt with. Many of them are in Pakistan, and I think that it would have been helpful to perhaps see an amendment in lieu to deal with that point, as my right honourable friend did with regard to modern-day slavery, for which I thank him. Can I say that I was pleased to hear about the detailed reference he made to the progress being made by the government of Rwanda to implement the provisions under the treaty. That is clearly the issue at the heart when it comes to Amendment 3 and Clause 2. He knows my concern about deeming provisions and the desirability of them meeting the reality of the situation, which is why I welcome his statement and the statement of the Noble Lord, the Advocate General in the other place, to say that this bill will not come into force until the treaty has been implemented. But I say this to him. I think he's conceded this properly. The amendment in the name of the Noble Lord, Lord Hope, is not a wrecking amendment. It's designed to make sure that there is a mechanism through which this place can either deal with the fact that Rwanda is a safe country, or, God forbid, if it ever deteriorated to a situation where it wasn't, that we wouldn't need primary legislation to correct this situation. Because at the moment, we would. And that is why I think having a provision in the second sub-clause of Amendment 3 to allow this place to be involved in a situation where Rwanda might no longer be a third country, a safe country, on the advice of the Independent Monitoring Committee, which of course is a creature of the treaty itself, set up under the treaty, as he has described. It's not part of the Hope Amendment to set up a new body. That's not its intention. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable learned friend for giving way. He knows I share his reservations about the inability of this House to reconsider the matter of the safety of Rwanda under the current legislation. But isn't the problem with the Noble Lord Hope's amendment that the mechanism he describes gives to the monitoring committee the final say on the safety of Rwanda, because it doesn't give this House the opportunity to say, we've heard the advice of the monitoring committee, but we nonetheless believe that Rwanda remains a safe country for the purposes of this legislation. Now, he and I might think that that's a wholly unlikely scenario, but as a matter of parliamentary sovereignty, it must surely remain possible, should it not?
Up to a point, Lord Copper, I think on subclause 2, there will be leeway for the government to actually disagree with the advisory committee, which might advise that Rwanda is no longer a safe country, but in the opinion of the Secretary of State, it is. And then it would be a matter for Parliament to determine, and the trigger wouldn't come into place. On the first subclause 7, I think he's on stronger ground in the sense that the words of the Lord's Amendment does relate to a statement from the Independent Monitoring Committee. But I'll say this to him. I have no problem with an independent monitoring committee that has been set up by a treaty that has been agreed to by this government and by the government of Rwanda, which has come into force in our law through the constitutional, the CRAG provisions. And I think that, slightly inelegant though it is difficult to see perhaps another way to do this that could be conclusive and which could, I think, give certainty to all those who are involved in the operation of this scheme. My right honourable friend, and own friend at the dispatch box, knows that what I want to seek to do is to remove and reduce the possibility of legal challenge. I do not want to see this legislation becoming the subject of angst, sturm und drang, in either the High Court, the Court of Appeal, or, God forbid, the Supreme Court. We've been there, and we've seen the effects of what happened when the situation as of 2022 was determined on the evidence by the Supreme Court. He knows my views about that. However, whatever concerns I have about the Supreme Court, in effect, conducting a test on evidence, which I don't think is, frankly, what it should be doing, it is the Supreme Court to deal with the law of this country and to interpret the law of this country. That is the reality in which we operate. And I want to make sure that this bill doesn't end up in that same problem, which is why I think the Noble Lord Hope's amendment has strong merit. It clears up any doubt that there isn't a mechanism either for the executive or this place to either apply the provisions of the bill or to disapply them when the facts change. Let's make sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the reality keeps pace with the law and that deeming provisions, however attractive they might be, aren't used as a device to cut corners or to run ahead of ourselves in a way that will only, I think, cause problems, not just for the judicial system, but for the operation of this policy itself, which he knows I have consistently supported and will continue to support as an innovative and proper response to the unprecedented challenge of mass migration that the West is facing now. This is serious stuff. I want the government to get it right.
SNP spokesman Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll start in order here with Lord's Amendment 1D in the name of Lord Coker. And the Minister asked why these particular pieces of legislation are things that the government ought to have due regard for. Why would we want to have due regard for international law and various acts, including the Children's Act, the Human Rights Act and the Modern Slavery Act? Well, I think the reason why we want to have due regard for these things is found in the front piece of this bill, which says, in the name of the Home Secretary, I am unable to make a statement that, in my view, the provisions of the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill are compatible with convention rights, but the government nevertheless wishes the House to proceed with the bill. The government is setting out to undermine our international obligations, so it is quite right for the Lords to insist that we should abide by our international obligations. That's the very least this government should be doing. And there are implications for children, for people who have been victims of slavery and trafficking, of people whose human rights are going to be abused. And the government should be paying far more due attention to this than it intends to do. Moving to Lord's Amendment 3E in the name of Lord Hope. I think there is significance in making sure that the Monitoring Committee can do its job and do its job properly, because it's not clear. It's not clear at all the circumstances in which Rwanda can be declared not safe. The Monitoring Committee is supposed to produce an annual report once a year, which then goes up the chain to the next committee, joint committee, but there is no mechanism within that for them to blow the whistle should something happen. There is no mechanism for them to say suddenly something has happened here and Rwanda is no longer safe. What happens in that circumstance? What happens to those recommendations? How does that become activated? And what then happens to those people that are in transit that the UK hopes to send to Rwanda? There is no mechanism within this legislation, or that I can see within the treaty, because there's a 3-month delay within the treaty as well before anything can be annulled within the treaty that both parties need to agree with. So what happens should something untoward happen in Rwanda? And I referred to the action of the M23 rebels in my remarks earlier on in the week, which the Minister didn't refer to at all in his summing up remarks. What happens if something goes awry? We don't know. We are beholden to the assertion of this government that Rwanda is safe in perpetuity. There is no mechanism to remove that perpetuity of Rwanda being safe. And I would highlight also the experience of the Irish journalist Sally Hayden, an author and journalist. She wrote the book My Fourth Time We Drowned, and she has raised concerns about the mechanisms of scrutiny in Rwanda itself. She has raised concerns in the past about the treatment of refugees in Rwanda. She has visited the country on several occasions, but she was denied entry last month as she went to cover the 30th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide. And she believes, despite having to try to resolve this with the Rwandan authorities, she believes that the reason for her refusal of entry is precisely because she has criticised the Rwandan authorities and their treatment of refugees. Is that not something that should alarm all of us about the scrutiny of this bill, both here and in Rwanda? Exactly. And she has said, and I quote, "Proper scrutiny of the consequences of this policy are not possible because it is not a country with freedom of media and freedom of speech." Exactly. That is something we should be deeply concerned about, because without that independence and that scrutiny, we cannot be certain that what is happening is Rwanda is what the government intends to happen in Rwanda, or indeed what the Rwandan government is telling us that they intend to happen in Rwanda. That freedom of press is crucial to that level of scrutiny outside of the supposedly independent monitoring committee. So I support this amendment. Furthermore, the Amendment 16 in the name of Baroness Chakrabarti, I support this amendment also, because what this does is stand up for the rights of our own authorities here to make proper decisions. It empowers our decision makers, our courts, as they should be empowered, to look at the evidence in front of them and to make proper decisions. What this government does is ask the judiciary, ask the immigration officers, ask tribunals, everybody within the system to engage in a legal fantasy, that they should ignore all evidence in front of them and believe that the government, when it says that Rwanda is safe in perpetuity. And I would remind, with reference to 1C in here, around refoulement, that of the treaty, never mind any other time. They were doing this during the negotiation of the treaty. So again, we should be worried about that.
Here, here.
Moving to clause 10D, and the exemption for agents, allies and employees of the UK overseas. Now, we had the urgent question earlier on people from Afghanistan who are currently being yeeted out of Pakistan, and the Pakistan government apparently pleading that using Rwanda as some kind of justification for this behaviour. Now, this really indicates the ripple effect of what the government is doing here, that other countries are praying in aid of this legislation when they look to do things that we also have concerns about. And the UK earlier on I raised the point that we've been waiting for 3 years for the UK government to get their act together on ARAP and ACRS. People should not still be waiting with uncertainty, with fear, with the prospect of being executed by the Taliban should they be removed back to Afghanistan. This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable and unjustifiable that the government has done so little in 3 years to protect Afghans who served alongside our forces in Afghanistan. So I think the very least that the government could do is approve this clause, to say that those people that served with us deserve protection. The people that are coming on small boats because the government schemes have failed to protect them, that they should be exempt from being sent to Rwanda. The government is refusing to do so, and I think that is absolutely despicable. Now, with the best will in the world, these amendments are not enough. Even if we pass them today, the Rwanda bill is a turd which cannot be polished. It is absolutely disgusting and objectionable in every sense. I would ask also, will the Labour Party repeal this? Because this bill will pass, but will the Labour Party make one of the first acts, should they become the government, to repeal this legislation, or will they keep it on the statute books should they become the government after the election? I would like to have that on the record. I would also reiterate my concerns, my deep concerns, that this is state-sponsored people trafficking. Whichever way you cut it, you're moving people without their will to a country without their consent. That is people trafficking. And while they can't find any commercial airline to take these people, it's even more concerning that they are engaging an RAF contractor, air tanker, perhaps to render these people to Rwanda against their will. It remains the position of the Scottish National Party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we oppose this bill in every single sense that we can. And I will vote against it, even in the reasons room behind your chair, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will vote against it at every opportunity given, because it is despicable and it does not stand in Scotland's name.
Hear, hear. We have very little time left, so I have to put on a formal time limit of 2 minutes. Sir William Cash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will simply say very briefly, first of all, I shall focus entirely on the Noble Lord Coker's Amendment 1D, which I've mentioned already in interventions. The problem with the wording that he has put forward in his own words during the debate is, I'm afraid, a problem of disingenuously mixing apples and pears. The fact is that and I do want to know whether the Leader of the Opposition is behind this as well, because it's much more substantial, this amendment, and its predecessor is much more substantial than it might seem. It's actually a change in Labour policy as well. Noble Lord Irvine and Tony Blair, when he was Prime Minister, and Jack Straw all agreed that the sovereignty of Parliament, where words are clear and unambiguous, prevails. And the bottom line is that this is exactly what we're dealing with here. I applaud the idea of maintaining international law. I've never taken a different view. But when he compares the question of what's going on in the Middle East and the illegal war in Ukraine and the Houthis in the Red Sea, which he does in his speech, but fails to appreciate that that is a separate situation from this issue that I'm raising as a matter of principle and of constitutional propriety, because I'm saying that those are matters which are exclusively matters of prerogative, whereas in this instance we're dealing with an issue of sovereignty and the clear and unambiguous words that appear in the statute, as Lord Hoffman made clear when he distinguished between treaties and statutes in relation to the case of R versus Lyons, which I've referred to previously. So the position is basically simply this, that I stand by what I've said in the past on the subject. I sincerely trust that the court will agree that these words are clear and unambiguous.
Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, the Government's motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 1D is a motion to disagree with the obligations that in relation to the bill, the Government have due regard for international law and the Children's Act, the Human Rights Act and the Modern Slavery Act 2015. If the Government are confident that the Rwanda scheme will be fully compliant with international law,
and the aforementioned domestic law. I don't understand why they would reject this amendment again. Lord's Amendment 3E, that motion to disagree to Lord's Amendment 3E would scrap the requirement inserted by the Lords that Rwanda be treated as a safe country only if and when protections contained in the treaty are judged by the Independent Monitoring Committee to have been implemented and to remain implemented. Surely Lord's Amendment 3E is an entirely proper and legal amendment if the government deems the measure in its own treaties necessary. And given that members had no opportunity to debate the treaty prior to ratification, this amendment would at least provide some reassurance that the protections it contains are put into practice. Lord's Amendment 6D is a motion to deny individual grounds for legal challenge that the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country for the persons in questions or for a group of persons, or that there is a real risk Rwanda will remove or send the persons to another state. So the Home Affairs Select Committee has always been clear that there has to be the opportunity for appropriate legal challenge as a necessary part of our fair asylum system. I listened very carefully to what the Minister said with his future assurances about the specified category that could be used in the future. But I think Amendment 10D sets out very clearly why this should be included on the face of the bill and our obligations to those who have helped us and our armed forces overseas. And I think that this would be the right thing to add into the bill.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I was watching Aston Villa smash Arsenal on Sunday, my thoughts turned to today's debate, of course, because the Emirates Stadium, as Aston Villa fans will know, is of course sponsored by the Visit Rwanda scheme, and Arsenal plays with that emblazoned on their shirts. I strongly support the government's position as set out by my honourable friend, the excellent Minister, for the reasons that he has articulated, but more than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, behind all these amendments and this ping-pong and the reasons room and this process, which is quite baffling to my constituents, lies a simple principle: is this Parliament sovereign or not? Of course, I believe I was sent here to this Parliament to make laws in the interests of my constituents in Redditch. They are a generous people. We have accepted refugees and given them a warm Redditch welcome from around the world, but in the interests of stability and security and protecting those British values and the culture that we all care about, they also ask that we enact measures to enable our country to control our borders. And this whole debate is really summed up by this whole concept of, are we in the West able to control our borders or not? Because we all know this is going to get much worse. 100 million people are on the move. I listened to what the opposition spokesman talked about. He talked about having more grown-ups in the room and talking more nicely. Perhaps the people smugglers will listen to that and stop putting people in small boats. Somehow, I doubt it, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's complete and utter nonsense. We are sent here to make hard choices, not emote and do things that make us feel good in the moment. We have to stand on one side. That is the stand of the sovereignty of this Parliament and the people of Redditch. And this is the way, this bill, let's get Rwanda done, we will stop these boats and we will make our country safer.
John McDonnell.
We're at that stage in the legislative process where sometimes government obstinacy overcomes rationality. And I think that's where we're at the moment. There can be no way in which these can be described as wrecking amendments. I wish they were, but they're not. 3E is simply using the government's own mechanism to ensure that Parliament has the opportunity, where exactly has been said opposite, when the facts change, therefore Parliament's judgment can change. Anyone who has any experience of the history of this region of Africa realises there is built-in instability, and therefore there may well be, I hope there isn't, but there may well be the need for us to come back to this matter. With regard to the 10D, the government's, the ministerial response on 10D was that to reassure us that don't worry, because there are a number of veterans sitting in the cabinet at the moment. There was in response to my Northern Ireland colleague's question. There are a number of veterans sitting in the cabinet at the moment that can reassure us that, therefore, the system in the future with regard to those who've served in Afghanistan will work. Well, I'm sorry, the veterans sitting around the Cabinet at the moment have not ensured that so far, and many of us have had individual cases dealt with, and all this does is ensure we live up to those commitments that we gave to those serving alongside us, putting their lives and their families' lives at risk, that they will be secure. And I'm sorry, the existing scheme hasn't worked in that way, and this will ensure it does in the future. Final point from me. I came here on the basis that Parliament was all about protecting its citizens and ensuring that they had safety but also access to law. And therefore Baroness Chakrabarty's amendment simply ensures that Parliament fulfils that role and certainly isn't a wrecking amendment.
Minister Michael Tomlinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to you, and with leave of the House, I would like to make a few remarks. I fear I don't have time to respond to each and every point that has been made, but I thank right honourable members right across the House for the contributions they have made. I want to pick up on one, and that's the intervention from my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, on the shadow minister, because the shadow minister can't actually say what they would do. He says he has a plan, but all they can say they would do is exactly what the government is doing already. That's what they're saying they would do. They said they would scrap the Rwanda scheme. Even when it is up and running, they haven't found a deterrent. Worse than that, directly in response to the intervention from my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, in response to the intervention from my honourable friend, the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, and my honourable friend, the member for Torbay previously, it is incumbent on anyone, Madam Deputy Speaker, who disagrees with this policy to come up with their own solution to the problem of how we should deal with people who enter the country with no legitimate credible case for claiming asylum and who cannot be returned to their home country. And answer to that intervention, as ever, came there none from the Labour Party. Madam Deputy Speaker, letting this bill now pass will enable us to send a clear signal. You will not be able to stay if you enter this country illegally. You will be detained and swiftly returned to your home country or to a safe third country, namely Rwanda. I urge this House once again to send a strong message back to the other place. These amendments are not necessary. I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1D. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1D. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Manda Soloway and Mike Wood. Tellers for the Noes, Mary Glindon and Christian Wakeford.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 240.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 240. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. Order. Under the programme order of the 18th of March, I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's message. We now come to Lord's Amendment 3E. Minister, to move the motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3E. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Vision, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3E. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Amanda Soloway, Mike Wood. Tell us for the noes, Mary Glendon and Christian Wakefield. Order.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 240.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 240. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 6D. Minister to move the motion to disagree formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6D. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Television, clear the lobby. Order. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6D. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Mike Wood. Amanda Soloway. Tell us for the noes, Christian Wakefield and Mary Glendon. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 310. The noes to the left, 240.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 310. The noes to the left, 240. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. And finally, we now come to Lord's Amendment 10D. Minister, to move the motion to disagree formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10D. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. Order. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 10D. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mike Wood, Amanda Soloway. Tellers for the noes, Christian Wakeford and Mary Glendon. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 302. The noes to the left, 244.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 302. The noes to the left, 244. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Are not? Minister, to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, James Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Thewlis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. And that the committee do withdraw immediately.
Very good. The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1D, 3E, 6D and 10D. That Michael Tomlinson, Scott Mann, Kieran Mullen, James Sunderland, Stephen Kinnock, Colleen Fletcher and Alison Thewlis be members of the committee. That Michael Tomlinson be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee and that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many other say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes consideration of the Lord's message relating to the safety of Rwanda asylum and immigration bill.
Finance number 2 bill, second reading.
Now,
I have to announce as well that the reason amendment in the name of the SNP in the name of Drew Hendry has been selected, and I call the Minister to move second reading. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. Last month, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, set out a budget to deliver on the priorities of the Prime Minister and his government, and in the context of an improving economic picture. Inflation has more than halved, down from its peak of 11.1% to 3.2%, and real wages have increased for the 9th month in a row and are now growing at an average annual real rate of 1.9%. The finance bill we are debating today builds on these improvements. It does so by seeking to reward work and by boosting the housing market, improving the tax system and strengthening the economy. This follows on from our national insurance cuts, which, when combined with the autumn reductions, mean 27 million employees will get an average tax cut of £900 a year and 2 million self-employed a tax cut averaging £700 a year. All made possible because we have a plan for growth and for better and more efficient public services. This finance bill covers 24 different measures in total, and today I will outline its most substantive powers.
That's excellent. Will he consider a further measure to right a historic injustice? Would he entertain in the committee an amendment to allow those caught up in the loan charge access to a tribunal?
I thank my right honourable friend for his comments. We've had a discussion over the loan charge previously. I don't believe an amendment would be in order on this particular bill, but I can say to the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman and others that I am always open to hearing concerns about the loan charge. I have done previously and will happily continue to hear information, evidence and concerns from colleagues.
I thank the Minister for coming to the House to present the budget for the House. Minister, every one of us will know over this last few weeks, indeed this last 6 months, farmers have been under exceptional weather pressure. Such as that weather pressure, it means that the indications are that farmers won't be able to cultivate their land, plough their land, sow their crops, with the result the Minister referred to inflation coming down. By the way, I'm glad that it's dropping. We all should be. If we're not, there's something wrong with us. But at the same time, inflation can't come down if foodstuffs start to rise. Has the Minister had any opportunity to consider that very issue? How we can help farmers in a difficult time to keep the food prices down and thereby and ensure that the inflation that the Minister is referring to can actually continue to drop?
Yes, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his positive welcome of the inflation news today. He's right that it is welcome, but it's always something we need to keep an eye on. The points he's raising about farmers, I would like to join him in thanking our farmers. They've played a pivotal role in helping food prices come down, and of course the supermarkets have a role in this area as well. He's raising some points that are slightly outside of the remit of this particular bill, but I can assure him that I will continue to have conversations with ministerial colleagues and others, and I'm sure he will as well, because we always listen to the really, really important farming community in this country who do so much to create employment and, of course, provide us with food. Now, as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill covers 24 different measures. I won't go through every single one of them today, but I do want to focus on a few key areas. And first, I will turn to how this bill rewards work. I'm sure that we all recognise a simple truth, that work should pay. We understand how hard many people up and down this country do work, and this government wants to ensure they are recognised for this, because this approach not only benefits individuals and families, it also benefits overall growth and the economy. That's why, as I mentioned, we have already taken 2 bills to cut national insurance through Parliament. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, this finance bill goes further. That's why a key measure in this bill is to increase the High Incomes Child Benefit Charge, or HICBIC, threshold from £50,000 to £60,000. In addition, the rate of the charge will be halved so that individuals continue to receive child benefit until one household member earns £80,000, taking 170,000 families out of paying this tax charge. These changes are a well-earned reward for working families up and down the country and puts pounds back into parents' pockets. Certainly.
Giving way, and whilst the changes in the child benefit allowances are important, and especially helping parents who want to get into work and have their children looked after, does he accept that one of the biggest impacts of this budget on people who are working is the way in which they're being dragged into higher tax rates because thresholds have not been risen, and that in itself is having a huge disincentive effect on working families?
I think the honourable gentleman will recognise that, of course, he'll be aware that back in 2010, the tax-free allowance was, I think, £6,475. Because of the actions taken by this government since then, the tax-free allowance has increased to over £12,500 now. That is actually a significant real terms increase, which means that take-home pay is higher than it otherwise would have been. And then when taken in combination with other measures, it's a really important move. But also, I'm sure he wouldn't want to detract as well the significant
than what we have so far. This is a bill in which the drafting in so many areas is extraordinarily loose and dangerously loose. I thank the Minister for the letter she has sent me, and no doubt others, on the question of individual responsibility and personal liability. I'm not sure that I entirely understood it. I have showed it to one or two legal acquaintances, and they're not sure that they are much clearer than they were before. That perhaps shows some of the difficulties with which we are engaged. When I first read this bill, I noticed that it was a bill which declared in its title it was about public bodies, and that in clause 2 it says that it's about public authorities. And as it happened, as I got into the lift, another member of this House with whom I had worked when he was a Conservative Cabinet Minister joined the coalition government, and I asked him casually, tell me, do you think that a public body and a public authority are the same thing? Oh no, of course not, he said. The definition of a public body is far narrower than that for public authority. Well, a bill that starts by having one of these terms in its title and then goes on to use the other term in the text does raise a number of questions. When I reread the impact assessment this morning, which uses the terms interchangeably, by and large preferring public body to public authority as we go through, I worry about how clear those who drafted this bill were about what it was they are doing. We then go into hybrid public bodies, which the impact assessment talks about, or hybrid public authorities. And when I began to read through Lexis and try to understand some of the case law on this, in which a number of noble and learned members of this House emerge as those who've made judgments on this, I discover that functional public authorities and hybrid public authorities raise many of the questions with which we would have to deal if and when this became an act. The line between public functions and private functions for public authorities, which are partly public and partly private, is a very delicate one, and one on which litigation leaves much room. Core public authorities, we all know what they are, but hybrid public authorities are a very loose and very broad entity. The Minister said on a previous occasion in another context that there were well over 100,000 public authorities, and no doubt the definition after a while does become extremely unclear. After all, Section 6(3) of the Human Rights Act 1998 talks about any person, certain of whose functions are of a public nature. And the question, how many functions need to be of a public nature and how much that affects how they behave in other areas, has been contested in the courts on many occasions. Court cases have ruled that a privatised railway company, for example, is not a public authority, but that a privatised water company, and in a different case, a private provider of social housing, are, for certain purposes, public authorities. Rulings have differed on whether private care providers to local authorities are public authorities or not. The impact assessment and the ministerial letter refer to cultural institutions as coming within this, and the Minister in the letter which came to us before the second reading talks about museums and galleries which receive significant amounts of public money. Amendment 13 is intended to probe what is meant by significant amounts of public money, and I've suggested in that amendment that the bar should be put at 50%, as opposed to whether this was largely public or largely private with public aspects. A court case in 1999 found that the University of Cambridge...
He mentioned railway companies at one stage as with the public bodies. I mean, if we're talking about a train operating company, for example, is not a public body, presumably, when it is privately, it's a private body, clearly, then it goes bankrupt, has difficulties and gets taken over by the government. Then the government gets it right in due course and then goes back to the private sector. So can bodies oscillate between the two categories? I mean, is that a further complication?
I would defer to my noble friends on that. And part of my concern about this law is that I think there is a great deal of employment for my learned friends to be found in the Act if it were to go through. And indeed, that is one of the things which appears in the the memorandum for delegated powers says, if I may find the beginning of it, it is intended that the measures will be widely construed. This is paragraph 4. And in paragraph 12 it says, the prohibition will apply to public authorities in accordance with Section 6 HRA 1998. However, interpretations of Section 6 HRA 1998 can create uncertainty, which means that the bill may, including as case law evolves, capture a range of bodies that it was not necessarily intended to apply to. It may be necessary to put beyond doubt that certain bodies that are outside the scope of the intention to ban public bodies from boycotts and divestments do fall outside the definition of public authority for the purpose of the bill. I hope that the lack of clarity of that is clear. The impact assessment does refer to hybrid public bodies and suggests that it's concerned to prevent them from pursuing political and foreign policy agendas including with public money. Now, I interpret that as meaning that such hybrid public authorities may perhaps not be allowed to pursue such agendas, including when they're using private money. And that's a question which will concern a great many people, in particular the university sector, from which we have received further correspondence on this precise area. The Minister hasn't told us enough, I think, about the broad last category, cultural institutions, and whether this includes theatres and orchestras in foreign tours, as well as museums and galleries, and why on earth museums and galleries are in there. That's another area where I suspect that sector would prefer a little more certainty to come. Universities have been particularly concerned about the impact on their international partnerships, which are, I'm assured by my university friends, part of their private functions. Some of these are education partnerships, some of which are transnational research partnerships. I declare an interest, my son is engaged in this very actively, and some are with foreign companies and donors. And they can be very sensitive, and they can raise reputational problems, as some universities, including the one I used to work for, have learnt to their cost. And again, it would be helpful if we had more detailed guidance on that. May I perhaps also comment that at several points in the impact assessment, the memoranda to the Delegated Powers Committee and others, the government emphasises the importance of ensuring the coherence of British foreign policy, and that it should not allow others to conduct their own foreign policy agendas. I noticed the Express the other week reporting that the government has signed immensely valuable trade deals with Washington State and Texas. It does seem to me an interesting contradiction for the British government to insist that subordinate entities within the UK state should not be allowed to engage in any sort of things with other countries, while actively itself attempting to get past Washington to deal with American states in whether these are not significant trade deals or not. I'm not sure. I have the memorandum of understanding with the state of Washington, and it seems to me to be rather less substantial than the Daily Express was suggesting. The Minister may of course be thinking that precision doesn't matter so much in this bill, because the bill is intended to be largely performative and not to lead in practice to any serious enforcement. The impact assessment does after all note how little boycott activity there has so far been beyond discussion, and the bill is unlikely to be implemented before the coming election. But we should not be in the business of permitting the government to put badly drafted law onto the statute book for show. We need much greater clarity. I look forward to what Baroness Noakes will say about the need for clarity in this area. But the Minister shares the responsibility with the House to ensure that the bill does not become an act without much greater clarity about its terminology and the extent of its reach over the UK's public and private bodies. I beg.
Amendment proposed, Clause 2, page 2, line 3, leave out from decision maker to end of line 4 and insert is acting on behalf of a public body.
My Lords, I share many of the concerns that have been explained by the Noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire, and that's why I tabled Amendments 11 and 12, which are in this group. Like the Noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire, I too thought this bill was about public bodies, because that's what appears in the title. The Noble Lord read out the definition that we're invited to use in Clause 2, which is the subsection 3, section 6, a definition in the Human Rights Act. And it's clear from that it can capture private sector bodies, and that's where I first got interested in this topic. and it is the reason that I tabled my Amendment 12 in order to probe the extent to which private sector bodies are actually going to be dragged within the ambit of the bill. Now, I have done some more research on that since second reading, and like the noble Lord Wallace, I've been ploughing through some of the legal cases on the definition of the Human Rights Act. And it is clear that private sector bodies can be captured, but it's also probably fair to say that the courts have been tending to give a fairly narrow interpretation of that, so that private sector companies have been caught only in relation to where they're very clearly involved in delivering public functions or exercising public functions. The noble Lord Collins' Amendment 14 seeks to ensure that the only bodies caught within the definition in respect of public functions are only captured for the extent of public function, but it seems to me that that is actually unnecessary because of Section 5 of Section 6 of the Human Rights Act, which says much the same thing in a slightly different way. I would actually go further and suggest that private sector bodies, private sector companies in particular, should not be within the ambit of this Act. Now, when I was carrying out some research, the one thing that I did learn was that the definition of public authority is not clear. And in fact, probably the only clear thing is that if anybody is in doubt, it has to take its own legal advice. And the noble Baroness Lady Grey Thompson referred to the problems that this concerns some bodies in her second reading speech, as did the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Southwark. And if I can make a plea on behalf of SMEs, who I know are very close to the heart of my noble friend, the Minister, they find uncertainty very hard to bear. And so having a definition which is itself uncertain does seem to me to be a problem. Now, the definition which is used for the Human Rights Act, the government were almost rather proud of the fact that it was broad and capable of interpretation by the courts to meet whatever came up in the day. And they made a virtue of that when the bill was first taken through Parliament, and also again when they responded to a report from the Human Rights Committee, the Joint Human Rights Committee of Parliament. But that was in the context of it being a Human Rights Act, and therefore as broad a definition as possible was regarded as a positive and good thing, because the aim was to ensure that private citizens were not affected by the overbearing acts of the state, however they were actually perpetrated and by whom they were actually perpetrated. So what's right for the Human Rights Act? We ought to examine whether it's right for this Act. And I'm myself not convinced that a broad definition, especially one which carries such a high degree of uncertainty, is a satisfactory foundation onto which to build the purpose of this bill, which is quite separate, which is the prohibition of boycotts and divestment activities. So the alternative approach, which I suggest is a better one, is to use a definition which is more certain. The noble Baroness Lady Chapman, in her Amendment 54, which will be debated in the next group, it's proposed that a list of the bodies covered by the bill should be drawn up before the bill is brought into effect. The problem with that is it may be all right on the day that the list is tabled, but it is not future-proofed and will not cope with the changing landscape of what a public body is. So my Amendment 11 does offer a different approach to take the source of the definition not from the Human Rights Act, but from the Freedom of Information Act. That Act provides a comprehensive definition of the bodies, public authorities which are covered, including a very extensive listing in Schedule 1 of that Act. And it is also, as anybody has done any legislation which create or change public bodies know that it is constantly updated as new bodies create or die or are transformed. And the Freedom of Information Act also includes a power within it to add specific bodies, so that it provides a very certain source of who is covered by the Act, and I suggest that it potentially is capable of being used in the context of this Act. So I say to my noble friend, the Minister, if she's not happy with the amendments I've tabled in this group, I hope that she will consider alternative ways of providing certainty, because certainty, I think, is a very important thing to achieve. And I echo what the noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire said on that. But also, I hope that she will look at excluding private sector companies from the ambit of this bill, because I do not believe that it was intended, they were intended to be covered when the manifesto commitment was made.
My Lords, I'm grateful to Lord Wallace and to Baroness Noakes for their amendments in this group. I think they're incredibly helpful, and really what we're trying to do here is, as Baroness Noakes has just said, elicit some certainty from the government and on behalf of those organisations that might find themselves drawn into the scope of this bill, even though they may not themselves consider themselves to be public bodies ordinarily, they might find that they are when it comes to this bill. We will come later to an argument about whether universities should be treated as public bodies, and we feel, as we said at earlier stages, clearly that they should not be. But that's not the only area where we feel that the government hasn't thought sufficiently about what it's trying to do. I think that Baroness Noakes' Amendment 11, which, as she explained, applied the definition in the Freedom of Information Act, would actually settle this to a very large extent, in that we are very clear about who is and who is not subject to that Act. And it would be very interesting to hear whether the government is minded to welcome that suggestion, because I think from what the Minister has said on previous occasions, all of the instances that she has used as to refer to as justification for the need for this bill, I think probably would be covered. So I'm not sure why the government doesn't just welcome that, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't answer all of our problems, but I think it would go some way towards it. The Lord Wallace's introductory speech was incredibly helpful, and his amendments likewise. He concluded by saying that he suspects that the bill is actually performative in nature, and worries that the operability isn't actually at the forefront of anybody's mind in government, and I've got no idea how true that is. But I share his concern that it is the job of this House to make sure that we don't pass legislation that isn't actually workable and that just causes confusion. Our Amendment 14, it's probing, and I accept what Baroness Noakes had to say about it, but we're just trying various different ways in this group and in the next group too, to work out which organisations are going to be subject to these new rules. And the example that's been very helpfully provided to me by Universities UK was the one that led to the tabling of our Amendment 14. And what we're trying to do is, if the government does get its way and universities are to be treated as public bodies for the purposes of this bill, although I very much hope not for any other purposes, that their activities that we could argue are clearly outside their publicly funded and public responsibilities, that are conducted perhaps with private money, or on contracts to private companies, that those would in no way be subject to the rules within this bill. It does refer, there is a reference to this that makes it clear in the explanatory notes, but the amendment we've suggested puts that explanation on the face of the bill, and as I've said, that is in order to probe exactly what the situation would be, because at the moment universities are not clear about that, and it's important that we do give them that certainty. Just as an example though, and as I say, this was suggested to me by Universities UK, it's a hypothetical example, but it's not so outlandish that it's not a situation that is happening very frequently, and I do declare an interest as Chancellor of Teesside University. So here's the hypothetical example. University A is considering a proposal to set up a transnational education partnership in country X. This could involve a partnership with a commercial or a state entity in country X, and the university board must consider a range of proposals. According to the Higher Education Code of Governance, governing bodies should conduct their affairs in an open and transparent manner. It's a fundamental duty of university governing bodies to safeguard and promote the reputation of the institution. As the new partnership would involve a significant investment and carry both financial and reputational risks, the board of University A is therefore asked to take a decision on the proposals. To support deliberations, the board would receive a paper covering the following. It would cover the potential financial exposure and opportunity of each proposal, underlying social, demographic and economic data that underpins a market assessment, due diligence on potential partners, including reputational factors, and a summary of ethical and reputational concerns relating to country X. All aspects of the paper would be deliberated by the board following an extensive discussion of the financial and reputational impacts of the proposals. The board decide not to proceed with the partnership opportunity because on balance the risks are deemed to outweigh the opportunity. So can the Noble Lady the Minister explain whether in this example the transnational educational partnership as described constitutes a private or public activity of a university? Would the fact that the board discussion included reference to reputational and ethical concerns of direct relevance to a higher education institution mean that members of the board could be subject to action under the provisions of the bill? How can boards fulfil their duty to safeguard and promote the reputation of the institution if they're not able to openly discuss and consider material facts that could impact on said reputation without fear of legal action, even if those considerations are not the sole basis for the eventual decision? And how can boards fulfil their duty to conduct affairs in an open and transparent manner if the very fact of discussing issues of demonstrable and material relevance would be actionable under the provisions of the bill? I raise this example just to tease out some of the grey areas that we might be forcing universities to consider, and because I'm worried about the chilling effect that this may lead to, because I just do not think there is a situation in which a university would not consider the reputational impact of a partnership, but I can conceive of a situation where that consideration would not be as open and as widely shared as we have come to expect and the way that we would like things to be done in this country. So I think on this group, I think the main thing we would really like to understand is the Minister's response to Baroness Noakes' amendment in particular, or whether there might be any other way of making clear who is subject to this, but also in relation to my Amendment 14, just exactly how this is going to work for organisations, not just universities but others too, but particularly in relation to the example that I've raised.
My Lords, can I start by saying that I'm grateful for the thoughtful contributions from across the House, actually on the first day of committee, which also touched on the scope of this bill. And we heard from Lord Collins and my noble friend Lady Noakes, and from the noble Lords Lord Wallace, Lady Fox, and noble friend Lord Johnson. And we discussed the bill's application to hybrid public authorities. And today we've heard, again in slightly different terms, from the noble Lord Wallace, my friend Lady Noakes, and of course from Lady Chapman. And I will try and come back on her essay question if I can. Obviously, we've carefully considered the points raised in these debates, and I'd like to expand on our view of the scope in relation to Amendments 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. As the noble Lords have said, the bill will apply to public authorities as defined in Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998. And I'd like to explain, in response to the concerns from the noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire, that public body is a general term with no single legal definition. The bill's short title provides a general indication of the subject matter of the bill, and it is not unusual for the short title to use different terminology than the bill's substantive provisions. And perhaps I could now set out why we thought...
As we're interrupting, the Minister will be well aware, I think, that there is a particular use of the term public body by the Office for National Statistics, which means that debt incurred by a public body is then counted as part of the national debt. And that means that whether or not some of these hybrid public authorities are defined as public bodies does matter a great deal to their financial planning. And again, the university sector is particularly concerned about this.
And this thing, I thank the noble Lord for raising that point again. It has been raised before. I am aware of the point. We're talking about quite marginal sums, I think, here, so it's not going to be definitive. But I'm sure we will come back to that point again. But perhaps I could explain why we've used the HRA definition. It has three important advantages. The first, it's one that has been in the UK statute book for over 25 years, as has been explained. So it places public authorities under important fundamental obligations that they have to observe. And organisations should already know how it applies to them. And secondly, over those 25 years, the courts have further clarified its scope and identified a number of relevant factors. These include, but are not limited to, the body receiving a significant amount of public funding, the body carrying out acts in exercise of statutory powers, and the body providing a public service. And thirdly, the definition ensures that private activity remains out of scope of the bill. Private activity that is rightly protected by convention rights, including freedom of speech. My noble friend Lady Noakes noted that the case law in this area was narrow. However, bodies should already be aware that if they are bound by the Human Rights Act, as that Act places other wide-ranging obligations on them that go much further than this bill. So we're using a formula that is in common use. And that leads me naturally on to Amendment 12, tabled by my noble friend Baroness Noakes, and Amendment 14, which I think was tabled in the name of the noble Lord Collins of Highbury, is also in his place. These amendments would disapply the ban from hybrid public authorities. Such bodies have a mix of public and private functions as defined by Section 6 of the Human Rights Act. An example of a hybrid public authority includes higher education providers, as we all agree. The ban will only apply to these bodies when they are delivering public functions. The bill does not interfere with the private sphere. So, for example, acts that a higher education provider will have to carry out as part and parcel of its functions of providing higher education will be public functions, while commercial activity, such as providing conference facilities or maintaining office spaces, for example, entering into cleaning contracts, may be private activity and outside the scope of this bill. And it's important that the ban applies to hybrid public authorities, given the diverse nature of government functions and the variety of the ways that functions are discharged. it would not be appropriate for hybrid public authorities to misuse public money or lose focus on their primary public purpose, effectively to pursue their own foreign policy agendas when they're delivering public functions. Which brings me on to the vital Amendment 11, tabled by my noble friend Baroness Noakes, and Amendment 13, tabled by the noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire, which provides alternative definitions of public bodies to which the bill should apply, and which we have, of course, looked at. So Amendment 11 would instead apply the ban to bodies subject to the Freedom of Information Act 2000. Now, broadly, the categories of public authorities covered by that Act mirror those captured by the Human Rights Act 1998 definition, and using the alternative definition would actually broaden the ban to private bodies and decisions not currently in scope of the bill, such as the board of the Pension Protection Fund. This definition would also encapsulate all functions of bodies in scope of the Freedom of Information Act 2000, including private functions. It would therefore extend the ban to the decisions of bodies such as universities protected by ECHR rights. So perhaps more certainty, but a broader reach. Amendment 13 and 10, tabled by the noble Lord Wallace, would apply the ban to any public body that receives 50% or more of its funding from the government and whose functions are of an official nature. This would establish a new definition of public body and could also broaden the ban to apply to private decisions protected by ECHR rights. Now, judges have already acknowledged that public funding alone does not mean a body is a public body or exercise public functions. It would be inappropriate to apply the ban to bodies when they are not performing public functions. And additionally, imposing a new definition would, I suggest, create confusion and legal uncertainty, which noble lords are concerned about. But I do thank the noble Lord Wallace of Saltaire for his research on the distinction between a public body and a public authority, and I'm unsure which definition of public bodies he was referring to. There are many, but I hope I've been able to explain that the alternative proposed definition of public bodies would broaden the bill and take it into the private sphere. So that's the dilemma.
I'm grateful to the noble lady. I'm completely not clear about what a public body is after listening to that. Perhaps you could explain what a public function is, because that might help us.
Right. Well, I think it's a good point and a good question, but I think, and she also raised, a good example, and I think that what I'm going to suggest is that I take away and have a look at this distinction between function, and also that I come back on the example that she's raised, the long example, which she said had been given to her by Universities UK, when on the 7th of May we're due to debate the universities, this is committee, we're due to debate the university amendment.
I sort of accept that, but my example, it referred to universities, but you could equally apply it to other organisations as well. So I wouldn't want to see that consideration just narrowed to the issue of universities.
I agree with the noble lady. That's an entirely fair point. We've agreed that that the bill is complex in terms of understanding. I'm very sure that I want to make sure that where I'm answering the questions on things like public functions, I'm giving good information that is well thought through and thoughtful. I've tried to explain today why we're using the Human Rights Act. That does have advantages, which is why the government has gone down that road. I should, before I sit down, just respond to the point about cultural institutions, which the noble Lord Wallace raised. Some cultural institutions are indeed in scope of the bill in their public functions only, and I set out earlier a number of factors that courts would consider in deciding whether an act was a public act. The noble Lord also pointed out that the bill contains a power to exclude bodies in scope of the bill from the ban via regulations. I don't think the government currently foresees the need to exclude such bodies, but this power will of course allow the bill to evolve in line with government policy. I mean, for all these reasons, I've tried to explain why we've presented the bill in the way that we have. I think there's a lot of comfort to be taken from using the Human Rights Act, but I look forward to returning some of the questions that have been raised And in the meantime, I'd ask Noble Lords to withdraw their amendments.
My Lords, if I could possibly intervene before the Minister sits down. This definitional debate really is like walking through a giant sticky pudding. I think most of the members of this House are utterly confused about exactly what public bodies are, exactly what public authorities are, which institutions will be in the scope of this bill and which won't. I'd like to raise a specific example. Could you possibly tell the House about housing associations? Housing associations do undertake many public functions, another term that the Minister has introduced but hasn't been properly defined. For example, they deliver social housing, and they do this in partnership with local authorities, often, in fact, managing the social housing that is owned by local authorities. Are they going to be under the scope of this bill, or are they not?
I mean, the answer that I have to give in the short term is that it does depend a lot on the courts. I will look at housing associations in particular, and I know they have come up in other bills that we have discussed, including how they're treated, in government finance. The point about using the Human Rights Act definition is you get this 25-year history of interpretation.
My Lords, before the Noble Lady sits down, the Noble Lady, the Minister, referred to the issues of funding, public funding associated with universities and the national debt and how it was counted. She said that this was marginal amounts of money. The UK university sector is worth £130 billion a year to the economy and employs 750,000 people. Is that truly the definition of marginal, I would ask? And I must declare an interest as Chancellor of Cardiff University. Second question, my Lords, when we're looking at cultural organisations, does lottery money count as public money or private money?
The honest answer is I don't know the answer on the lottery, but I will find that out for the Noble Lady and write to her. But the point on universities, of course, she's right. It's very substantial sums of money, rightly, to the education of our children. What I was explaining was that at the margin that this activity involves, which is procurement and investment, is actually a relatively small sum compared with, obviously, all that's been done by universities.
Before the Minister sits down, could I just offer a constructive suggestion in terms of the clarity that might be adduced between now and further stages? I'm picking up Baroness Blackstone's question. As I understand it, actually, I think in 2003, the first case before the court to answer the question was Poplar Housing Association, where it was deemed that Poplar Housing Association was a functional public authority under the Human Rights Act. But that takes us to this very useful report that has been referred to, I think, by Baroness Noakes from the Lords and Commons Joint Committee on Human Rights back in 2003-4, entitled The Meaning of Public Authority under the Human Rights Act, which gets to the very matter we've been discussing. Obviously, jurisprudence has developed very substantially since then. So if the Noble Baroness Minister were able to set out in writing what the government regards as the situation, how it has evolved since this very clear statement of the answer to the question that we're struggling with this afternoon, that would perhaps nail the matter.
The Minister has been enormously forbearing, and we're very grateful for that. I wonder if she could help us in this regard in relation to cultural bodies. What is the position, and I must declare an interest as an independent non-executive director of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, what would be the position of an orchestra which received some funding, by no means the majority of its funding, from the Arts Council, that determined that it would not, in the aftermath of the invasion of a sovereign nation by another sovereign nation, what would be the position of an orchestra that, say, it no longer wanted to perform supportively of, say, the Bolshoi Ballet? what would be the position then of such an orchestra or of a board who made that decision because they saw a real reputational risk in the aftermath of the invasion of a sovereign country of supporting and appearing in support of the national ballet company of that invading nation?
I understand the question, and of course, you know, we have government sanctions now against Russia, and so it's a question of wider. I think the suggestion made by the Noble Lord Stevens is a good one, which would perhaps help us to move forward. I've already said that I will look carefully at the questions raised by the Noble Baroness Lord Chapman, and I think the Lord Boton's is another example, actually, a slightly different kind, asking rather the same question. So perhaps I can come back on that at the same time.
I also ask, and I'm very grateful, she has indeed been very generous with responding, even if she'd been the Noble Baroness been unable to offer further clarification to the House. What is virtually all training in this country is privately provided by private organisations, but publicly funded. Where do they fit into all of this? They're receiving public money, say from the DWP. I remember as former Secretary of State visiting a lot of private providers. Where do they fit in? Do they come under the contractual relationship to which he referred, or are they caught by this act?
I think it does depend, but it does also depend on the case law under the Human Rights Act, which I've undertaken to take a look at and come back on to the Noble Lords on.
My Lord, I cannot resist suggesting that one definition of a public function is one where you are served warm white wine and given canapes. That is perhaps a suggestion of how loose some of these terms can be. I think the concern that a lot of us have about this bill is that we're not entirely confident that the government has thought through its full implications. The manifesto commitment was specific to boycotts against Israel and particularly concerned with local authorities and with universities. But we have a bill here with a much wider set of definitions and a universal set of foreign states to which it applies. And that raises a much larger number of questions. And we also have a whole succession of loose definitions. The DLUC memorandum to the Delegated Powers Committee says, in effect, well, let's worry too much about this, we'll do it all with regulations. I hope the Noble Lord Hodgson would think that is not necessarily always a good idea to leave everything to regulations. We are asking for greater clarity, greater certainty, greater precision above all, and a more limited potential scope for the bill. The ball is in the government's court. I very much hope that this will be one of those occasions in which, between committee and report, the government will come up with amendments which answer and respond to comments which have been made constructively from us. The Minister and I will recall a government bill in which the government produced 340 amendments in the last session, between one stage and another. We're not asking quite for that many here. We're just asking for some which do begin to provide much greater precision, and on that basis I will happily withdraw my amendment and look forward to some hopefully constructive discussions in between committee and report stage.
Perhaps before the Minister, the Noble Lord sits down, I could just repeat the point that the bill only applies to investment and procurement decisions, as everybody understands. We're trying to find a way forward on a manifesto commitment that we're banning public bodies from imposing their own direct or indirect boycotts, disinvestment or sanction campaigns against foreign countries. We obviously do need to discuss a little bit further how we deal with this, but the point I was making about the use of the Human Rights Act, I would reiterate, because it does try to be helpful. It tries to call on existing case law, And the concern that I had about the amendments that we're discussing in committee today is that actually, they might actually extend the bill in a way that wasn't exactly where the House seemed to be coming from. But I look forward to further discussions on this actually key matter in relation to this bill.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that Amendment 10 be withdrawn? The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 11, Baroness Noakes, not moved. And Amendment 12, not moved. Amendment 13, Lord Wallace, not moved. Amendment 14, Lord Collins, not moved. Not moved. Not moved. Not moved. Good, thank you. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Coming to the second group, in Clause 3, Amendment 14A, Lord Collins of Highbury.
My Lord's clearly not Lord Collins of Highbury today, but as his understudy, I'll do my best. So this group, it's slightly different to the first group this afternoon, but I think we probably will be touching on a number of the same sorts of issues. It is all about trying to get some clarity. I do take what the Minister said about this only being about procurement and investment decisions, but I think even so, what is procurement and what is investment in relation to this bill is another thing that we might need to tease out, because if an organisation's primary activity is, like the Noble Lord Boateng referred to, performing in another country, is that act of withdrawing from that activity, would that be seen as a boycott under this bill? If the Minister is saying it would not, I think that's incredibly helpful information, and it may well serve to soothe some of the concerns that will be raised as part of our consideration of this group. So my noble Lord Collins and I have tabled the amendments in this group in an attempt to tease out from the Minister exactly what the government has in mind. And I don't think that the public response to this bill has been quite what the government may have hoped or anticipated that it would be when it first embarked upon this endeavour. I think most public sector organisations are far too busy with, in extremely difficult circumstances too often, battling to provide services to their patients or to their students or service users, to be following the back and forth of this debate. But that does, I think, just serve to re-emphasise the importance of our considerations here, to make sure that we don't land them with something that is unworkable and doesn't actually serve to achieve the objectives, which I think many of us do understand that the government set out to do when it started all of this. So with all that in mind, we tabled Amendment 14A to Clause 3 to, again, it's probing, but to try and discover in what circumstances ministers anticipated using the power that they're giving themselves here, which is to change the scope of the application of the bill through secondary legislation. I'm just interested to hear what the Noble Lady has to say about why parts 2 and 3 of Clause 3 are needed and how she thinks they will work in practice. And perhaps this is about the exemptions. It allows the Secretary of State to remove any of the exemptions which are listed on the face of the bill. So removing an exemption, say, on national security, I can't imagine that ever happening, but there are a whole list of exemptions in there, and some of them that we're very pleased to see. But what circumstance, why is that seen to be needed? Because we can't imagine a circumstance where any of those exemptions would need to be removed. So it just seems like an odd power that ministers are taking for themselves. And I'm interested in this because I think these decisions they matter in the scope of this bill, but actually they can have a profound impact on our relationship with other nations and our diplomatic efforts around the world, and sometimes in some incredibly sensitive situations. And I've not seen evidence of Foreign Office engagement or even support really for this bill, and it would be a concern if these sort of decisions were to be taken by SI. Perhaps in a way, we all want government to work interdepartmentally and for all decisions to be consulted upon internally in the right way, but we all understand that that doesn't always, that is not always the situation. And this is a concern that was expressed at second reading. So can the Minister assure us that before any delegated legislation is proposed, appropriate input will always be sought from the Foreign Office? Our Amendment 22, we've got a whole bunch of amendments which really, I mean, they're not, tongue-in-cheek is too strong a word, I think. Probing is what we're saying. But we couldn't think of any other way. I mean, this is how we do things, isn't it? We table amendments and we discuss them, and through that we get a better understanding of what the government's trying to do. So this is a list of, and we could have gone on, we haven't, but it's just to, we've tabled a handful just to make a point. So just to run through those, our Amendment 22 would exempt schools and early years providers from the scope of the bill, and this is just done with a view to finding out whether or not the government intends early years settings to be involved. And this would just come back to the issue of what is and is not a public body. Is a private school a public body? Is an independent nursery that is funded by a childcare programme funded by the government, is that a public body? Is a childminder being paid by the state indirectly? But are they a public body? And similarly, Amendment 23 would exempt charities providing public functions. We've heard an example of housing provision. Some housing providers are themselves charities too. And Amendment 24 exempts community interest companies. There are thousands of such bodies up and down the country engaged in all kinds of activities. Many are responsible for delivering public services, be that in social care, education, the arts, prisoner rehabilitation, virtually every area of activity you can think of. And how are they to regard this bill? What steps should they be taking to educate themselves and to find out how to make sure that they don't do anything to make themselves fall foul of this bill? Our Amendment 25 exempts sporting bodies. So does the government really want to get into this issue of sporting boycotts, or which athletes or should be doing what where, or if a sporting body didn't deem that there was to be a boycott, but individual athletes decided that they did not want to take part in a tournament, what happens then? Because there is pressure and there is debate, and there are inevitably, whether they're part of a BDS campaign or not, how you define what that is, I don't really know. But how would that be considered, and how could those people make sure that they're not in any way falling foul of this legislation? Very helpfully, so we've also tabled an amendment asking for a list of public bodies, because I was trying to be helpful and to try and work out the best way of getting this clarity, and it could be a list that the Minister takes the power to be able to amend and add to answer Baroness Noakes's earlier point, although I completely accept that any schedule containing a list would very quickly need to be updated, and we wouldn't want to put something in a bill that wouldn't stand the test of time. But I think that these things are done, schedules are amended on a fairly regular basis. But the government website, I asked the government website for a list of public bodies, and there is one. And it contains 601 organisations, which I doubt is a comprehensive list, but it contains the 24 ministerial departments, 20 non-ministerial departments, 421 agencies and other public bodies, 113 high-profile groups, they're interesting, 19 public corporations, including the BBC, and the 3 devolved administrations. And I looked through this list, and there were some public bodies listed that I thought we need to discuss this a little bit further, because what would happen with some of our defence related organisations, and there is an exemption for national security, but how would that be defined in relation to this bill? Would that need to be something that would be tested in court? The Minister sighs, I can well understand why. But there are defence training academies, there are organisations that deal with the media in relation to defence and make decisions about what adverts and so on can be used. And these are all public bodies that have duties that relate to our relationship with other nations, and that could conceivably be asked to make decisions that would fall foul of this legislation. And I just think the government hasn't really thought about the implications for some of these bodies, because I accept some of them probably are relatively low profile, small in scale, inactive, but our job is to make sure that we make this as future-proof and workable as we can, and that's why we've tabled the Amendment 54, which asks for a list, because if your name is on a list, then at least you can be alerted to the fact that this is happening and you can take the necessary steps to comply. But if not, it becomes very confusing for decision makers. Often, as we discussed at second reading, these will be volunteers or people who haven't had the necessary training and who aren't following the proceedings here. And we really wouldn't want to criminalise people inadvertently, when actually what the government's seeking to do is something that's quite narrow, really, and as she has said, involved mostly local authorities and universities, which could be done in a completely different way.
Amendment proposed, clause 3, page 2, line 17, leave out subsections 2 and 3.
My Lords, I rise to speak in favour of Amendment 54, to which I've added my name. I do also support the other amendments in this group, and note, as others have, that the strong overlap between this group and the previous one. I did listen carefully to the previous debate. My concern, again, as others have said, is that we get, before we pass this bill, clarity as to who it actually covers. But I ought to declare a very particular interest in that those of us on these benches, along with other diocesan bishops of the Church of England, do carry out public functions, which from time to time might then bring an individual one of us in our corporate capacity as Bishop of the Diocese within whatever the definition of a public body or a public authority we might eventually land on. In responding to an earlier group, actually before the recess, the noble lady, the Minister, referred to the fact that mayors, police and crime commissioners, and indeed, of course, government ministers also exercise public functions and hence fall under the scope of the bill. However, what these office holders have in common is that they're elected or appointed primarily to exercise political functions. And so I can see a logic that maybe they shouldn't use their investment and their procurement functions in order to pursue a foreign policy in contrast to that of His Majesty's government. However, notwithstanding the fact that some of diocesan bishops are members of your Lordship's House, is it really intended that we, along with the small charitable funds which are responsible in our corporate personality, should fall under the scope of the bill? If we place those modest charitable funds with an external investment body, do we have to constantly be ensuring that entity does not at any point seek to make restrictions in contravention of the bill, investing our money where it shouldn't be, or not investing it where it ought to be? I think there are other church institutions that are potentially at greater risk of being inadvertently caught up with the scope of the bill. Noble Lords will be very familiar with the Church Commissioners, the body that manages the historic endowments of the Church of England for the furtherance of the mission and ministry of the Church in perpetuity. It was my great privilege to chair the Commissioners' Board as delegated deputy of my most reverend friend, the Archbishop of Canterbury, until the end of last year. During my tenure, we grew our reputation alongside our sister pensions board as being among the world's leading ethical and responsible investors. As Noble Lords well know, the Commissioners require parliamentary approval to spend capital. Indeed, I spoke before the Easter recess when we brought just such a measure before your Lordship's house. What you may not know is that 6 state office holders, including the Prime Minister and the Lord Speaker, are ex officio Church Commissioners, notwithstanding that the government makes no contribution to the Commissioners' coffers. The ability of the Commissioners' investment team to deploy assets, what a plea there, you have noticed, Noble Lords. The ability of the Commissioners' investment team to deploy assets in furtherance of our mission objectives is not a case of anyone taking taxpayers' money and using it to pursue its own independent foreign policy. Yet on some readings, these church bodies may be seen as being within the scope of the bill. So I wonder if the Noble Lady will clarify whether such bodies are indeed in scope. Beyond the Church of England, there are many religious, charitable and other foundations across a variety of faiths and of no faith, which perform functions in areas such as education. We've heard that referred to before. I'm a grammar school boy. I benefited from a scholarship. My widowed mother could never possibly have paid school fees. But such bodies raise and hold endowment funds for such purposes in order to enable students and pupils from less well-off backgrounds, like mine, to fully access and benefit from their services. I know that goes on because I'm regularly invited to donate. But what's true of schools is even more true of universities and colleges with their endowment funds. So supposing such an institution receives an offer of funds from a private philanthropist in the UK or beyond who wishes to make some stipulation as to where the endowment may or may not be invested, this is private money, would this bill mean the foundation has to refuse the money, not because the country he wants to boycott is, or she wants to boycott is already on the list, but because it may come onto some subsequent list in some future date? My Lords, the simplest way out of this confusion is for the bill to contain either a schedule of types of bodies to which it applies, as in the amendment in the name of Baroness Chapman to which I've added my name, or to use a definition that points to a well-defined list in existing legislation. The Noble Baroness Noakes offered us that a little bit earlier on today in the previous group. I think the advantage of the Freedom of Information Act is that the very ubiquity of FOI requests, I know because I get them all the time and turn them down because it doesn't apply to me. The fact that that's ubiquitous, it's long-standing, means that, as we've heard already, most institutions are now very, very clear as to whether FOI applies to them. The same can't be said for other definitions, even, I would say, that contained in the Human Rights Act. So please, therefore, will the Noble Lady, the Minister, let us know in responding to this debate how His Majesty's Government is going to provide the clarity of a scope that's going to be essential for this bill to become a workable act.
Interest in the sense that my wife is a trustee of a major public orchestra which doesn't receive public money, but I've just put the point that if you don't receive public money, are you a public? Are you one of these public bodies? If you do you become one? Does that mean you make a choice, which is quite a serious choice? But I also declare an interest because in my business we advise people on procurement and sustainability of procurement. And I want to say to my noble friend that procurement is a very difficult issue upon which to advise because it is very widespread. What does it mean? It means everything from what might be called lavatory rolls at one end to procuring very large amounts of services or products. It also can cover the issue of the orchestra that procures an orchestra from abroad and says, as the Noble Lord Boateng said, it might have intended to bring an orchestra from, let us say, Russia to this country. If it then decides not to do so, is that the kind of decision which comes under this Act? I also have a concern, as the noble lady put forward, that the Secretary of State has an ability to remove from the exceptions those things which for most of us are really important. If we're not going to be allowed to procure on the basis of sustainability, of climate change, of the things that really are existential issues, then we are in a really serious problem, because the very bodies on any definition of public bodies, the very bodies we're talking about are the ones who ought to be procuring and investing on those bases. So the idea that this is only in that sense temporary, it's in the Act but can be removed by the arbitrary decision, and it could be arbitrary because there's nothing in the Act to say it is other than arbitrary, of the Secretary of State worries me very considerably. But the reason for rising is not just to say that to my noble friend, it is this. I am afraid, I have to say, that the government does have a record of producing bills which do not appear to have been very carefully thought through. And I have to say about this bill that if it had been produced to me as Secretary of State for the Environment, I would have sent it back and said there are too many questions in this, and I don't want to have to present it to either House of Parliament, because I can't answer a number of the questions. Now, I don't blame my noble friend for not being able to answer some of these questions, but they are pretty fundamental, aren't they? I just wonder what the Secretary of State responsible for this bill said when it was brought in front of him. Did he say, what is the definition of public body? Did he say, what is a public function? Did he ask those questions? And if he asked them, did he get an answer? And if he got an answer, was it a satisfactory answer? And why have we not got that answer when it is asked on the floor of the House? And my worry, if I may say this to my noble friend, is this. Out there are large numbers of bodies, some of them very small, who are worried that this is going to affect them. And I don't believe that kind of legislation does us any good at all. Precision here is absolutely crucial, and we need to restrict this to a very clearly relatively small number of bodies with a very clear understanding as to what it means. And the last thing I really want to ask is this. If we take sporting bodies receiving government money, I can't claim to be a sportsman. I declare no interests whatsoever on this front. But it does seem to me that if individual sportsmen wish to boycott something, then the sporting body probably has to discuss that. If it discusses it, it seems to me that under this Act, it can easily get itself into a position in which that is improper, if not illegal. Again, I don't see why people should have to ask themselves this question. We are at the moment seeing, I think, a very inelegant discussion about individuals' decisions on tax matters, I think pretty unfairly in most cases that I have heard. But I just have to say it's pretty difficult to understand quite a lot of the detailed tax legislation. But to produce this legislation is going to ask a whole lot of other people to understand very detailed and extremely difficult concepts. So I say to my noble friend, all I want is to feel that I could vote for something that I understand and that other people can understand, that doesn't reach beyond the necessary areas, and that does actually achieve some good. Those are three perfectly reasonable requests. I'm not sure that the bill, so far meets any of them.
My Lord.
To raise the issue of litigation
We are dealing with a bill here which is in territory which is highly controversial. And if this is sloppily defined, we have sloppy definitions in this bill, you do encourage litigation. Yeah. And it would be a strange thing, wouldn't it, if we passed a bill with a lot of problems around definitions, which actually causes, over time, more people to raise issues around sources of investment through the courts. And I have to say, with all due respect to the government of Israel, they have from time to time shown quite an enthusiasm for litigation from time to time to make their points. And we'd also, picking up from the last group of amendments, we live in a rather different time in terms of who raises money for public services, particularly capital money for investments. And if we just take the areas of which I know something about, health and care, we see a lot more interest in the whole idea of going into the private sector, private equity being a good example, in which we try to raise money to actually build facilities of some kind or another, which the public sector has been difficult to find the money to do that. PFI would be a good example as well. Now, those people who are actually using their funding, raising the funding to actually provide public services, they're performing a kind of public function. And they do then, if we have a sloppy bill, leave themselves exposed to probing where their sources of money are coming from. And you run the risk then of driving these people away from the kind of investments in public service we may need to get some of our old capital structures improved over time. So I do suggest to the House that if we don't tighten up these definitions, we run a series of risks which are self-defeating to any government.
Very grateful to my noble friends for these probing amendments, and even more grateful having heard the contributions from honourable members opposite that they have elicited. And a number of very serious questions have been raised about ambiguity and lack of clarity. And I do hope the Minister, in replying, isn't tempted to say to us words meant to reassure, don't worry, everything will be all right, the Secretary of State will decide. Because I must confess to the noble lady, the Minister, that the older I get, the less confidence I have in Secretaries of State. And I suspect that in a few months' time, she will begin to have less confidence than she currently has. And there's a good reason for that. It is that all of us, actually, on whatever side of the House we're at, need to be wary of over-powerful government. All of us need to be careful of over-powerful government. And I reflect on times and I hope she's able to answer this question, in which those who have provided nurseries, and in providing nurseries, have also provided fruit for children on the basis an apple a day, an orange a day helps, when people who have run such nurseries have said, we're not going actually to provide outspam oranges. And the people who have run those nurseries have been a whole range of folk from in the voluntary and charitable sectors. Mothers' unions have run those nurseries and have said we're not going to provide outspam oranges because we know of the oppressive system which has provided those oranges. And they have substituted their values for those of the Secretary of State. And it's a very good job that they did, because their values actually were superior to those of the Secretary of State. And I do want to know whether or not nurseries run by volunteers, nurseries provided by charitable and the voluntary sector, which happen to receive some form of public money from somewhere, are they going to be covered by this measure? Because if they are, it will be no comfort to us or to anyone, and should be no comfort to anyone on any side in this House, that the Secretary of State can be left to decide.
I would like, if I may briefly, to intervene in support particularly of Amendment 54, calling for a list to be, a comprehensive list, to be laid before Parliament. Because I think this debate is getting a bit metaphysical about public bodies. And what it is revealing is, first of all, there is no authoritative shared definition of a public body. And secondly, there is no single authoritative list of public bodies. So the term public body on which this bill rests is itself very hard to define. And I have two particular observations about this. First of all, we therefore reach out to lists of bodies that have been developed for other purposes in other legislation. And there are candidates around. One candidate is the Freedom of Information Act. And I'm looking across at the Lib Dem benches, because I can vividly remember a debate within the coalition about whether or not universities should be covered by the Freedom of Information Act. And the Lib Dem members of the coalition thought that that information should be available from universities. We had a negotiation as part of some wider deal. We agreed that universities should be covered by the Freedom of Information Act. At no point in those exchanges did people think that meant we were defining them as public bodies. We were simply trying for the purposes of where should the information, what should be covered by the Freedom of Information Act, under pressure from a member of the coalition, it should include universities. It wasn't intended to be an authoritative definition for other purposes in other legislation. So I think it's sensible in these circumstances to say, right, we should just have a list of the bodies for which this legislation is most relevant, not trying to reach out to find some other list or some permanent definition on all counts. And there's a second reason for this, which, if I may say so, is particularly relevant, I think, for us on these benches, because there's a paradox in the Conservative position here, which is that I think the supporters of this bill are quite keen to stop sanctions and boycotts and anti-investment campaigns by as many bodies as possible. That means that Conservatives are currently reaching out for a very ambitious definition of public bodies because they want as many as possible to be covered. I'm not totally sure that in the long run this is an approach that Conservatives won't find comes back to haunt Conservatives who may think they've ended up with an over-ambitious definition of a public body that in turn gets used for many other purposes. So I think there are good reasons for a highly precise and limited list of bodies to be covered by this legislation. Anything else, and you're on very slippery ground and may find it has consequences that even within my own party people come to regret.
My Lords, I rise to thank the proposers of these amendments in offering an opportunity to establish what many have said today in terms of precision and clarity as to the range and the definition of the public bodies referred to in the bill. I think that the Minister has an opportunity to reassure us and many groups who will fear the implications of this bill. We're talking in Amendment 22 about schools or nurseries, and the Minister has said we're talking about procurement. But does the government really intend for school governors to have to sit and pore over the school meals procurement as to whether they are contravening the terms of this bill in any way? And indeed, as Lord Deben said earlier, would they, in even talking about it and taking advice, would they also contravene the terms of the bill? Does the government intend for charity commissioners and trustees to have to take into account the implications of this bill and to face perhaps vexatious challenges to contest some of the decisions that they've already made? I think that the fact that the definitions are so poor, as many people have said here today, they will leave open legal action and vexatious possibilities of weaponising this legislation by the whole scope that seems to be covered. But the Minister can reassure us today, or in writing, that the list of public bodies covered is, as Lord Willett said, closely defined and clearly identifiable by those whom it affects. Particularly concerning in A26 is the implication of charitable organisations delivering public functions in terms of overseas aid and humanitarian work, often founded on moral principles. As the Lord Bishop said, many of these organisations have foundations which relate to moral principles and values, which they take into account when taking their decisions, whether for procurement or investment. And I do believe territorial considerations must also be key to the functioning of these groups and these charities. So I agree that we need a clear definition, and I would also like to understand and be reassured by the Minister of the reason for the additional powers being given to ministers in the last amendment on this list. I think that we should really have a much better idea of what I think Baroness Blackstone saying we are swimming through a sticky pudding is absolutely right. We are totally unclear about the terms of this and the scope of this bill, and I hope that we may be reassured in the course of this process of committee on the bill.
Mm-hmm. Questions relating to public bodies, the issue of what constitutes a public body. My major interest in this bill is sections 12 and 13 about local government pension schemes. Now, it's interesting that it requires a separate section of this bill to deal with local government pension schemes. It clearly indicates that these organisations are not public bodies, and yet the government's commitment was in relation to public bodies, and yet the bill is being extended to these other organisations which require their own section in the bill, clearly not being covered by the general term of public bodies. Perhaps the Minister could confirm, or the noble lady, the Minister, could confirm or explain that particular point. But I've got a different point relating to pension schemes. Some of these public bodies, which we've been talking about, have their own funded pension schemes, which are making investment and procurement decisions. Now, as I understand it, because they are separate trusts, they are not themselves public bodies. But they belong to a public body, they are associated with a public body, so it is possible within the bounds of trust law for those pension scheme trustee bodies to consider a decision that might potentially fall foul of this legislation. So we have the odd situation that the trustees can discuss these matters, but presumably the sponsoring organisation, which does count as a public body and is covered by the Act, cannot discuss what their trustees, the trustees that they nominate, should or shouldn't be doing. There's a certain contradiction here, and again I invite the noble lady, the Minister, to explain how that is going to operate in practice.
My Lords, can I briefly go back to the government's own list of public bodies, which is on gov.uk. And of that list of public bodies, for the Department for Education, there are 18 listed, none of which are universities. Can I also mention the noble lady, the Minister's reference to overlapping definitions in the bill? because I've been sitting here and thinking about that and wondering where the University of Buckingham sits in the government's concept of where universities lie, because that is a private university, but one which is fulfilling exactly the same functions as all the other universities in the UK. And those other universities are, of course, exempt charities. And so we are on a whole series of conflicting paths here with just one aspect of the definition of public bodies that this bill seems to wish to encompass. So I'm raising these issues so that the noble lady, the Minister, can perhaps give us some of her thoughts on these overlapping definitions and where they actually sit within the bill.
My Lord, quickly, we are in the territory of the chilling effect, aren't we? If there are a very large number of bodies which are not going to be sure how far they come within the scope of this Act, they are going to be very nervous about doing things which they would otherwise do. That is why leaving it so unclear as to how far the definitions of this bill stretch over the sector in which public and private institutions, public and private functions overlap so closely is highly undesirable. My second point is that this clearly is going to require very substantial subordinate legislation, and I think it is the sense of this House that it's a bad thing to pass bills which need too much subordinate legislation. Yesterday, the noble Lord Hayward, whom I regard as an extremely good friend, said to me that the subordinate legislation under the Elections Act, which we passed last year, is now approaching 1,000 pages, and that the Electoral Commission is spending a considerable amount of its time providing guidance for local authority electoral registration officers on what this means for them. That's bad legislation. We want to avoid that again here. Thirdly, there have been occasions, as others have, where lists of public bodies have been provided. The Minister will remember the SI on trade union levies being taken or no longer being taken automatically from pay scales by particular public bodies, which had a list at the end in the schedule of over 200 public bodies, which included some quite interesting ones like the Scottish Salmon Council and various semi-charitable local institutions to do, as I remember, with care homes and with nurseries. Fourthly, just to add on the question of universities, where universities are most concerned, of course, is whether the student loan book, which is a very large sum, is or is not included on the Treasury's calculation of national debts. That's not a marginal issue. It's quite important. And that is why definitions like this and how they're used by different parts of government and recognised by the courts are extremely important.
In the previous group of amendments, I did explain that I was concerned about the lack of certainty involved in the definitions. I do feel, however, that the debate on this group of amendments has engineered more uncertainty than, in fact, exists. My noble friend, the Minister, explained that they used the Human Rights Act definition because there is 25 years of jurisprudence, and the noble Lord Stevens helpfully suggested that the government would update their understanding of what that definition means. I believe that most of the bodies know whether or not they are subject to the public sector duty that's involved in the Human Rights Act. Not everyone, and there are certainly issues at the margin, but I do think we need to get this in proportion. I suspect that most of the bodies that the Right Reverend Prelate referred to, for example, know already whether or not they are subject to the human rights duty in Section 6 of the Human Rights Act. And so while I continue to believe that clarity is important and we need to find ways of finding that clarity, I don't think we should overstate the difficulties of establishing who is within the terms of this Act and not.
Sorry. Asked the Minister if she could comment on the actual functions of some of these so-called public bodies. I assume that schools will be regarded as, secondary schools will be regarded as a public body. But they have a wide range of functions focusing on educating the children who are pupils there. But they are also responsible for their school buildings, their development, their improvement. So if you take an example of a school that has an extremely rich alumnus who wishes to reward the school for the excellent job it did in educating him and allocates to the school a very large sum of money to put up a completely new building. Is that going to be caught by the scope of this bill so that the school has to decide whether it is going to be found to be breaking the law because it takes into account moral and ethical considerations in its purchase of goods for providing a very large new school building? These are the sort of questions that people are going to be faced with, and I'm not sure that the governors of most state secondary schools will be terribly familiar with the Human Rights Act, Section 6 of it, and nor will they find it that easy to get advice about it. So perhaps the Minister could comment on that sort of situation.
I take the point that Baroness Blackstone has just made in respect to schools, but I would also agree with the point that Baroness Noakes made about the jurisprudence which has arisen that has clarified this for a number of institutions, including, I think, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, will find for the Church of England. In fact, I believe the first case to test whether or not a body in the church was indeed a public authority was Aston Campbell Parochial Church Council, who were trying to exact a chancel repair charge, and the appellate court of the House of Lords at the time, Lord Hope, deemed that clearly the Parochial Council was not a public authority. So there are many details that have been laid out by the courts quite clearly over the years, but if the government could actually adduce that onto a single sheet of paper in the way that's been described, that would be very helpful.
My Lords, as I set out in my response to the previous scoop, we chose to apply the ban to public authorities as defined by Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998. And I have to say, I think it's a great advantage that your lordships, perhaps in contrast to the other place, scrutinise bill like this. You know, I cannot accept this as a sloppy bill. It is a good bill, but I think concerns have been overstated today. And my noble friend Lady Noakes has just explained why, I think very eloquently. We need clarity. Most bodies know if they're covered. And there is another good reason for using the Human Rights Act definition. And I'm obviously happy to look further at its implications, as I've already said. The government, of course, intended to apply this bill to a broad range of bodies when exercising public functions. This was to ensure a consistent approach to foreign policy across the UK's public institutions, to stop public bodies legitimising divisive campaigns, which can undermine community cohesion, and allow public bodies to focus on their core purpose when engaging in procurement and investment. And that was the intention of the manifesto commitment that I mentioned during the last group. And the group of the amendments here seek to probe rightly the scope of the bill's definition of public authorities. They also probe the need for the power to make exceptions to the ban, and I'll try to address them in turn. I should say that I'm very glad that the Right Reverend Bishop of Manchester has joined the debate. The Church of England would only be in scope of the bill to the extent it exercises public functions, and we've heard a little bit about the interpretation of that in the courts. Before I address the specific amendments, I would also like to remind the House that the bill is not creating any new criminal offences. I think that's a very important point. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to address the point raised by the Noble Lord Boateng and the Noble Lady Chapman, and picked up by my noble friend Lord Deben, on orchestras. Orchestras are very unlikely to be regarded as public authorities. However, withdrawing from an event is unlikely to be regarded as a procurement decision for the purposes of our bill. The definition of procurement decision does not include contracts where it's the public authority providing the service. And I'd also like to reassure the noble lady that defence contracts, the noble lady who raised it, defence contracts are also exempt from the bill. In addition, for contracts in scope, the bill already contains an exception to the ban for national security considerations. In practice, for cases reported to an enforcement authority, it will look at whether the public authority has regard to any of the exemptions to the bill, for example, the national security exemptions during the decision-making process. And evidence of this might include if the public authority shows it was following guidance from the UK government or became aware, for example, that a supplier was engaged in espionage. Amendments 26 and 23 probe whether charitable organisations would come under the scope of the bill. Charities would only be captured by the ban if they are performing public functions, and it's the government's understanding that most charities will not be covered by this bill, and I hope that provides reassurance to noble lords.
Sorry to checking the relevant parts of the bill in relation to enforcement. The noble lady said that there's no new criminal actions arising from this bill. What we do have is the power of the Secretary of State to have enforcement powers that include monetary penalties. If people refuse the monetary penalties or to pay, what does that result in?
Perhaps I can continue on the points that have been raised in debate and come back to that point. It's a very reasonable question. I'm not going to answer it without advice. But there are not criminal sanctions in this bill, which there are often in the bills that we consider in this House. There may be a small number of cases where charities are delivering public functions and they are therefore captured in respect of those functions. However, it's important to note that just because a charity is in receipt of public funding, it doesn't mean that the charity is a public authority. The bill will not apply to the private functions of charities. For example, for universities, decisions that are part and parcel of delivering higher education would be public functions, but they would be in scope of the ban. And if a charity did have public functions in scope of the ban would only apply to investment and procurement decisions made within the public functions. That is a point that I do need to emphasise. Therefore, the ban would not restrict how such bodies decide, for example, to distribute humanitarian aid, which was the subject of the earlier debate today. Yeah, sorry.
Lady the Minister sits down. I think she's misunderstood, or those who advise her have misunderstood the point that I raise in relation to the orchestra. The orchestra is putting on a concert version of The Rite of Spring. It is doing that as part of a Stravinsky festival. That festival is being held in a number of cities throughout the world. It is booked to appear at the new Opera House in Dubai. It puts out a tender for ballet companies to provide the dance section of The Rite of Spring for this concert version. It specifically precludes in its procurement, so perhaps those who advise the Minister can reflect on this, it specifically precludes in that procurement the National Ballet Company of a country that has recently invaded a sovereign nation, because it does not wish reputationally to be linked with that National Ballet Company. That is quite clearly a procurement. Is she saying that that wouldn't be covered by the Act? And the fact that the orchestra concerned received a proportion of its funding from the public purse didn't make it fall within the ambit of this Act. It's to that question specifically that an answer will be helpful. Because if she can't give that answer, it does demonstrate very clearly the concern about ambiguity that all contributors to this debate have articulated.
Lord Boateng has concentrated on the procurement decision, but before you get to decide whether the procurement decision is relevant, you have to decide whether or not it's a public authority. So it will come back to whether or not the orchestra is a public authority before getting to any issue about whether a procurement is covered.
Answer to, is it a public authority for that purpose because it receives public funding?
Well, I'm actually glad that we've focused on an individual example, because in my experience, this always helps us to clarify our own thinking. And I think, if the Noble Lord Boateng will allow me, I will take the orchestra example away, along with the Noble Lady Chapman's example, work out what the right approach is, and get back to Noble Lords, maybe in discussion outside this chamber. I think we all want the same thing. We want to make sure that this bill applies to the right bodies in the right way. And that is what we are seeking to do, which is why we started with human rights legislation, which is often a popular start, I have to say, for good reasons, to legislation. But we have, as we do, scrutinised the detail of this legislation today, and we've come up with some questions which are extremely good ones, and it behoves us to go away. And I'm sure we can find some good answers and use that to improve the bill, which is what I said on the first day when I introduced this bill. We're determined to do our best to get a good bill that leaves this House in the right place and delivers on the manifesto commitment. Perhaps I could now turn to Amendment 25, because that seeks to probe whether a national governing body of sport, which is in receipt of public funding, would be in scope of the bill. And actually, I think raises some of the same questions as the other issues that we're going to consider. It's possible that a governing body of sport could be in scope of the bill, and if a sporting body is considered to be a public body under the Human Rights Act, on the basis to exercise some public functions, then the ban would only apply to the public functions that was obviously exercised by that body. But a sporting body being in receipt of public funding would not in itself be enough for it to be considered a public authority. And these bodies play a significant public role. Right?
Public function thing again, which she's referred to frequently, because I think she has clarified that the public funding is part of what will determine whether or not the sporting governing body is a public body. But she said it would only be relevant in the conduct of public functions. I'm not clear, given that we were promised a response at the end of the last group on what a public function is that would follow, I think she said, in writing, but she's relying on that term frequently during the response to this group of amendments, which I don't think is necessarily helpful unless she's able to say something more at this stage about what she considers a public function to be.
I think the Noble Lady is right that we need to use the term public function with care. We need to be entirely clear what it means, and that but the receipt of public funding is also another legitimate issue that we do need to understand, and understand the scale of that as well. Yeah.
Just as an example, suppose a young people's badminton team were to be taking a tour of Southeast Asia, and it was felt that they didn't want to take part in events in certain regions of China, and they came under some pressure on this from perhaps parents or other groups. How would that be? Because you could say that enabling young people to engage in sport is perhaps a public function, I don't know. So how would that be considered?
My own feeling is that wouldn't be either procurement or investment, so it would be outside the scope of this bill, the particular example. But I obviously that she's raised the point, and but the sporting bodies can be within the scope, as I explained, in procurement and investment decisions. And I think the reason for this is that these bodies play a significant role in public life, and it would send a very unhelpful signal if we were to single out governing bodies of sport as an exception to this bill.
about this. But there is then a need to define procurement, because in the example that I am perhaps tenuously relying on, there would be procurement, surely, in that example, because there would be procurement of transport services, of accommodation services, of catering services, and venues. And so that would constitute procurement, surely.
It seemed to me that the issue here was boycotting of a sporting event, and that's not a procurement or investment decision. But I've already undertaken to look carefully at these individual examples, because we all want to understand exactly clearly what we're talking about and to come to the right outcome. Amendment 24 would carve out community interest companies. While it's not inconceivable that a community interest company might perform a public function, neither their purpose or structure naturally lend themselves to that. It's not by and large what the bill is designed for. Amendment 22 seeks to probe whether schools and early years providers such as nurseries are in scope of the bill. I could confirm to the House that all public funded schools will be captured by the ban when they're performing public functions, and some early years providers will also be public authorities on that definition. Other early years providers may be captured to the extent they're performing a public function. However, I will take Noble Lord's concerns on that issue away, because I think it comes into the same category as the other two examples that we've been looking at. Privately funded independent schools, and I think this one will probably apply to private university, will be captured to the extent that they perform a public function. However, they're unlikely to perform functions of a public nature, and are therefore scenarios where they're captured as hybrid public authorities, which we discussed in the last group. The ban will ensure publicly funded schools remain shared spaces for all, and the bill will ensure that schools and early years providers can remain focused on their core duties rather than being distracted by divisive campaigns promoted by BDS and others.
I'm sorry about that. If you take a Church of England or Catholic school, and they therefore say that they will not buy from a country which is persecuting Christians, that is concentrating on your core responsibility. It's not avoiding it, it's actually what they're there for. It's to uphold the faith. So are we really going to dictate whether they should make that decision or not?
My Lords, may I respectfully suggest the Minister has an advisory speaking time of 20 minutes, and if we could leave any further interventions towards the end and allow the Noble Minister to answer as many of the existing questions as possible.
I have already said that, sorry. I'm trying to answer as many questions as Noble Lords have made. There have been a great many interventions on me. I've been very patient. I've also made some undertakings to try and clarify some of these points, and that included childcare, and that childcare would obviously cover the sort of schools that my noble friend Lord Deben mentioned. But perhaps I could turn to Amendment 54, because that requires the Secretary of State to provide a comprehensive list of the bodies in scope before the provisions in Clause 1 can be brought into force. Now, the government is not able to provide a comprehensive list of bodies captured by the Human Rights Act definition. However, I've tried to be clear on the categories of bodies, so that includes, just to repeat, central government agencies and non-departmental bodies, UK government ministers and devolved ministers, local authorities administering authorities of local government pension schemes, universities and higher education providers with public funded functions, publicly funded schools, and some museums and galleries in receipt of significant public funding. And as with any definition, there will be further cases at the margins of the definition where it is impossible to generalise without the full facts of the case, and that's, of course, where the courts come in. Legislation often uses general definitions, for example, the Human Rights Act, from which we have taken the scope, or the scope of bodies covered by obligations under public procurement legislation. But finally, I'd like to turn to Amendment 14A. This would remove from the bill the powers granted to the Secretary of State to amend the schedule to make exceptions to the ban for certain bodies, functions and types of consideration, and to amend or remove regulations made under these powers. I understand concerns about the use of subordinate legislation. The Noble Lord knows that, and we are lucky that we have such a good committee to supervise their use. But these powers are necessary to ensure that the ban can evolve over time and operate as intended, for example, in respond to emerging global events. I'd also like to assure the Noble Lady, Lady Chapman, that the FCDO are fully supportive of this legislation, and all regulations made under this bill would follow the normal procedure of cross-governmental clearance and, of course, be approved by the Foreign Secretary. Noble Lords, in the event that in future the ban has unintended consequence for a certain public authority, it is right for the Secretary of State to have the power to exempt that body or a function of the body from the ban via a statutory instrument. I think today's debate shows that that is necessary, and this would be subject to affirmative resolution by both houses. These powers would also allow the Secretary of State to exempt certain types of considerations for the ban. For example, ministers may decide to exempt a narrow type of consideration to ensure that the ban can evolve in line with government policy. The powers future-proof the legislation to ensure the ban can continue to operate effectively and mitigate against unforeseen circumstances. But before I close, I should perhaps address the point made by the Noble Lord, Lord Deben, on the environment. The ban only applies to decisions that target a particular country or a particular territory. For example, environmental campaigns, including campaigns against fossil fuels that are not country-specific, are outside the scope of this bill. I'd also like to reassure the Noble Lord, my noble friend, that the power in Clause 3 can't be reused to remove any exception to the ban in the bill as passed by Parliament. There is a schedule that he can look at, which includes environmental misconduct, which we're coming on to discuss. And I'd also like, hope finally, to address the point raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Davis of Brixton, in regards to why there's a separate clause in the bill for local government pension schemes. The administering authorities of local government pension schemes are public authorities under Section 6 of the Human Rights Act. Capturing administering authorities of LGPS in a bespoke provision means that the pensions regulator can use its existing powers and procedures to enforce the BDS ban for the administering authorities of LGPS. That avoids the pensions regulator setting up a separate enforcement system for the bill. But I'm happy to have a discussion with him, as we often discuss pensions issues, which are of limited interest sometimes to the whole House. I hope that my response to this group of amendments, most important of all, alongside the undertakings that I gave in response to my previous group, which we expanded a little bit to bring in telling examples, will help the House to understand why we've chosen the Human Rights Act definition. And I would ask the Noble Lords to withdraw their amendments and look forward to further discussion.
I hope at this point I'm able to intervene before the Noble Lady sits down. Some of these new rules that have been introduced for the committee stage I find incredibly damaging to our ability to properly scrutinise this bill. I did raise that point at the committee. The Noble Lady said that the FCDO fully supports this legislation. And I think she may recall that at the last committee day, I raised specifically this question because what I wanted to do was to inform the House the precise nature of the FCDO's advice following United Nations resolutions regarding the occupied territories, which of course are specifically mentioned in this bill. So perhaps she can take this opportunity to tell us how that advice could potentially impact on the sort of investment and procurement decisions that organisations might make. There is advice that the FCDO has issued in relation to occupied territories.
Well, we're going to be discussing the occupied territories in relation to a group 2 or 3 down this bill. And I don't have an answer to the Noble Lord on this particular point today, except to reiterate that this bill has obviously been collectively agreed. I was particularly talking about the arrangements for regulations, which in turn had been collectively agreed. And of course, I explained the system, that when you have a new statutory instrument, there's a right round, and that involves all relevant ministers. And in this particular act, that would certainly be the Foreign Secretary.
Can I just ask her to take away the point I was trying to raise earlier, ineptly, which is the issue of whether there is a public body, and particularly we could take as examples housing, health and care, where there is an investment decision to be taken by that public body on a new building and or new services. Is the public body expected to find out more about the sources of the money that that funding entity is going to use to provide those public services, perform public functions and provide new public buildings? Are they expected to go that far?
I'm grateful for that point. I'm not sure I entirely understand it, so perhaps I could offer either to meet or to write to the noble lord on the point and make sure that he gets an answer in good time.
My Lords, I wasn't expecting that group to elicit quite the debate that it did, but I thought it was incredibly helpful and welcome in just exposing quite, and Lord Warner described it as sloppy, and I think he does make a fair point. The Minister said that she didn't like that phrase, but given that we've been unable to agree a definition of a public function, we've been unable to elicit a proper definition of procurement, and we haven't agreed what a public body is by any means. I would have to agree with Lord Warner. This isn't us being mendacious or deliberately creating problems for the government, although that, you could argue, is a fair thing for the opposition to want to do. That's not what we're doing here. We are, like Lord Willits and Lord Deben, trying to get to the real nub of this, which is how does this bill enable the government to fulfil the commitments that we all accept the government made in its manifesto, and we do understand that the government wants to stand by those commitments, but we are so concerned that actually the legislation before us could end up straying into so many more areas, and I honestly, genuinely do not think that when this went into the manifesto that anybody thought that sporting bodies or schools, that nobody had that in mind. And yet here we are with the Minister unable to answer some quite straightforward examples, including a very good example from my noble friend Lord Boateng. I think that I regret that, and I have to say I agree with my noble friend Lord Collins when the government whip pops up to try and rescue the Minister from having to take too many more interventions. Well, that's fair enough. Those are now the rules. But actually, this place is supposed to be able to spend a bit more time at committee and to be able to... I give way.
I think that's a little bit unfair. The noble lady knows that I'm always ready to take interventions. I've continued to take interventions, and I'm doing my best to actually do the job that this chamber does so well. We've used the Human Rights Act definitions. This chamber has decided that that causes problems. I'm sure those are soluble.
I absolutely did not mean any disrespect whatsoever to the Minister. She's completely right. She's never declined to take an intervention. Has been very accessible on every occasion I've needed to her to be so outside of this chamber. But the point I'm making is that these considerations at committee are intentionally sometimes involve a lot of back and forth because we're trying to get to the point and trying to understand and trying to be able to improve and do our jobs. So it's been a helpful debate. I think we leave with a few more questions even than we arrived with. I'm sure we'll be coming back to some of this in later stages, but for today I beg leave to withdraw.
Mr. Lordship's pleasure this amendment be withdrawn. The amendment is by leave withdrawn. Amendment 15, Lord Hayne.
My Lords, my Amendment 15 seeks to answer the question, what would happen if a public authority imposed a boycott campaign which related to Israel and arose as a result of environmental misconduct in occupied Palestinian territories, illegal under international law. My Lords, under the bill's schedule, the Section 1 prohibitions on the consideration of moral or political disapproval is lifted so far as that consideration relates to environmental misconduct. This includes, according to the schedule, consideration related to the possibility of environmental misconduct having taken place or taking place in the future, while the definition of environmental misconduct here means conduct that amounts to an offence, whether under the law of a part of the United Kingdom or any other country or territory, and caused or had the potential to cause significant harm to the environment, including the life and health of plants and animals. My Lord, surely such accusations of environmental misconduct should also apply to the State of Israel. There's credible evidence that Israel is engaged in environmental misconduct, particularly through the actions of the Israeli Defense Forces in its occupation and military actions. In its military action in Gaza, there are serious questions to be raised about environmental misconduct. Dr. Saeed Bagheri, scholar of international law at the University of Reading, stated in January this year that there may be evidence, and I quote, to suggest that they, Israel, have acted contrary to the International Committee of the Red Cross position that the prohibition on inflicting widespread, long-term and severe harm to the natural environment is a rule of customary international law, end quotes. He added, and I quote again, the actions by the Israeli Defense Force in Gaza have left chemicals from white phosphorus weapons that could linger in the environment for years. This can have a long-term impact on the soil, affecting the growth of crops, and in Gaza, agriculture takes up about a quarter of land. For individual farmers and their communities, this pollution and its long-term impacts could be devastating. That's the end of his quote. My Lords, but such questions far predate the current horror in Gaza. The Institute for Middle East Understanding has set out a long list of allegations of environmental misconduct. In its actions in the occupied territories, long-standing allegations against Israel have been made about the deliberate destruction of olive trees and of olive orchards. At least 2.5 million trees have been destroyed since 1967. Yet Palestinians depend on these trees as a primary source of food and income. And the destruction of natural wildlife since October has been stark. A recent estimate states that around 4,300 acres of trees and plant life has been cleared around the Gaza Strip by Israeli forces, not to mention the complete devastation of natural and built environment within the Gaza Strip. And what of Israeli siphoning off of water supplies from the occupied territories? This has caused a permanent drop in the West Bank's water table and distorted water flows, damaging agriculture and increasing flood and drought vulnerability. In February this year, the IDF itself confirmed that it is dumping seawater into tunnels and waterways below Gaza, an act which the Director General of the Geneva Water Hub described as polluting, contaminating and poisoning Gaza's aquifer. We also know that Israel discharges 52 million cubic yards of untreated sewage and other hazardous materials each year into the West Bank. The Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the occupied territories reported, and I quote, Israel's environmental policy in the West Bank, including situating polluting waste treatment facilities there, is part and parcel of the policy of dispossession and annexation it has practiced in the West Bank for the past 50 years. My Lords, in the West Bank, and in contravention of the Geneva Convention, Israel has appropriated most water sources for itself and restricts Palestinian access to them. Of course, this is not Israeli state or Israeli Defense Force activity alone. The administration of this occupation relies on a vast number of agencies and companies. It is not reasonable for any public authority doing due diligence on environmental matters to prefer to disengage with any company? Is it not reasonable, for any public authority doing due diligence on environmental matters to prefer to disengage with any companies or agencies which are involved in such acts? Indeed, many of these instances could feasibly fall foul of international law, such as Rome Statute prohibitions on inflicting damage to the natural environment, Hague regulations, provisions on natural resource use, and customary international humanitarian law principles on hostilities to the national environment, to name a few. But the matter goes beyond the practical application of these examples raised. The question is also, can we exempt Israel and the occupied territories from schedule considerations without denying the very real possibility, now or in the future, of Israeli state or corporate environmental misconduct? My Lords, Israel's human destruction of Gaza is being compounded by environmental crisis. In Rafah, large family groups have been living cramped together with no running water, no fuel, and surrounded by running sewage and waste piling up. Like the rest of Gaza's residents, the air they breathe is heavy with pollutants, and the water carries disease. Beyond the city streets lie ruined orchards and olive groves and farmland destroyed by bombs and bulldozers. Forensic Architecture, a London-based research group, has shown how family farms close to Gaza's border with Israel, cultivated for generations, have been destroyed, their orchards uprooted and replaced by military roads. Israel has suggested it could make this sort of thing permanent to create buffer zones along the border where a lot of Palestinian farms are sited. My Lords, an analysis of satellite imagery reported by the Guardian newspaper recently showed the destruction of nearly half of Gaza's tree cover and farmland, mainly because of the military onslaught by the Israeli Defense Force, but also because, starved of fuel, desperate Gaza residents have cut down trees to burn for cooking or heating. Not only have olive groves and farms been reduced to rubble, but soil and groundwater have been contaminated by munitions and toxins. The sea is full of sewage and waste. The air is polluted by smoke and particulates. The impact on Gaza's ecosystems and biodiversity is colossal, leading to calls for it to be recognized as ecocide and investigated as a possible war crime. United Nations environmental experts report massive amounts of debris and hazardous material in Gaza, with harmful substances like asbestos, heavy metals, fire contaminants, unexploded ordnance, and hazardous chemicals. When Israel cut off fuel to Gaza after the 7th of October terrorist pogrom, power cuts meant wastewater could not be pumped to treatment plants, leading to 100,000 cubic meters of sewage a day spewing into the sea. The sheer scale and long-term impact of all of this environmental destruction has led to calls for it to be investigated as a potential war crime and to be classed as ecocide, which covers damage done to the environment by deliberate or negligent actions. My Lords, under the Rome Statute, which governs the International Criminal Court, it is a war crime to intentionally launch an excessive attack, knowing that it will cause widespread, long-term and severe damage to the natural environment. The Geneva Conventions require that warring parties do not use methods of warfare that cause, and I quote, widespread, long-term and severe damage to the natural environment. My Lords, Forensic Architecture argues, and I quote, the destruction of agricultural land and infrastructure in Gaza is a deliberate act of ecocide. And so I put Amendment 15 to your Lordship's House with the intention of asking, how should a public authority act if it wishes to disengage with a company or enterprise which may be involved in acts such as these, which could amount to environmental misconduct under UK or international law, if that company is Israeli or if it engages in alleged misconduct overseen by the State of Israel? The bill is clear that the schedule considerations override Section 1 prohibitions or boycotts, but it is not clear whether the schedule also applies to Clause 3, which likewise overrules Section 1. This could present a glaring contradiction in the current formulation of this bill, and one which I very much hope the government and the noble lady, the Minister, will respond to, which needs to be resolved through this amendment, which I very much hope that the noble lady, the Minister, will accept and hopefully come back to report having accepted it to deal with this matter.
My Lords, I rise to speak to my... Sorry.
Amendment proposed, Clause 3, page 2, line 24, to insert the words printed on the marshalled list.
My apologies. I rise to speak to my two amendments here, 32A and 32B. And 32A expands the environmental grounds on which a public body is allowed to make certain economic decisions. And 32B is the definition of environmental misconduct. It extends the definition of environmental misconduct to include damage, regardless of whether it's legal or illegal, and to include species, habitats, and the natural world. Now, it is actually quite positive that this bill at least does recognise that public authorities should be allowed to consider environmental issues when deciding whether to spend taxpayers' money on goods and services purchased from outside of the UK, or how to invest the pensions of public sector workers and retirees. However, this environmental carve-out is far too narrow, and I don't understand why public authorities be forced to ignore environmental destruction as long as that destruction isn't a criminal offence. I've worked closely with Friends of the Earth on these amendments, and they were also tabled in the Commons by my honourable friend Caroline Lucas. We're all deeply concerned about this fundamentally flawed bill and the impact it will have on public bodies' legitimate procurement or investment decisions about companies or products that are destroying the natural environment, including pollution overseas and climate breakdown. All public bodies must be free to avoid investment in fossil fuels, which are contributing to climate breakdown. And this bill sets out an uneven treatment between local or UK-based businesses and foreign enterprises, particularly where those are owned or controlled by a foreign state. A local council will remain entitled to refuse to purchase timber from a business that is clear-cutting their local woodland, but if it's a foreign country linked to a foreign government, then they will be prohibited from even considering the impact of clear-cutting woodlands and rainforests around the world. These types of considerations are quite routine, even mundane now, so-called ESG criteria among both public and private sector. So public authorities should be entitled to consider the same types of environmental issues that they would consider if they were interacting with a UK-based business. There's no justification for it to be any other way other than a totally misguided belief that the nature, land, air and water in the United Kingdom is inherently more valuable or deserving of protection than that existing outside of the United Kingdom. It does sound slightly colonial to me. Why has the government chosen to draft this so tightly so that the only environmental considerations are whether or not the environmental damage constitutes a criminal offence? I hope the Minister can see the glaring flaws in this approach and the obvious harms it will lead to. So I want to ask noble lords across the House, including the Minister, to work with us on this issue so that we can bring something that we can all support to report stage. Because environmental crimes must not be set as a bar beyond which anything goes in terms of public procurement and the investment of public pensions. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
My Lords, we are now ready to start ping-pong on the Rwanda Bill. We'll resume the committee stage once this is complete and the Department of Health and Social Care statement. My Lords, I beg to move the debate on Amendment 15 be adjourned.
Question is that the debate on Amendment 15 be adjourned. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move that the House now be resumed.
Question is that the House be resumed. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
Message from the Commons that they disagree to the amendments made by the Lords to the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, for which they assign reasons.
My Lords, consideration of Commons reasons on the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill. Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move that the Commons reasons be considered forthwith.
Order. My Lords, the question is that the Commons reasons be considered forthwith. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion A, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A, that this House do not insist on its amendment 1D, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 1E. I will also speak to motions B, B1, C, C1, D and D1. My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords on all benches for their careful consideration of this bill. We have debated the same issues for some time, and it is of course right that the bill is properly scrutinised. However, the time has come to get the bill onto the statute book. My Lords, motion A1 relates to Lord's Amendment 1D in the name of Lord Coker, which seeks to make clear that on the front of the bill that the Act must have due regard to international law and specific domestic legislation. As I made clear yesterday, the government takes its responsibilities and international obligations incredibly seriously. The bill simply ensures that Parliament's sovereign view that Rwanda is a safe country is deferred to and binding in domestic law. This is to avoid systemic legal challenges frustrating removals. What it doesn't mean is that the bill legislates away our international obligations. There is nothing in the bill that requires any act or omission that conflicts with our international obligations. In relation to domestic law, I've set out in previous debates the provisions in the treaty which take account of the needs of children and those who are victims of modern slavery. Rwanda has a long history of supporting and integrating asylum seekers and refugees, having already hosted over 135,000 refugees and asylum seekers, including women and children, and has the necessary provisions in place to support those who are vulnerable. My Lords, turning to Amendment 3G in the name of the noble and learned Lord Hope. At this late stage in the passage of the bill, I fear I'm repeating much of what I previously stated, but it is important to make it clear and re-emphasise that we will only ratify the treaty in the UK once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. Article 24 of the treaty states that the treaty will enter into force on the date of receipt of the last notification by Rwanda or the UK that their internal procedures for entry into force have been completed. My Lords, both I and my noble and learned friend Lord Stewart of Durlton set out yesterday the details of the internal procedures that are now in place and continue to be put in place. We have spoken at length during our many debates about the monitoring committee, and so I do not propose to reiterate again all the details which are clearly set out in the government's published policy statement. It is important, however, to point out again that the Joint Committee and the Independent Monitoring Committee will oversee the partnership and ensure the obligations under the treaty are adhered to in practice. This will prevent the risk of any harm to relocated individuals, including potential refoulement, before it has a chance to occur, and as I said yesterday, there will be an enhanced phase of monitoring. As I also set out yesterday, Article 4.1 of the treaty sets out that it is for the UK to determine the timing of a request for relocation of individuals under the terms of the agreement, and the number of such requests made. This means that the government would not be obligated to remove individuals under the terms of the treaty if there had been, for example, an unexpected change to the in-country situation in Rwanda that required further considerations. Pausing removals to particular countries in response to any potential changes which may affect that country's safety and suitability for returns is the general approach the government takes across the board and will continue to take when looking to relocate individuals to Rwanda. Moving on to Amendment 6F in the name of the noble lady Baroness Chakrabarty. As clearly expressed by the other place on several occasions now, this is an amendment that the government simply cannot accept. It seeks to undermine the key measures of the bill and is completely unnecessary. We have made it clear that we cannot allow relocations to Rwanda to be frustrated and delayed as a result of systemic challenges on its general safety. In this context, the safety of a particular country is a matter for Parliament, and one in which Parliament's view should be sovereign. The evidence we have provided and the commitments made by the United Kingdom and the government of Rwanda through the internationally binding treaty enable Rwanda to be deemed a safe country. This bill makes it clear that that finding should not be disturbed by the courts. And turning to motion D, which relates to Amendment 10F in the name of the Noble Lord, Lord Brown. As I said yesterday, and I'll again reassure Parliament that once the UKSF ARAP review has concluded, the government will consider and revisit how the Illegal Migration Act and removal under existing immigration legislation will apply to those who are determined ARAP eligible as a result of the review, ensuring that these people receive the attention they deserve and that they have earned. The government recognises the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans, whether our own or those who have shown courage by serving alongside us, and we will not turn our backs on those who have served. My Lords, I beg to move.
Yeah.
The question is that motion A be agreed to.
I wish to speak to motion B1 as an amendment to motion B, that at the end there be inserted the words and do propose amendment 3G as an amendment in lieu of amendment 3E. My Lords, I've asked for a further amendment in lieu to be put down because I believe I have raised important issues which need to be resolved before the bill passes through Parliament finally. As has been mentioned by the Noble Lord, the Minister, the Act will come into force on the day on which the Rwanda Treaty enters into force. That means that your Lordships are being asked to say that as from that very moment, and without more, Rwanda is a safe country. But that is not all. Clause 2 of the bill states that as from that date, every decision maker, including the Secretary of State himself, must conclusively treat Rwanda as a safe country. That is so whether or not the treaty has been fully implemented and whether or not at some time in the future Rwanda ceases to be safe. The Secretary of State, just like any other decision maker, will be locked into the proposition that Rwanda is a safe country by the statute, with no room for any escape. It is no use, in other words, for his advisers to say that things still need to be done before all the protections and the systems that the treaty provides for are in place. Nor is it any use for his adviser to say that as these arrangements have broken down, Rwanda can no longer be considered safe. The Secretary of State is required by the statute to disregard that advice. He has no discretion in the matter. That's what the word conclusively in clause 2 means. Now, the Noble Lord, the Minister, has told your Lordship several times that the government are not obligated by the treaty to send anybody to Rwanda if the facts change. That may well be so, but that is not what the bill says. The Secretary of State is bound by the statute to ignore any such changes. He's required by clause 2 for all time conclusively to treat Rwanda as safe. Now, if the Noble Lord the Minister will forgive me, his position, his head is buried in the sand, like that of the proverbial ostrich. Lord, so my amendment seeks to add two provisions to clause 1 of the bill. My first point is that before Rwanda can be judged to be a safe country, the mechanisms in the treaty that the treaty provides for must be put into practice. Ratifying the treaty is an important step, but that is not enough. As has been pointed out repeatedly, the situation on the ground is still being developed. The treaty must be implemented before Rwanda can be considered to be safe. So my amendment seeks to write into the bill a provision that Rwanda cannot be treated as a safe country until the Secretary of State has laid before Parliament a statement from the Independent Monitoring Committee that the key mechanisms that the treaty provides for its implementation have been created. And it provides that Rwanda will cease to be a safe country for the purposes of the Act if the Secretary of State makes a statement to Parliament to that effect. In other words, it provides the Secretary of State with the escape clause that he needs if he is to escape from the confines of Clause 2 should that situation develop. My Lords, I remind your Lordships of what Sir Jeremy Wright said in the other place when my amendment was being considered there on the 18th of March. What he said was this: it simply is not sensible for Parliament not to be able to say differently, save through primary legislation, if the facts were to change. The government should give some thought to the situation under the bill. It must be right for Parliament to retain the capacity to reconsider and, if necessary, to revise it. He said that on the 18th of March. Developing the point this afternoon, he said that I was wrong to give it to the monitoring committee, in my amendment as it was then, to decide whether or not Rwanda was safe, as this should be a matter for Parliament. I agree with him, and as it happens, I've already deleted the reference to the monitoring committee from this part of my latest draft. What I am proposing now is that it be left entirely to the Secretary of State to decide, although, of course, he would no doubt seek the advice of that committee. Sir Bob Neill and Sir Robert Buckland, both of whom spoke in support of my amendment last time, also spoke in support of it this afternoon. Sir Anthony Buckland accepted that there needs to be a system by which it can be verified that the treaty has been fully implemented. He said that to do this would reduce the possibility of legal challenge, and that a reliable method of doing this was to use the monitoring committee to set up by the treaty itself. He also said that there needs to be a mechanism for dealing with the situation if Rwanda is no longer safe, without resort to the time-consuming method of primary legislation. That is what my amendment seeks to provide. And so far as the question of what happens in the future, my system is flexible. The Secretary of State can come to Parliament and say Rwanda is not safe, but he doesn't need primary legislation, so the Act is still there, and you could come back when the situation is cured and come back again and say, well, I can regard Rwanda as safe now. So it provides not only an escape clause, but also flexibility to enable this Act to continue, if necessary, without the amending legislation. Now, Lords, the Commons' reasons, which are set out in the marshalled list, are exactly the same as last time. They state that my amendments are not necessary because the bill comes into force when the treaty comes into force, and that it's not appropriate to legislate for Rwanda adhering to its treaty obligations, because its ongoing adherence to its treaty obligations will be subject to the monitoring provisions set out in the treaty. No doubt that is so, but that still fails to face up to what I'm saying on both points. My Lords, in short, the coming into force of the treaty is not enough. We need confirmation, verification, that it has been implemented before we can make the judgment that Rwanda can be considered safe. And it simply is not sensible for Parliament not to be able to say differently, save through primary legislation, if the facts were to change. Lords, I very much regret that I've had to press my points yet again. It's certainly not my intention to obstruct the operation of the bill in any way. The amendment that I'm proposing is necessary to make sense of the bill. It's modest and simple and easy to operate. The Lords, the other place needs to think yet again. I beg to move.
My Lords, it's an absolute privilege to follow the noble and learned Lord Hope. There are 3 amendments left, B1, C1 and D1. B1, as we've just heard, is the Parliamentary Sovereignty Amendment, because that is what, if I may say so, the noble and learned Lord has just described. If this bill is about restoring sovereignty to Parliament, then Parliament must have an ability to scrutinise the ongoing future safety of Rwanda. Forgive me for paraphrasing. C1 is the Rule of Law Amendment, which has been amended after listening to a particular exchange last night about what would happen if the facts changed in Rwanda. Would the Secretary of State be able not to send people to Rwanda? And as we've just heard once more from the noble and learned Lord, the Secretary of State's hands are tied by this legislation. Even if the Secretary of State, or dare I say it, a future Secretary of State, believed that the facts had changed, they would be bound by this legislation to send people to Rwanda. So I amended my amendment to take out immigration officers, to avoid systemic challenges, but just to allow the Secretary of State to make a judgment and for that to be reviewed by the courts. That was the Rule of Law Amendment. And of course D1
in the name of my noble friend, Lord Brown of Ladyton, is the Debt of Honour Amendment. To those who have paid in courage and blood for a promise that they would be looked after by the crown that they served, and they are only refugees in the first place, many of them, because they served this country. Those are the three amendments left. I will not be pressing the Rule of Law Amendment, because it is right for your Lordship's House to focus on what is attainable at this stage in this process. So the Rule of Law Amendment will not be pressed, but I take this moment to thank noble lords for across this House for the leadership, the moral and practical leadership that they have shown on this legislation to this generation of voters and future voters, that your Lordship's grandchildren can be proud for what you've done over this bill. I will not be pressing B1, but I urge every noble lord in this House to support the noble and learned Lord Hope of Craighead with his Parliamentary Sovereignty Amendment, and my noble friend, Lord Brown of Ladyton, with the Debt of Honour Amendment this evening.
Yeah. Well, Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow my noble friend, Lady Chakrabarti, and I thank her enormously for her words of support for Amendment 10F, and I also thank her for her continued support throughout the time that I have been pressing this amendment in my preparations and other aspects of what I've been doing in your Lordship's House. Well, as I will speak to motion D1 and Amendment 10F in lieu. Well, as I began my remarks yesterday with a promise not to rehearse the moral cause for the amendment, and I add to that promise not to rehearse the compelling long-term strategic security case for it to protect our future credibility as an ally, nor to rehearse in detail the irrationality of the government's two principal lines of argument in refusing to accept the principle of exempting a small number of ill-served brave Afghan fighters who are already here in the UK from deportation. Rather, as this is the 5th time I have had to make a speech in your Lordship's House in support of a variant of this amendment, I shall refer your Lordships to columns 9, 06, 7 and 8 of the official report for yesterday. That's for those of you who are not already word perfect in my speeches on this. My Lords, since yesterday the halls of this Parliament and beyond have echoed to suggestions and in some cases reassurances that we, those who support this amendment, could expect a statement of assurance from the government about the fate of this small body of brave soldiers who fought with our forces in Afghanistan and are only in this dilemma, facing compulsory deportation to Rwanda because of our government's sclerosis, administrative shortcomings and possible venal dishonesty of some forces they served with, that has resulted in the wrongful refusal of the Arab status that they would have been awarded and would have included visas to them, thus enabling them to escape certain death, rather than compelling them to take irregular routes here in the first place. Assurances, my Lords, with which, if they were bankable, our party and I would have engaged. Assurances, the promise of which is supported by credible evidence of high-level exchanges, but which were withdrawn this afternoon. I understand because of a political policy decision at number 10, which is reflected in a statement by the Prime Minister's spokesperson. I won't read it out to your Lordships, but you can read it for yourselves. So we are now left, my Lords, with the best and noble Lord the Minister, Lord Sharp, for whom I have a great regard, can offer. I will read to your Lordship from column 901 yesterday what he repeated, the assurance he repeated today in his short introductory speech. It is as follows. I turn to motion F and amendment 10D. As we have set out before, the Government recognise the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans. whether our own or those who have shown courage by serving alongside us, and we will not let them down. Once again, I reassure Parliament that once the UKSF, the UK Special Forces ARAP review has concluded, the Government will consider and revisit how the Illegal Migration Act and removal under existing immigration legislation will apply to those who are determined ARAP eligible as a result of the review. And this is the important part of it, because it's the ensuring that they receive the attention that they deserve. My Lords, that's what we have. I don't have any faith, my Lords, in the Government's attitude to the brave men and women concerned from that assurance. I don't understand what it means, but I don't have any assurance in this, given not only the way these individuals have been treated, but the way your Lordship's House and my noble friends have been treated over the last 24 hours. My Lords, I also don't have any assurance in this, and I don't, because on the occasions in my life, both as a parent and as a practising lawyer and as a politician, in ensuring that people receive the attention that they deserve, it normally results in me scolding them, disciplining them, or telling them they were wrong and they will have to be punished. It doesn't seem to me to give any assurance that there will be any possible result, a positive result. It sounds like a threat rather more than anything else. My Lords, I said in conclusion in my remarks yesterday that now is the time to give these people the sanctuary their bravery has earned. This worthless assurance won't do. Therefore, my Lords, I feel compelled to test the mood of your Lordship's House and to send a message to the other place that it's time that they learned the political consequences of their failure not to give either an assurance that is bankable or to accept this amendment. Because, my Lords, there is little, if any, support in your Lordship's House for their failure to do this, and there certainly is no majority support in the country for us to treat these brave people this way.
My Lords, I don't intend to repeat the arguments that were made yesterday in rationale for the two amendments which I understand are going to be pushed to the vote. Just simply to say this about the noble Lord Hope and learned Lord Hope's amendment. It provides Parliament and government with protection. Parliament, that's this House, is provided with the protection that this amendment gives, that declaring Rwanda a safe country when we don't have the evidence of it being a safe country before us is the route by which this amendment gives us that security. And secondly, it provides protection for both present and future Secretaries of State whose ability to act when the case of Rwanda is declared as not being safe in the future, perhaps, is constrained by the bill which we're being asked to pass without amendment. And therefore, it is absolutely essential for both Parliament and for the government to have that protection in before them, which this motion provides. In respect of Lord Brown's amendment, I was hoping to hear from the government a concrete guarantee for Afghan supporters and allies who provided such great service to the United Kingdom that they would be given the right to live in our country. No such guarantee has been given. Vague words do not stand the test here, and it is absolutely essential that this House stands by the resolve that it has shown in ensuring that this matter is referred back to the other House for them to really consider the obligations which they have to those who have served this country.
My Lords, it's a great privilege to follow the speeches that we've heard this evening. And can I say what a brilliant speech that was from Lord Hope, setting out in really clear and concise terms the reason that your lordship should vote for his amendment B1. To put it more simply, for me, the bill at the moment says 2 and 2 is 3.5, and what Lord Hope's amendment does is it makes 2 and 2 make 4. And I think that the government should listen. It doesn't delay the bill. It's not an obstacle to the bill. It doesn't delay the bill. It doesn't stop the bill. It simply makes the bill make sense. It uses the monitoring committee set up by the treaty that the government has put forward to actually say to the government in a very simple way, Rwanda is now safe because all of the mechanisms outlined in the treaty have been put in place. The government has committed itself to that, and the monitoring committee, if Lord Hope's amendment is accepted, simply allows that committee to inform the government of that fact. But more importantly, perhaps, is the second part of that, where the monitoring committee can actually rescue the government from what is laid out in the bill by being able to say, if at some point in the future Rwanda became unsafe, the monitoring committee could let the government know, or the government itself could act. What on earth would the government, or why on earth would the government oppose that particular amendment? It is one of those things that is completely unbelievable. It is unbelievable that a sensible amendment like that is not accepted. And I say to the government, and I say to the government in the front bench here and to the other place, they should really reflect properly on what Lord Hope is saying. And I hope your lordships will reflect on the words before us, and we will certainly be supporting Lord Hope in his amendment B1. Can I also say the other brilliant speech was my noble friend Lord Brown in moving D1. It is with a lot of regret, and I say, I've said this, and I say to the Minister, I do not blame the Minister or the front bench sat in front of us, but it is inexcusable for the government to be, on the one hand, 24 hours ago, saying to His Majesty's opposition, and indeed others, that we could expect something to be done about this amendment, that we could accept almost that this amendment would be accepted and changed and put onto the face of the bill, only to find out this morning when we wake up and see what's happened, that nothing like that has happened. It is a terrible way for the government, not the front bench in front of me, but it is inexcusable for us to be told, in the way that the Minister has carried on with this bill for months now, he's included us, talked to us and treated us with respect. Somewhere along the line, the government here, the front bench here, have been told by somebody, and we would like to know who has turned around and said that my noble friend Lord Brown's amendment is unacceptable. Who in this House believes that we don't have a moral duty to ensure that those who stood by our armed forces, fought with our armed forces, in some cases died with our armed forces, did all they could to ensure that the values of this country and the coalition that operated in Afghanistan, to ensure that they were as successful as they could be? Who on earth in His Majesty's government has decided that they do not deserve the protection of the amendment put forward by my noble friend Lord Brown? It is an absolutely astonishing situation. It is wrong. It is morally bankrupt. And the government has failed in its duty to protect those it promised to protect. And that can't be right. And I say to noble lords opposite, particularly when you are asked to vote with respect to Lord Brown's amendment, this is not only to do with whether you are a Conservative, a Labour, a Liberal, a crossbencher, or of no persuasion at all. It is a matter of standing up for the moral certainty of what His Majesty's government, of whatever colour, stands for. That when His Majesty's government gives their word to other countries, to those defending the freedoms and democracy and values that we care for, that they can trust that word. The government of today is breaking their word to those veterans, and that is what Lord Brown's amendment seeks to address. Lord Hope's amendment is important from a legislative and a moral point of view. Lord Brown's amendment speaks to what sort of country we are. It speaks to what sort of country we would expect others to, or we would want others to see us as. How on earth do we stand in the corridors of power of the various international institutions and have the moral certainty and moral position that we would all want? I finish with this point. I do not believe that the front bench sat in front of me agrees with their own government on this. I don't. But what they are asking, and their government is asking them to do, and all of their backbenchers sat behind them, is to vote for something which is morally bankrupt. To vote for something which goes against what we promised those who stood with us in Afghanistan, and we promised them that we would protect them. And we are not going to do that, because we are not going to pass Lord Brown's amendment if we send it to the other place and the other place doesn't give way. We are not going to exempt them from the provisions of this bill. That can't be right. It doesn't matter what political party you stand for. That can't be right. And I would ask and urge every single member of your Lordship's House to consider, yes, Lord Hope's B1, but when it comes to my noble friend Lord Brown's D1, to consider what the consequences are for this country if we cannot ensure that our word is our bond.
Yeah. My Lords, I thank all Labour Lords for their contributions to this relatively short debate. But the Commons have now considered and rejected these amendments on several occasions. I will keep my remarks brief and simply remind noble Lords of the key points. We will only ratify the treaty once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. Rwanda has a strong track record of welcoming asylum seekers and looking after refugees, and it has also been internationally recognised for its general safety and stability. The bill complies with our international obligations and allows direct access to the courts and an appropriately limited possibility of interim relief consistent with what is required by the ECHR. And my Lords, no word is being broken. We will not turn our backs on those who have supported our armed forces and the UK government. My Lords, it's simply not right for criminal gangs to control our borders and decide who enters the UK. It's not right that they exploit vulnerable people, nor is it right that they put lives at risk, their own and others. And my Lords, it is not right if this Parliament does not pass this legislation, which will enable us to protect those being exploited, protect our borders and stop the boats. I beg to move.
Yeah. My Lords, the question is that motion A be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Motion B, Lord Sharp of Epsom. Move formally.
My Lords, I've already spoken to motion B that this House do not insist on its amendment 3E, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 3F. I beg to move.
The question is that motion B be agreed to. Motion B1, Lord Hope of Craighead.
I do not wish to say any more. I simply wish to test the opinion of the House on my amendment 3G.
The original question was that motion B be agreed to, since when motion B1 has been moved as an amendment to motion B, at the end to insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question, therefore, is that motion B1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will advise the House when voting is open.
Well done.
Voting is now open. Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion B1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion B1 be agreed to. My Lords, they have voted contents 245, not contents 208, so the contents have it. Motion C, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I've already spoken to motion C that this House do not insist on its amendment 6D, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason at 6E. I beg to move.
The question is that motion C be agreed to. Motion C1, Baroness Chakrabarti.
Not moved.
The question, therefore, is that motion C be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion D, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I've already spoken to motion D that this House do not insist on its amendment 10D, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 10E. I beg to move.
Motion D be agreed to. Motion D1, Lord Brown of Ladyton.
My Lords, I beg to move motion D1.
That's the opinion.
The original question was that motion D be agreed to. Since when motion D1 has been moved as an amendment to motion D, at the end to insert the words as printed on the martial list. The question, therefore, is that motion D1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content? Content! The contrary, not content? Not content! The question will be decided by division. I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion D1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content? Content! The contrary, not content? Content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion D1 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 247, not contents 195, so the contents have it. My Lords, we will allow a moment for the House to prepare itself for the next business. My Lords, questions on a statement made in the House of Commons on Monday the 15th of April on the CAS review.
My Lords, Dr. Cass and her team are to be thanked for their rigour and their care with this report, in which they have navigated many complex and sensitive issues. This review into the NHS's gender identity services concludes that children and young people have been let down by inadequate research and evidence on medical interventions, and they've been failed by inadequate services amidst a debate which sadly has been marked by extreme toxicity. And at the same time, at the heart of the complexity around gender identity services are two aspects that are simultaneously true. There are trans adults who have followed a medical pathway and say that for all the pain and difficulty it involved, it was not just life-affirming, it was life-saving. There are also people who've followed a medical pathway and say that it's ruined their lives irreversibly, and ask how anyone could let that happen. For those children, young people and now adults, but particularly those who are being referred into gender identity services today, there is a duty to get this right. My Lords, the Cass review refers to many scandals, which exposes both the inordinate amount of time that children and young people are waiting for care whilst their well-being deteriorates, and medical interventions that have been made on what could be called shaky evidence. So can the Minister say how it came to be that NHS providers refused to cooperate with this review? How was it allowed that adult gender services would not share data on the long-term experience of patients? What accountability does the Minister feel that there should now be? The Minister will know that the discussion around the substance of the review has been highly toxic. People have felt silenced, and it has required investigative journalism to prompt this review to take place. Tribute should be paid to journalists including Hannah Barnes and to the whistleblowers who together helped shine a light on the Tavistock Clinic. It is concerning to note that Dr. Cass said, "Toxic, ideological and polarised public debate has made the work of the review significantly harder," and that it will hamper the research that is essential to finding a way forward. This particularly vulnerable group of children and young people are at the wrong end of the statistics when it comes to mental ill health, suicide and self-harm. They've been badly let down, and so we owe it to them to approach this discussion with the sensitivity it demands. My Lords, parts of this report today will sound very familiar. Services unable to cope with demand, significant staff shortages, and a lack of workforce planning. Unacceptably long waits for the mental health support and the assessments that children and young people need, such that in some cases children become adults before they even get a first appointment with the gender identity services. And to this point, the Cass review recommends a follow-through of services up to the age of 25 to ensure continuity of care. Will the Minister indicate how long it will take to establish these services? And could the Minister set out what plans there are to cut waiting times for assessments for mental health and neurodevelopmental conditions? My Lords, last month's decision by NHS England to stop the routine prescription of puberty blockers to under 18s is welcome. However, the loophole that exists for private providers risks illegal trading. In the other place, the Secretary of State stated that she expects private clinics to follow the report's recommendations to follow the evidence, and I underline our support for these expectations on compliance. So does the Minister consider that further regulation might be needed to enforce the recommendations? And could he say something more about the timescales involved in making progress, both for the CQC to incorporate the recommendations into their safe care and treatment standards and the NHS England urgent review on clinical policy for cross-sex hormones? Children's health care should always be led by evidence and be in the best interests of their welfare. Dr. Cass's report has provided the basis on which to go forward, and this report must also provide a watershed moment for the way in which society and politics discusses this issue. There are children, young people and adults, including trans children, young people and adults, who are desperately worried and frightened by the toxicity of this debate. And there are healthcare professionals who are scared to do their job and make their views known. I hope, my lords, we can now put children's health and well-being above all else.
My lords, I believe that the Cass review is an extremely thorough summary of where we are now and the pathways available for young people that we need to explore. The most important point to make in this report is that it gives a way forward for young people and their clinicians who feel anxious and frightened because they find themselves at the centre of a political maelstrom. The most balanced response to the report I've seen, interestingly, came from Stonewall, who were consulted by Cass, and I've used some of their points here. Cass says that these youngsters have been sorely neglected by the NHS, who sidelined them away from mainstream care and services for which they have fallen short. She points a way as to how we can start the process of making it up to them by giving them the holistic care that they need and deserve. Despite the way the report was received by certain gender-critical individuals, it doesn't question trans identities or recommend rolling back to healthcare access. It doesn't say that puberty blockers are unsafe or dangerous, but it does say that there is insufficient and inconsistent evidence about some of the effects of puberty suppression. In addition, it notes that cross-sex hormones are a well-established practice that have transformed the lives of trans people and supports their use from the age of 16. Importantly, it doesn't at any stage suggest a ban on social transition for any age of child or young person, but recommends that it be done with the support of parents and clinicians. Cass says that gender incongruence is a result of a complex play between biological, psychological and social factors, of which social sexual orientation can be one of many. There are many factors and there is no simple answer. For example, that young people are simply confused gay people, unhappy teenagers, or it's all the fault of social media. That's all too simplistic. But regrettably, this hasn't stopped the government from spinning its own version of who is to blame. For example, the statement by Secretary of State Victoria Atkins this week says that Tavistock clinicians almost always put children on an irreversible path to blocking puberty, then prescribing cross-sex hormones and onto surgery as an adult. This is not my understanding of the situation. In 2019-20, only 161 under-19s were referred by Gender Identity Development Services for puberty blockers, and it was estimated that only around 1 in 6 GIDS patients ended up being prescribed with puberty blockers. My lords, isn't the picture bad enough without painting something even worse? There are currently over 5,000 children on the waiting list for treatment. The NHS has confirmed that everyone currently on puberty blockers via the NHS, which is less than 100 children, will be able to continue them. But these children and any new recommendations for puberty blockers will not be prescribed unless they agree to take part in a clinical trial to properly test the effectiveness of puberty blockers. So my first question for the Noble Lord the Minister, can I ask how long it's going to take, does he estimate, for this clinical trial to be set up? And speaking of waiting lists, I understand that it currently takes 3 years waiting for a child on the list to be even seen. So how will the trial ever be set up, except for the few on puberty blockers now, while the rest languish on waiting lists for years while their puberty seeps away? So my second question is, how long does the Minister estimate it will take? So I've asked you that question. I won't ask you again. Sorry. Will the Minister not agree with me that it is time to make up this shocking treatment that has, or rather hasn't, been given to children by the NHS, and put them immediately on a par in priority with other NHS services? My Lords, these are our children. They and the clinicians who want to treat them have been intimidated by the toxic environment that we all have helped to create. I've heard the Cass report described as a rock that we can now all cling to. We will never all agree about some quite fundamental issues regarding trans and the nature of trans, but we must never make our children suffer for it. We must never make our children pawns in a zero-sum game. We must rise above it and argue well, with more light than heat, to protect our children, who, after all, must be at the centre of all we seek to do.
Minister. I thank the noble lords and baronesses for the important points and sensitivity raised today. Firstly, I want to echo the Secretary of State's thanks and gratitude to Dr. Cass and her team for undertaking a considered, comprehensive and courageous review into an extremely contentious area of healthcare. I mean, so much that I've heard officials describe to me it's probably the best report that they've seen in terms of excellence and thoroughness and sensitivity, and I would like to echo that. Since the NHS England commissioned the review in 2020, they've meticulously unpicked what went wrong, what the evidence really shows, and how to design a fundamentally different service that better serves the needs of children. The noble lords and baronesses will be aware why this review was commissioned, but I think it is worth repeating here. The statistics are startling. As recently as 2009, the NHS's sole gender identification development service at the Tavistock and Portman Trust received fewer than 60 referrals for children and young people, and just 15 for adolescent girls. Since then, demand has surged. In 2022, more than 5,000 children and young people were referred to gender identity clinics, and almost 3/4 were female. And the near uniform prescription of an irreversible medical pathway on the basis of sometimes very minimal evidence was imposed on these children and young people with complex needs without full and thoughtful consideration of their wider needs, including neurodiversity, trauma, mental health conditions, or who they loved. In her statement in the other place, the Secretary of State outlined the immediate priorities in taking forward recommendations from Dr. Cass's report. This includes looking closely at what needs to be done to curtail loopholes in prescribing practices of private providers or online providers to ensure they fall in line with Dr. Cass's recommendations. And so to answer Baroness Merrin's question, the CQC are on this and have made this clear to all providers straight away. We hope that legislation won't be required, but we are prepared to take it if necessary, because we need to send a very, very clear message out there. Private providers have been put on notice. Prescribing is a highly regulated activity, and the CQC has not licensed any gender clinic to prescribe hormone blockers or cross-sex hormones to people under the age of 16. Any clinic that does may be